Chapter 273. Time was the most expensive cost. It was impossible for Chu Tian to take care of everything, and he did not want to grasp everything in his hands. Therefore, he delegated the power that needed to be delegated. He wanted to let his companions gain some experience, so that they would be of greater value in the future. Therefore, he divided his forces into 3 groups. The first path was for Gu Qianqiu and the Meng Qinggu sisters to go to Imperial City and help Miracle Commerce open up the initial market. The second path was for Shen Fengho and his daughter and the Yunyao siblings to create a national information network for Miracle Commerce. The third path was for Chu Tian and Yun Tianhe to perfect Miracle Commerce's inventions, especially the Central State Weapon Factory. Chu Tian and the calm martial ruler had many agreements. The Imperial City Weapon Factory would not be smaller than the Central State Weapon Factory, and the technology would not be too far ahead of Imperial cities. The simple translation of this was, no matter how many weapons your Central State makes, my Imperial City will make the same amount of weapons. Whatever new weapons your Central State makes, my Imperial City will also have a new weapon. Both sides were selling. Imperial City's side would be supplied by the military. Central State would be supplied by Miracle Commerce's private weapon factory. This would ensure that Southern Xia's military would have enough source energy weapons. The calm martial ruler thought it was foolproof, but he didn't know that the sly Chu Tian had a hidden card. Not only would Central State have a source energy weapon factory that did not lose to Imperial City, it would also be the only place in Southern Xia that specialized in producing energy magazines. This was an advantage that Imperial City did not have. Central State had the largest known oil field in Southern Xia. Just the oil field near South Sky City was enough to satisfy several Southern Xia's needs. Therefore, South Sky City was made into Miracle Commerce's largest battery manufacturing base. Looking at it like this, Central State wasn't wrong to place the energy magazine manufacturing base in Central State, who told it to be convenient. Even if the calm martial ruler realized this, it would be too late. If the source energy pistol did not have an energy magazine, it was just a piece of scrap metal. It might not even be as good as scrap metal. Chu Tian had promised to share the source energy weapon blueprints with the calm martial ruler, and was even responsible for improving it. But what use was blueprints alone? The energy magazine manufacturing technology was in his hands. In the end, the calm martial ruler had to look at Chu Tian's expression. This was the reason why Chu Tian readily agreed. After everything was prepared, Chu Tian gave the matter of building the factory to Yun Tianhe and Shen Fengho to manage. Chu Tian went into closed-door cultivation again, using all his strength to attack the bottleneck. The royal city was a land of outstanding people. There were countless geniuses and powerful clans. The Dongfang, Shangguan, and Nangong clans had tens of thousands of guest officials and hangers-on, and over 100,000 disciples of their own clans. Among them, there were countless talented people. Was Chu Xinghe very strong? Of course, it was very strong. Chu Xinghe had been unparalleled in Zhongzhou for more than a decade. Even in the 8 states of the southern summer country, Chu Xinghe was one of the best. Imperial City was different. Imperial City was richer in resources, the family influence was stronger, and their background was deeper. It was not strange for 2-3 geniuses like Chu Xinghe to appear here. Chu Tian could roam Central State, but that did not mean he could reach the Eternal Star Realm in Imperial City. Adding in the fact that Chu Tian had many enemies and the things he did were quite big, it was hard to avoid the jealousy of others. So, before he left, Chu Tian had to make a breakthrough. Miracle Commerce had a large amount of resources, but the elixirs they could find were mostly low-grade sacred herbs, with the occasional medium-grade sacred herb. These super herbs worth over 100 million gold coins could allow Chu Tian to make a breakthrough, but it would take a long time. Chu Tian did not look at him, so he thickened his face and took out a top-grade sacred herb. He divided it into 6 parts and refined a high-grade sacred pill, the profound royal pill, which was enough to satisfy Chu Tian's needs. "Little fellow, protect me." Chu Tian walked into the closed-door room and immediately took the profound royal pill, beginning to refine the pill's power. After the profound royal pill's effects spread through his body, his meridians were nourished by the pill's spiritual energy, and his spirit energy quickly flowed, gathering in his dantian like rivers flowing into the sea. There was a strong will in his sea of consciousness that seemed like it was about to break out of his body. Chu Tian could feel that his main source spirit was awakening even deeper. There was even energy coming out of his soul, causing a layer of black fog to appear around Chu Tian. His spirit energy continued to grow. He couldn't suppress this power any longer. Now is not the time. Chu Tian forcefully resisted his main source spirit. Continue sleeping for me. Roar. A low roar came from the depths of his soul. It was filled with irritation, dissatisfaction, and anger. A strong pressure was suddenly released. Although it was not large, it was still very shocking. The little fox felt like it was being threatened. Its hair stood up and it gave a few deep roars. Was this aura coming from the closed-door room? The little fox's eyes turned a few times, and it laid back down on the ground. It stuck out its pink tongue and licked its claws as it casually thought. Master's source spirit was even stronger. Master's increase in strength was already in the bag, but Master was also very strange. His main source spirit was clearly very strong, so why did he have to suppress it? This did not fit with his flamboyant personality. Forget it. This fox will just go back to sleep. What's the point of caring about him? 1 week later, when Chu Tian left the closed-door room, he was already a 5th awakened soul layer cultivator. Breaking through a trivial bottleneck was not a difficult matter for Chu Tian. Hey! I told you to help me guard the door. Why did you fall asleep? Chu Tian kicked the fox's soft belly. Has anyone been here in the past few days? The little fox rubbed its eyes and stood up. It gave a long yawn and then shook its head. What is the calm martial ruler doing? It's already been half a month, and the royal proclamation still hasn't come down. Chu Tian was a bit impatient. Let's go to the laboratory to take a look. In Chu Tian's private laboratory, there were 18 corpses being refined in barrels. The ancient spiritual gods' memory fragments from the Central State Tower had given Chu Tian quite a bit of benefits. There were some ancient techniques and some special knowledge, like how to refine the divine blood corpses. What made Chu Tian's head hurt was that when the corpses were refined once and their strength increased, even if they were refined again with several times the amount of divine blood, the effects would not be ideal. After Chu Tian looked for the reason, he found that the corpses' essence blood had already dried up and the divine blood could not be directly added to their mortal bodies. The reason why the first refinement had such a large effect was because he had a batch of blood essence pills on hand. The refined corpses could not be refined without the help of blood essence. Where could Chu Tian find it? He couldn't be like the demonic cultivators and kill the innocent to obtain it. It was a pity to throw away the 18 corpses, but keeping them didn't have much use. This gave Chu Tian a headache. Rise! Chu Tian shook the bell. The 18 corpses all left the barrels. They were a bit stronger than before, but they were only at the peak 4th awakened soul layer, and it was hard for them to increase any further. It's fine. They still had value, so he'd just use them for now. Chu Tian saw a transparent crystal jar with a jade-like divine bone inside. Chu Tian revealed a headache expression. This was the divine bone from the Central State Tower. This material was too strong. Chu Tian couldn't do anything to it, no matter what he did. Although he knew it was precious, he couldn't use it. He could only bring it to Imperial City and find another way. In the following time, Chu Tian helped the Yun sect with their research while supervising the company's construction. Central State City's port was completed. The Source Energy Weapon Factory and the Energy Magazine Factory were completed, and even Nangongyin had come out of closed-door cultivation. It had been 20 days since the calm martial ruler left. There was still no news from that side. If there was nothing unexpected, the young miss should have already shown her skills in Imperial City. Could the calm, martial ruler deal with this? Boss. When Chu Tian was filled with doubts, Nangongyan excitedly charged in and pulled Chu Tian out. Quickly come out, the Imperial City's special envoy is here. Why aren't you coming out to greet him? I'm telling you this time, don't cause any more trouble. Otherwise you won't be able to enter Imperial City for the rest of your life. The Imperial City had sent a special envoy and not a punitive army. This meant that the calm martial ruler had already suppressed this matter. Since it took this long, the conflict this time was much bigger than what Chu Tian believed. Chu Tian followed Nangongyan out. He first saw a griffin with Shin Fengho beside it. As the Marquis and the city lord, naturally he had to personally come out to greet him. Chu Tian receives the royal proclamation. The special envoy did not waste any words and read the royal proclamation. After investigation, it has been confirmed that the chaos in Central State was caused by the three great families. Although Chu Tian has made many mistakes in consideration of Thunder State and Qing State's contributions to the kingdom, this king will pardon Chu Tian's crimes and grant him the title of scholar. I ask Chu Tian to immediately leave and enter Imperial City to receive his reward. It was finally done. Shin Fengho was very happy when he heard this news. The calm martial ruler really isn't simple, actually obtaining a scholar title for you. Scholar title? Chu Tian was a bit curious. What is the use of a scholar title? Shin Fengho said, a scholar is a scholar title. There are only 10 scholars in southern Xia, and Old Yin is the oldest scholar in the country. Then what about the great scholar? The great scholar is different. He has the title of a great scholar. Shin Fengho said this, and then carefully explained from low to high scholar titles are scholar, great scholar, country scholar, great country scholar, sage, and great sage. Each country can only have a limited number of scholars. Actually, with Old Yan's talent, he can also become a great scholar, but Southern Xia is a small country, so the highest one can be a great scholar. The scholar title is not only effective in this country, it can also be used in other human countries. Chu Tian nodded. Father is a great sage from 30,000 years in the future, but now I'm just a little scholar. This is truly lowering my status. With the scholar title, you will be recognized as a true scholar in Southern Xia. Scholars have many advantages when traveling, but they also have many privileges, like not kneeling in front of the king, not being lynched, and etc. There aren't many scholars in Southern Xia, so each one has a very high status. If the Southern Summer King wants to move against you, he must have a proper reason. Otherwise, if this news were to spread, not only would he be condemned by the citizens, he would also be looked down upon by the other human kingdoms. So it was like this. This must have been arranged by the calm martial ruler. When Chu Tian had the official scholar status, it was equal to having a protective talisman, allowing him to come to Imperial City with a peace of mind. Since it was like this, he would directly set off. The time to go to Imperial City was ripe. After Chu Tian sent off the envoy, he immediately said to Nangongyan, "You and Big Sister Bing should prepare yourselves. We're leaving Central State immediately." Ah, leaving immediately. Is there a need to be in such a rush? Nangongyan was a bit depressed. I still want to see my father. Leave before the news spreads. Otherwise, it won't be that easy. Relax. Your father is living a good life. In the future, when the Miracle Commerce Communication System is built, you can contact him at any time. Don't waste words. Leave immediately. All right, I'll listen to boss. Chapter 274. As night fell, the horn rang out. Central State City's east gate was already closed, but the drawbridge was suddenly lowered at this moment. Several knights were escorting a normal beast carriage, passing through the hazy moonlight and arriving at the port. A black medium-sized ship had already been waiting for a long time. Dusk fell. The Four States Lake was covered in a vast expanse. Shin Fengho and Yun Tianhe looked at the lake, feeling a bit sad in their hearts. Yun Tianhe said with a bitter smile, Do you really have to leave at this time? Chu Tian was wearing a traveler's cloak with a large gourd and sword on his back, as well as a bell hanging from his waist. There were 18 silent, divine, blood-eaten corpses standing beside him, not attracting anyone's attention at all. Who told me to become the fan of Central State? Would I still be able to leave if I announced the date of my departure? In order to not let the countless girls of Central State suffer the pain of separation, I should leave early. You have to understand me. Shin Fengho laughed. You brat, you really don't know how to be humble. Actually, I'm already very humble. Chu Tian waved his hand. I won't say any more, I'll be leaving now. Take care of yourselves. Take care. Imperial City cannot compare to Central State. There are the 12 Warhounds clans outside, and the inside is even more complicated. Be careful and don't be impulsive. I know. Shen Fengho was just casually saying this. If this brat could listen to him, was he still Chu Tian? When the ship set off, there were many lights coming from Central State City as several hundred people quickly rushed over. Chu Tian gave a surprised cry. I thought my tracks were hidden enough, but there were still people who could find me. Idol, we're here to send you off. You have to work hard when you reach Imperial City. Bring miracle commerce to Imperial City and bring it to the entire continent. Several hundred youths were holding miracle commerce's flashlights, rushing over to the shore. Chu Tian's ship had already set off, so he could only stand on the shore and shout, using the flashlights to form a large sky character. Goodbye. Chu Tian forcefully waved his hand at them. I'll be waiting for you at Miracle Commerce. We will definitely join Miracle Commerce. Definitely. Lin Fan, the Lin siblings, and the hundreds of Heaven Alliance members felt their eyes brimming with tears. Chu Tian had only been in Central Content City for a few short months, and now he was about to head to King City. His speed of advancement was just too fast, to the point where these pursuers could not catch up to him. However, they were even more determined in their original beliefs. If he could be easily caught up, then what qualifications did he have to be an idol and a goal? These young people secretly swore in their hearts that they would definitely join Miracle Commerce. Even if they could not catch up to Chu Tian's footsteps, they would at least contribute to this miracle dynasty and leave a mark of their existence in this miracle era. The ship gradually disappeared from sight. Central Content City was brilliantly lit, currently flickering on the pitch-black earth. Inside the cabin, Nan Gongyin was sitting in front of a table in a daze. She had opened a can of food, but did not eat it. She was frowning slightly as if she was worried about something. Nan Gong also has times when she is worried. Chu Tian walked in with Qin Bingyu. Chu Tian knew what Nan Gongyin was worried about. Nan Gongyin did not want Chu Tian to be hated by others. But being born in the Nangong family, her identity was still a bit sensitive, especially after Chu Tian crippled Nangong Ji. Most of the Nangong family treated her as a traitor. Want a drink? All right. Chu Tian poured a cup of self-brewed honey wine. How much do you know about the Nangong family and Imperial City? I don't remember too clearly. My memories are already very vague. Nangong Yin drank the wine in one gulp. I left Imperial City with my father when I was 9, and I'm already 19 now. It's been an entire 10 years, and I can't even remember what Imperial City is like. I only remember that after the sect master died in the Warhound Plains, our family never had a good day. The sect master here was not the head of the sect, but rather the highest successor of the family. The Nangong family had 2 marquises. One was the Fern Estates Departing Flame Marquis, and the other was the Blazing Flame Marquis. The 2 of them were the Burning Sun ruler's blood-related sons and the 2 most promising sons. The Blazing Flame Marquis was the eldest son, and the Departing Flame Marquis was the 6th son. The Nangong family was a very ancient family. Their history was much longer than the Dongfang and Shangguan families. Before the Great Summer Country, the Nangong family already existed. After the Great Summer Country was destroyed, The Dongfang family revolted, and the Nangong family became the Dongfang family's strongest support. Until today, the Nangong family still had the strongest army in southern Xia. The calm martial ruler was the commander of the army, and most of the time he was just a witness. The one truly responsible for fighting was the Nangong family. The Blazing Flame Army in the past was considered one of the strongest armies in southern Xia, becoming famous in the Warhound Plains. Nangong Yin was a branch family of the Blazing Flame Marquis. The Blazing Flame Marquis and the Blazing Flame Army were famous throughout the southern summer country. The Blazing Flame Marquis was very strong and steady, so he was the most likely candidate to inherit the ruler's position. Who would have thought that in a fierce battle 10 years ago, the Blazing Flame Corps would be completely annihilated and the Blazing Flame Marquis would die in battle? The Nangong family used to be ranked second among the 3 great families, but because of this setback, the Shangguan family had caught up with them. One of the Nangong Shuangho Marquis had died, leaving only the departing Flame Marquis. The one with the greatest hope of inheriting the family after the Burning Sun ruler was the departing Flame Marquis. The Blazing Flame Marquis bloodline was naturally unwilling. They wanted to elect the Blazing Flame Marquis eldest son as the Blazing Flame Marquis. The Blazing Flame Marquis eldest son was Nangong Yi's cousin, so Nangong Yi naturally supported him. In the end, it was unknown whether it was the departing Flame Marquis suppression or the Blazing Flame Marquis eldest son that did not succeed. The departing Flame Marquis began to cut off the raging Flame Marquis wings. The Blazing Flame Marquis bloodline was marginalized, sent to various places, or transferred into the army. The 28-year-old Nangong Yi at that time had good talent, but he was not even an elder in the Nangong family. He was also a branch family member, so he did not attract the departing Flame Marquis attention. It had to be said that the reason why Nangong Yi was unlucky enough to be exiled was mostly because of Nangong Yin. After all, Nangong Yin's talent was too strong. The Burning Sun ruler was already over 100 years old, and only the departing Flame Marquis could carry the family banner after him. After weighing the pros and cons, he closed one eye. As long as it was not too extreme, he would not care. Truly laughable. After Chu Tian heard Nangong Yin's explanation, he said, "This Burning Sun ruler is old and muddle-headed. Nangong Yin has a god-level source spirit, but he is not valued and is being pushed aside. This is truly laughable." Chen Bingyu softly said, "After all, the departing Flame Marquis is his biological son, and Nangong Yin is a branch family member. The Burning Sun ruler is not a saint, so it's hard to say he doesn't have a bit of selfishness." This was also true. Do you understand? Nangong Yin drank several cups of wine, and her head was already a bit dizzy. She angrily slapped the table. 10 years have passed, and there aren't many people from the Blazing Flame Marquis bloodline left. The Nangong family's internal strife has led to a large decrease in strength, allowing the Shangguan family to gain the upper hand. The Dongfang family rose in danger, withstanding the collapse of the country and holding on to half of the human territory. There were countless generals in the Nangong family who had shed countless blood on the battlefield, making great contributions to the southern summer country. What ability did the Shangguan family have? What qualifications did they have to become one of the 3 great families? Actually, during the Great Summer Country era, the Shangguan family was one of the largest financial groups in the country, so they had connections with many foreign families. In times of emergency, they could ask for outside help. Now they were diplomats and internal affairs officials in southern Xia, as well as having a very strong financial power. When the Great Summer Country was destroyed, the warhounds instinctively came down in one fell swoop. It was the Shangguan family that drove a wedge between the warhounds tribes, causing internal strife. They united the large and small families of southern Xia. They united and stabilized the overall situation. The internal strife of the warhounds' plains was half the work of the Shangguan family. Other than that, the Shangguan family had a high position in the business world, forming alliances with the surrounding countries and foreign races. They could help southern Xia in a critical moment. In short, there was a reason why the three great families could obtain their current positions. From Nangong Yen's mouth, Chu Tian gradually understood the general situation of Imperial City. As for the conflicts of the great families, Chu Tian had always snorted at them, but after entering the circle he had to be on guard. Because South Sky City was lacking in resources, Nangong Yen's strength had been very slow in the past 10 years, but he had been making rapid progress in the last few months. The departing flame Marquis had already set his eyes on him. The departing flame Marquis had tried to swallow miracle commerce to block Nangong Yen's father's path of ascension. Although he had failed in the end, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't think of another method. Forget it. Chu Tian even dared to provoke the Southern Summer King and the refined ruler. So what did the departing flame Marquis count for? Didn't he see that Shin Fenghe was also one of the 8 marquises? He was about to become Chu Tian's subordinate, and the Golden Arrow Marquis was willing to risk his life for Chu Tian. As for the Western Marquis, he was also a marquis from a noble family, but he was still humiliated by Chu Tian. Nangong Yen looked at Chu Tian. "Boss, will you make a move against the Nangong family?" "Do you want me to? Why are you asking this?" "If you want to, then I'll help you teach the Nangong family a lesson. Who told me to be a righteous boss? Since this little brother has been wronged, of course I'll help you." Nangong Yen rolled her eyes at Chu Tian. "Look at how easy it is for you to say it. The Nangong family is a giant beast. Would you provoke such a giant beast for me?" Although she said this, her heart was still very happy. Boss really was righteous. She did not follow the wrong person. Chu Tian just shook his head. Southern Xia is too small. The road from Central State to Imperial City was very long. Going north from the 4 states lake would take them halfway there, and then they would turn north, reaching the Imperial region. Southern Xia had 1 region and 8 states. The Imperial region was where Imperial City was located, and the 8 states were Central State, Thunder State, Southern State, Qing State, Song State, Furnace State, Western State, and Eastern State. Each state had its own focus, and Central State was the most important of the 8 states, mainly being the center of coordination. Thunder State was the training ground, Southern State was the barrier against the barbarians, Qing State was the resource center, Song State was the horse breeding ground of Southern Xia, and the Azure Colts of the Storm Cavalry all came from Song State. To Southern Xia, each state was very important, so they had to send people with enough prestige and trust to guard them. The 8 marquises of Southern Xia were not just the strongest in Southern Xia. They also had to have enough merits and prestige to qualify as marquises. This was also the reason why the Southern Summer King was not satisfied with Chu Tian being the strongest in Central State. The Southern Summer King could tolerate Chu Tian injuring the special envoy. The Southern Summer King could tolerate Chu Tian destroying the 3 great families. And the Southern Summer King could tolerate Chu Tian being unruly. But he could not tolerate Chu Tian, who did not have the title of Marquis, but had the power of a Marquis. Chu Tian coming to Central State this time was not a matter of whether he wanted to or not, but rather he had to come. "Chairman," a giant shark gang member came in. "I'm afraid we'll have to change our route?" Chu Tian asked in a strange voice. "Why?" "We plan to follow the canal to the border between Song State and the Imperial region, and then take the land route to Imperial City. But there have been some changes in front of us. There have been several bloody cases on the border of Song State, which has caused a large stir. Perhaps Imperial City will be filled with experts. There was such a thing. Chu Tian had to be low-key when entering Imperial City, so it was best if he didn't attract attention. The inspections would be very strict, and this ship from the distant Central State would attract the attention of some people. Bloody cases? Nangong Yen was filled with energy. Bloody cases? What bloody cases? How tragic were they? This giant shark gang member shook his head and said, "It said that there were several villages with over 1,000 people, and even a town that was completely massacred. The methods were very cruel, and it caused a large panic." What? There was actually such a thing. It said that there was a group of war hounds that invaded, and some people said that it was a group of strong demonic cultivators. These rumors have not been confirmed. What do you think? Chu Tian directly said, "Let's go ashore." "Ah, this place is not far from Imperial City. We'll take the land route and take a look." Chapter 275. Chu Tian chose to disembark at the border of Tsang State. Half a day's journey from here to the Imperial region was enough. Tsang State was the Imperial region's neighbor, so the two places were next to each other. The Imperial region, Tsang State, and the Warhounds Plains in the north were all plains, with no danger for 10,000 miles. The Tsang State Plains were the main breeding grounds for Southern Xia. Southern Xia's most famous Azure Gale colts came from Tsang State. The Warhounds tribe was a nomadic race, having no fixed residence, and all of them were soldiers. When they were not attacking, they would hide in the vast plains, and it was impossible to find their shadow. Once they attacked, they would move like a thunderbolt and leave after attacking, clean and efficient. If they didn't have an elite mobile force, how could they resist the Warhounds' tribe's invasion? The Tsang State Plains were very important, but because Tsang State stood side by side with the Imperial region, and a part of it was connected to the Warhounds Plains, the Warhounds tribe frequently invaded Tsang State, causing Tsang State to be baptized by the flames of war. Of the 8 states of Southern Summer, Tsang State was in the top 3 in terms of land area, but its population was in the bottom 3. Under the setting sun, by the lakeside, the grass covered the sky. Tsang State did not have any tall trees or towering mountains, but it had a desolate and tragic feeling. Not bad. This is a very fertile prairie. No wonder it can raise this many Azure Gale colts. After Chu Tian disembarked, he said in an emotional voice, when the Warhounds tribe was still the Warhounds Kingdom, if the Fong King had attacked Tsang State and flattened the Great Summer Country's most important breeding ground, would Southern Xia still be established? "Pei," Nangongyan said in a very dissatisfied voice. "Boss doesn't even think about it. Would there still be you and me?" If these words were said in Imperial City, you would suffer a calamity. I'm just casually saying it. Chu Tian gave an embarrassed smile. "Let's find a place to rest first." A giant shark gang member walked in front of Chu Tian. There is a city in this 100-mile radius called Great River Town. The giant shark gang's brothers have just arrived and are currently setting up a branch in Great River Town. You can rest in Great River Town and buy a few fast horses. It's only half a day's journey from here to King's Territory, and you can reach King City in 3 to 4 days. Chu Tian nodded his head in satisfaction. Infiltrating Tsang State in less than 2 months, the giant shark gang has done quite well. The giant shark gang already had a good inheritance, and now that they are following miracle commerce, they have large amounts of money to support them, so their development speed has increased. This giant shark gang member revealed a look of excitement. In just a month, we have already left the 4 states lake. We have established a total of 16 branches and recruited over 10,000 people, with quite a few experts among them. I think that in just a few years, the giant shark gang will be able to dominate the waters of Southern Xia. At this moment, a large group of people dressed like villagers appeared in front of them. These people were carrying babies, leading children, herding cattle and sheep, and dragging pots, bowls, ladles, and other household items. They were running in the opposite direction with panic written all over their faces. "Hey," Nangongyan asked curiously, "where are you going in such a hurry?" The villagers were obviously greatly frightened and were now desperately trying to escape from this place, as if there were evil spirits chasing them from behind. "You still don't know. Great River Town was slaughtered last night. The several thousand people in the town were all killed. This is too tragic. Let's quickly run. Otherwise, when the demons come, we will all die." After saying a few words, they didn't want to say anything else and just wanted to run for their lives. What? Great River Town was slaughtered. Chu Tian had just found out that there had been a few shocking murders near Tsang State and the Imperial region. He wanted to find out more about the situation, but before he could find them, They had appeared in front of him. "What nonsense are you saying?" The giant shark gang members blocked them with shock and anger. They grabbed an old man and roared, "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you to death." The old man almost fainted from fear, and his pants became wet. "Stop!" Chu Tian stopped the angry giant shark gang members and walked in front of the frightened old man. "Old uncle, there is no need to be afraid. We are all cultivators and are just passing by Great River Town. Can you tell us what happened?" You are all, sir, cultivators." The old man was very afraid of Chu Tian's group. In this world, there was a large disparity in strength. If these high-level cultivators wanted to kill a few villagers, it would not attract any attention. "We are all villagers near Great River Town, and I am the village chief. I came to Great River Town this morning, but who would have thought that as soon as I entered Great River Town, I was scared stiff. Dead, the entire town is dead. They died so miserably. I have never seen a scene like this before. It really is too terrifying." "That's right," a pale-faced man said from the side. "I was also there at the time. The village chief is telling the truth. Great River Town is only 50 miles from here, and those killing demons are nearby. Quickly run. Those fellows are not people. They are blood-drinking demons. If we fall into their hands, we will all be finished." "That's right. These are all demons." The villagers all began to speak at once. Chu Tian's group looked at each other in blank dismay. "Please let us go. Those demons are too terrifying. We really don't want to die." The villagers were afraid that they would be caught if they were too slow, so they all knelt down in front of Chu Tian's group. Chu Tian's group looked at each other in blank dismay. How could there be such a coincidence? But from the villagers' eyes, they could see that the fear was real. Something had really happened to Great River Town. Although these villagers did not lack the strength to truss a chicken, they were only at the second or third body refinement layer at most. How could they dare to continue living? Whether it was a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, no matter how many of them died, those big shots and those in power would not care. They could only drag their families and run for their lives. This was the helplessness of the people in this era. "You can go." Chu Tian knew that he would not be able to get any clues from these villagers. "We're going to Great River Town." There was a newly established giant shark gang branch in Great River Town, and it was the giant shark gang's only stronghold in Song State. Chu Tian had to go take a look. They quickly ran to Great River Town and smelled a strong smell of blood from afar. The news was not wrong. There had been a cruel massacre not long ago. Everyone's heart sank. The situation was not good. Great River Town had a population of nearly 10,000, but when they entered the town, they did not see a single corpse, only blood stains on the ground. When they followed the blood to the center of the town, a terrifying scene appeared in front of them that made their blood run cold. No wonder they did not see any corpses on the way here. All the corpses were piled up together. The corpses were like goods or trash that were all piled up together, forming a small mountain. The most horrifying thing was that the corpses were all dried up and had lost all moisture, just like dried corpses. The massacre had only happened last night. "Ah, the giant shark gang members found several corpses. It's our people." These people were as thin as sticks without any moisture. Their eyes were sunken in, their mouths were open, and their faces were dry and wrinkled. Their deaths were very tragic and terrifying. "They're all dead." There were close to 10,000 people in the town and several hundred giant shark gang members, but they were all killed. Damn it, who did this? The giant shark gang had infiltrated Song State with great difficulty. They first settled in Great River Town because it was close to the water. After stabilizing themselves, the gang began to expand outwards. But who would have thought that before they could expand, the people they sent to Song State would all die? These were all elite members. This was not a small blow to the giant shark gang and miracle commerce. This really makes people's hair stand on end. Nangonyin had personally witnessed the disaster in Thunder State, but that was done by a true demon. Everything that happened in Great River Town was clearly done by humans, so it was definitely not done by a demon. The two were completely different concepts. Most of the townspeople are normal people, so why did they kill them? Could it really be done by the War Hound's tribe? Chu Tian looked around. It wasn't easy for the War Hound's cavalry to break through Tsang State and the Imperial region to come here. If they really entered the southern summer country, why would they attack a few small towns? What benefits does this bring to them? Does this even need to be said? Nangonyin indignantly said, "Of course it's to plunder and create chaos. You don't know this, but the War Hounds are bloodthirsty and do not have a single bit of humanity. They would definitely do something like this." "That's not right." Shan Bingyu looked at the chicken and pig pens. The food and livestock in the town have not been plundered. This is not the style of the War Hound's tribe. As for creating chaos, that's even more wrong. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked over the shocking scene. Destroying a small town like this would not hurt southern Xia at all. To put it bluntly, who in the imperial city or Tsang State nobles would care about the lives of a few commoners? It would be better to attack Tsang State's horse farms instead. Destroying a farm is more meaningful than slaughtering 100 small towns. That's right, even if it was done by the War Hound's tribe. Why would the War Hound's tribe attack a small town? Could it not be the War Hound's tribe? Nangonyin also felt this was a bit strange. Other than the War Hound's tribe, who would do this kind of outrageous thing? Chu Tian looked at the blood stains on the ground and vaguely saw a pattern. These blood stains seemed to form an array, but too much time had passed, so the blood had melted and turned into a pool of blood on the ground. I think the demonic cultivator's words are more reliable. Demonic cultivator? Look at the corpses of the victims. All of their blood essence has been sucked dry. Other than a demonic cultivator, there shouldn't be a second possibility. Cleanly slaughtering a small town like this was not an easy matter. If the other side was a demonic cultivator, there would be a famous demonic cultivator. But he didn't think of anyone who would do this kind of thing. Relax, this is not just a matter of the giant shark gang. It is also a matter of miracle commerce. Chu Tian comforted the giant shark gang members and said, "Since there are people who don't have eyes to provoke Father, we have to care about this matter. Care. We have to care. After what happened last night, the demonic cultivator shouldn't have gone far. These beasts are too arrogant. Nangonyin cannot endure this." Nangonyin angrily said, "We have to find him and make this killing demon pay the price in blood." Saying this, how could they find him? There weren't many traces left on the scene. Even the source energy array on the ground was already modeled, making it hard for Chu Tian to tell what it was. The little fox jumped down and sniffed in front of the array. It immediately found something and turned around to gesture at Chu Tian. Chu Tian was a little surprised. "You know who did this?" The little fox forcefully nodded. It took out a long needle from its mouth and held it in its hand, chirping a few times at the needle. "Are these people similar to the ones I met in the Tianma cult's cave?" Chu Tian rubbed his chin and revealed a trace of doubt in his eyes. "Tianma cult?" Chu Tian took out a token from the gourd. If it wasn't for this matter, he would have forgotten about it. This token had been found in a secret branch of the Tianma cult. Chu Tian had studied it for a long time and found that there was a restriction on it, but he didn't know what use it had, so he didn't care about it. Who would have thought that he would meet the remnants of the Tianma cult today? Was this a kind of fate? Chapter 276. The Tianma cult's history was even older than southern Xia's, and it was very strong at its peak. It had once ruled over several large and small kingdoms, and its sphere of influence included most of southern Xia's land, even most of the Warhound Plains. At that time, it was an illustrious heavenly demon warring kingdom. There were 3 types of kingdoms: small kingdoms, large kingdoms, and warring states. The difference between a great country and a warring kingdom was that a great country was relatively stable. The surrounding regions had already formed a balance of power, and it would not rapidly increase its strength in a short period of time. The warring states' kingdom was a large kingdom, and there was no balance of power in the surrounding regions. The warring states' kingdom had overwhelming power, so they could annex the surrounding large and small kingdoms. This was why they were called the warring states' kingdom. Sengoku was full of aggression. More than 1,000 years ago, the heavenly demon kingdom was a sect-style warring kingdom. Traditional countries were inherited by a family. The king was the head of the family and was usually more fixed. Sectarian countries were led by one or a few powerful sect leaders. The king was the leader of the sect, so the king's surname often changed. Both models of countries had their own advantages. Traditional countries were stable, but the person who sat on the throne was not necessarily the most outstanding person. The leader of a sect or country was definitely the strongest person in the sect. However, the disadvantage was that it was easy to cause chaos, and the country was not stable. For the Tianma cult to be able to form the power of the Warring States period, its foundation was naturally very deep. Among them, there were more than a dozen large and small inheritances, and more than a dozen branches were separated from the inside. In order to fight for the position of cult leader, each branch's head venerables naturally fought each other, so there were endless internal conflicts. Secondly, the heavenly demon warring kingdom was a country ruled by demonic cultivators. The people were plunged into misery and suffering. The people had no way to make a living. The various regions could not bear the oppression and revolted one after another. When the heavenly demon warring kingdom reached its peak, it began to completely collapse. However, a centipede would not fall even if it died. Although the heavenly demon warring kingdom quickly collapsed, the Tianma cult continued to hold on for hundreds of years. In the end, under the joint efforts of all parties, the remnants of the Tianma cult were almost completely annihilated. For hundreds of years, no one had heard about the Tianma cult. The little fox should not be mistaken. Those demonic cultivators who massacred the village must be the remnants of the Tianma cult. As soon as Chu Tian pulled the command medallion out of the bottle gourd, his expression flickered. Shockingly, the spell formation designs on the medallion had all been activated. This was a sign that hadn't been there before. Something must have happened. We'll know soon after we capture the demon dweller and interrogate him. Nangong Yun bent down and rubbed the little fox's head. Little fellow, can you find their whereabouts? Isn't this small matter as simple as drinking water for this fox who has remarkable abilities? Whether it was for revenge or to investigate, clearly, he had no choice but to act. Chase! Upon receiving Chu Tian's order, the little fox leaped up and chased after him. The fact that the other party was able to massacre an entire town meant that he was definitely not alone. Otherwise, no matter how high his cultivation was, it was impossible for him to block all the exits at once. If his guess was correct, there were at least 5 or 6 people, and at most, there were more than 10 people. They attacked from different directions at the same time, and only then could they create such a horrifying massacre. There was at least one true soul realm expert in this group. This group of people was not easy to deal with. Chu Tian used the 18 divine bloodying corpses, adding in Nangong Yun and Qin Bingyu. Their battle strength was enough. At dusk, the little fox followed them to a forest. It pointed at the forest with its claws, indicating that those people were hiding there. Go! Chu Tian gave the little fox a look. See how many people they have and how strong they are. Come back and report to me after you've investigated them. The little fox entered the forest. It came out after around 5 minutes. It used its claws to describe the situation. Nangong Yin and Qin Bingyu could not understand, but Chu Tian could understand the little fox's meaning. The Tianma cult has around a dozen people, with 2 of them being in the true soul realm. What's not simple is that the 2 of them are high-level true soul realm experts, reaching the 9th awakened soul layer. They're this strong. Nangong Yin never thought that these demonic cultivators would be this strong. In the southern summer country, a ninth awakened soul layer expert was enough to become an esteemed guest of the three great families, becoming a respected minister. This was when the demonic cultivators had not fully recovered. If they had fully recovered, these two people would not be inferior to the 8 marquises. Currently, they were a bit weaker than Chun Bingyu and Bossu, but in a 2-on-1 situation, Chun Bingyu was not their match. The demonic cultivators had a sinister cultivation technique. Even in a 1-on-1 situation, Chun Bingyu might not be able to escape unscathed. Not to mention that other than the 2 true soul realm experts, the other cultivators were not normal people. They were all in the 5th to 6th awakened soul layer. It's impossible for this kind of strength to be unknown people. Chu Tian speculated, they are not simple people. They could be the Tianma cult's branch leaders. This was the same as the branch leaders they had met before. When the Tianma cult was about to be destroyed, they had found a secret place to lie dormant, only waking up recently. These branch leaders were not weak, but because of their heavy injuries and long hibernation, they were very weak after waking up, so they needed to kill normal people to absorb their blood essence to recover. Nangongyan asked, "How should we fight?" "No need to worry. These people don't count for anything." Chu Tian took out the gourd. "I'll refine a few things first and let them have a good drink." It was already late at night. In the middle of the dark forest, there was a bonfire with several dozen black-robed people sitting around it, roasting a skinned wild deer. A deer leg that had not yet been roasted was torn off. The black-robed people tore at it with their mouths, and fresh blood flowed out. The 2 branch leaders have already recovered 70 to 80% of their cultivations. After taking out a few more villages, the 2 branch leaders will have recovered their strength, and we can meet up with the leader. Then we can go to the headquarters and revive the Scarlet Blood Head Venerate, reviving our Tianma cult. Once the Head Venerate revives, the Scarlet Blood headquarters can make a comeback. The demonic cultivators were all very excited. "Humph, we can't be careless," a black-robed person said in a deep voice. The Scarlet Moon branch had 10 branch leaders lying dormant. Now there are only the 2 of us left. The others have most likely met with misfortune. There's nothing we can do. The other black-robed branch leader said in a hoarse voice, "The sacred religion's dream of the Yellow Springs cultivation technique can make a person enter a false death state. But there is a 50% chance that the body will weaken and die. We were only lucky to wake up, but the side effects of this cultivation technique are too big, and our cultivations have been greatly damaged. Killing people to collect blood essence has attracted the attention of many people. The Southern Summer experts are already investigating us. What is there to worry about? We will meet up with the leader this time. With the 2 of us and the leader, what can the Southern Xia experts do to us? Once we awaken Sir Head Venerate, even if it's the so-called Southern Summer 3 rulers, there will be nothing to fear." "That's right. We have to quickly contact the leader and find the headquarters to revive Sir Head Venerate." "You," a branch leader ordered a young demonic cultivator beside him, "go fetch some water." This cultivator quickly ran to the small stream to fetch water. After everyone ate their fill, they drank a few mouthfuls of water and recovered their spirits. "This place is not far from the headquarters. We must rush to the rendezvous point tomorrow and meet up with Hall Master." The branch leader's words suddenly changed, and his body trembled. He held his chest and said with a face filled with pain, "What is going on? Why do I feel my blood boiling and my essence blood boiling, as if I can't control it?" "Ah, me too. We've been poisoned. This is bad. There's an ambush here." When the Tianma cult members reacted, it was already too late. Suddenly, a cold stream fell from the sky, and the bonfire was instantly extinguished. The ground was covered in a thin layer of frost. The 2 branch leaders turned pale with fright. "Such strong spirit energy. There's an expert." Retreat. When everyone was prepared to retreat, a woman with a full figure suddenly appeared and countless snowflakes fell down. This blood seemed weak and powerless, but it actually contained a strong strength. Bloodstained divine art. A branch leader spat out a mouthful of blood. When the blood splashed down, it immediately melted Chun Bingyu's spirit energy. Chun Bingyu saw that her first wave of attacks had no effect and immediately sent out a palm at the branch leader. The other branch leader charged forward and blocked Chun Bingyu's palm. The palms collided. The branch leader was sent flying into the forest like a kite with its string cut. Wah! He spat out several mouthfuls of blood that released cold air. It was mixed with ice. Chun Bingyu's extremely cold spirit energy had already caused serious injuries to him. This Tianma cult branch leader was not Chun Bingyu's match. Not to mention that he was poisoned by Chu Tian's special poison, and Chun Bingyu was wearing the 9-lion and tiger bracer. Her strength had increased greatly, so it wasn't strange for her to send him flying with a single palm. "Who are you?" The other branch leader glared angrily. Chun Bingyu did not give him any time to recover and sent out a palm at him, sending him flying several meters. 4-5 snowflakes chased after him. "You want to kill us by yourself? I'll let you see the Scarlet Blood Branch's methods." The branch leader was about to use his demonic art to resist, but a snow-white little fox jumped out and forcefully sucked an air at him. The power the branch leader had just condensed was instantly sucked away. What kind of spirit beast was this? The moment the branch leader's demonic art was broken, 4-5 snowflakes hit him, and he was heavily injured. The sky demon cultists were scared silly and hurriedly tried to escape. But just as they entered the forest, they heard the sound of bells. A dozen silent and tall figures rushed out to stop them from escaping. "Go die!" A blazing hammer swept over and smashed into the chest of a sky demon cultist. The high temperature released by Nangong Yin instantly charred the bodies of the Tianma cult members. Nangong Yin's entire body was wrapped in flames, carrying a ridiculously large warhammer. He immediately attacked the second person. "You crazy bastards, die!" Nangong Yin's cultivation was already at the 5th awakened soul layer, and the increase in strength from his source spirit was very large. He could be said to be unrivaled under the true soul realm. Even a low-level true soul cultivator at the 7th awakened soul layer could injure him in a single move, not to mention the fact that he cultivated the starlight immortal body. Even if he faced Chu Xinghe, he still had the strength to fight. Even if the Tianma cult members were at the 6th awakened soul layer, how could they block Nangong Yin? Not to mention, several flaming sword glows flew out. 2 Tianma cult members that tried to sneak attack Nangong Yin were cut down by the Netherworld sword. With the 18 divine bloodine corpses and Chu Tian and Nangong Yin working together, even if these members attacked with all their strength, they would not be able to escape alive. Not to mention that they were poisoned and their strength had been weakened. "You actually dare make a move against my sacred cult? A cult that has been destroyed for many years. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? Not to mention small fries like you," Chu Tian said with a laugh. "Even if it was a branch leader, I've already killed one. Of course, I'll add 2 more tonight." What? The faces of the Tianma cult members fell. Chu Tian did not have time to waste words with them. "Nangong, I'll leave it to you. Immediately take care of them." Nangong Yin's body was covered in flames as he gave a fiendish laugh. He raised his hammer and, like a meteor, wildly attacked the demonic cultivators. A series of explosions came from the forest. Then everything returned to normal. Chapter 277. How could the normal members of the Tianma cult block this? The violent Nangong Yin raised her hammer, and her aura was not inferior to the peerless female devil. She swung her hammer like she was swatting flies, sending them flying one by one. The 2 branch leaders were facing the aggressive Chun Bingyu, but they did not have the strength to fight back at this moment. Just you wait. This hatred will be remembered by this one. A branch leader dodged Qin Bingyu and charged at Chu Tian like a meteor. I want you to die first. This branch leader could see that this young man was not strong, but he had a high status among the three of them. As long as he caught him, this fierce woman would be afraid, and the two of them would have a chance to escape. Starlight, immortal body. Chu Tian's body was instantly covered in starlight. The Tianma cult branch leader slashed out with his claw. You want to block this one with this kind of defense? Break for me. In the end, he was a true soul realm expert. The starlight immortal body instantly dimmed, and Chu Tian was forced back several steps. But what was shocking was that Chu Tian was not injured at all after being hit by a true soul realm expert. The branch leader was also shocked. Because he was poisoned and attacked in a hurry, he could only use 20% of his strength. But this attack was enough to cripple any illustrious soul realm cultivator. But this young man had blocked it? This one doesn't believe it. If you have the skill to block another attack. The Tianma cult branch leader used 40% of his strength to attack again. This time he would shatter the other side's defenses like glass and turn his body into minced meat. Who would have thought that when the palm wind came close, the other side would suddenly take out a silver object? With an ear-piercing sound, a large wave of light bullets flew out like a wild storm. Too close, too sudden. The Tianma cult branch leader did not think that Chu Tian would be able to counterattack, so he did not condense a strong protective spirit energy. Facing this high speed and dense attack, his consciousness was caught off guard and his protective spirit energy was completely torn apart. The violent energy tore open his flesh and he was forced back several steps. His injuries were very serious. What was this? The Tianma cult branch leader was shocked. A raging flame cut. The leader's head was chopped off and he was killed on the spot. At his peak, the branch leader could not compare to the 3 sovereigns, but at the very least he could compare to the 8 marquises, perhaps even a little stronger. In the end, he had died under the hands of an illustrious soul realm expert. He didn't even know what weapon had killed him. He really couldn't die in peace. Chu Tian kicked the headless corpse. An idiot like you wants to plot against father? Be smarter in your next life. On the other side, under Qin Bingyu's fierce attacks, the branch leader began to retreat step by step. Chu Tian raised his source energy spear. A barrage of light bullets swept over. The leader of Tianma cult was shot 7 or 8 times in a row. Although it did not cause any damage, it still made him flustered for a while. Qin Bingyu took the opportunity to flip him over with a palm strike. She raised her hand and was about to kill him with one strike. Chu Tian stopped him. Stop! The leader of Tianma cult looked at the weapon in Chu Tian's hand with a face of fear. What kind of treasure is that? Chu Tian's source energy submachine gun was specially made, using Saint-grade metal. Just the cost alone was enough to scare people to death, so it was very strong. It was enough to easily kill an illustrious soul realm expert, and it even had an effect on a true soul realm expert. Now is not the time to be curious. Chu Tian walked in front of the Tianma cult's leader and pointed the hot muzzle at his head. Whatever I ask you, you will answer. If you don't answer me, or try to fool me, Father will blow up your head. You're going to die anyway. Do it, as long as you honestly answer my questions. Chu Tian softly said, I won't kill you. The leader had a suspicious look on his face. Why should this one believe you? Pung pung. Chu Tian shot the leader's legs twice, making him cry out in pain. I can take your life at any time, so you have to believe me. All right, what do you want to know? Where are you prepared to go? We'll first meet up with the leader, and then we'll go to the Scarlet Blood headquarters together. We'll awaken the Scarlet Blood branch's head venerate and have the head venerate recover our strength, reviving the heavenly demon cult. That head venerate can recover all of your strength. The Scarlet Blood Branch's blood chalice is in the headquarters. That item can quickly recover our strength. Why hasn't the Scarlet Blood Head Venerate come to find you? The Tianma cult's forbidden technique, Dream of the Yellow Springs, can make a person fake their death. The deeper their cultivation, the deeper they will sleep. We woke up 2-3 months ago. The leader has just woken up, and the Head Venerate is still sleeping, so we have to personally wake him up. Chu Tian pointed at the demonic cultivator's corpse on the ground. What happened to these people? It can't be that they faked their deaths and revived. When the Tianma cult was destroyed, they left behind their inheritance. These are the descendants of the Tianma cult's inheritance. They aren't official Tianma cult members. A large sect like the Tianma cult definitely had more than one inheritance. The Scarlet Blood Branch was one of the many inheritances, mainly cultivating the Great Scarlet Blood Technique. This was a cultivation technique that absorbed other people's essence blood for one's own use. The two branch lords' auras were similar to the Black Wind strongholds because they came from the same branch and cultivated the same cultivation technique. The Head Venerate that was still sleeping in the Scarlet Blood Branch should be the leader of the Scarlet Blood Branch. If the branch lords were this strong, then the leader's cultivation base would be even higher. As for the Head Venerate, he really didn't dare imagine it. At his peak, he wouldn't be weaker than the 3 rulers, maybe even stronger. As long as you don't kill me, I'll introduce you to Sir Head Venerate. The holy cult needs people. Sir Head Venerate will definitely use you. Chu Tian gave a cold smile. Chun Bingyu walked in front of the branch lord. When the Tianma cult's branch lord felt a strong killing intent, he immediately shouted out in panic, "You promised not to kill me." Demonic cultivators believe the promises of others? Chu Tian gave a laugh. Moreover, I promised not to kill you, but that doesn't mean I won't let others not kill you. The branch lord didn't even have time to beg for mercy. Chun Bingyu killed him with a single palm. Good. Nangong Yun gave a laugh. Good kill. Very satisfying. These demonic cultivators roamed the border between Song State and the Imperial region. It was unknown how many innocent civilians they had killed. Now that they had died this easily, it was too easy. If they had fallen into this old lady's hands, they would have had a taste of my methods. Chu Tian said to the two of them, "Go find something valuable." The little fox was the first to enter a person's clothes. Chu Tian quickly rushed over and grabbed the big tail, lifting it upside down from the inside. The little fox's mouth held a jade bottle in its mouth. There was a strong blood aura coming from it. Chu Tian reached out a hand to the little fox and said in an unquestionable voice, "Give it to me." The little fox held the jade bottle in its mouth, and its 2 jet-black eyes looked around a few times. It sniffed it with its nose and then opened its mouth. It used its 2 little claws to catch it and gave it to Chu Tian, looking very obedient. Nangong Yin said in a surprised voice, "When did it become this obedient?" "It's most likely because it has limited energy, so it can't fill its stomach." Chu Tian didn't know the little fox's nature. If this thing was a treasure, it would have already filled its pockets. How could it hand it over? The little fox understood Chu Tian. At most, it would just suffer a spanking. Chu Tian opened the little jade bottle and suddenly smelled a pungent smell of blood. "What is this?" "It's actually this smelly. I'm about to vomit." Nangong Yin revealed a nauseous appearance. "This thing is a blood pill condensed from blood essence. Back in the Black Wind strongholds, Tianma cult branch, I also found something similar. These Scarlet Blood Branch members cultivate a demonic art, so most of them need human blood essence to recover their strength. These 2 branch leaders should be collecting this thing to recover their strength. Then is this thing useful? This thing's killing intent is too strong. It's useless to us. Chu Tian placed it in the gourd, but it is very useful for refining corpses. We just happen to be lacking this kind of material. I found a book. Nangong Yin found an old sheepskin scroll. This was a map of the Tianma cult's Scarlet Blood Branch. The Scarlet Blood Branch, the branch, and the secret altar were clearly marked on it. The Scarlet Blood Branch is in the Scarlet Swamp. Nangong Yin marked the location of the headquarters on the map. The Scarlet Swamp is the largest swamp in the southern Summer Kingdom. It is filled with poisonous creatures and fierce beasts. It is a barren land. Chun Bingyu silently handed over a booklet. This book was found on the body of the Tianma cult's branch leader. This seems to be an illustrated book. Chu Tian looked over the book and his eyes slightly moved. This is interesting. Let me take a look. Nangong Yin put her arm around Chu Tian's shoulder and looked over a few times. What is with these strange symbols? Chu Tian replied, It's a communication signal. Communication signal? Nangong Yin thought of something. You're saying that the Tianma cult uses this signal to communicate? In other words, if we obtain this signal, we can contact the other members of the Tianma cult and even that leader? That's right. Then what's behind this? Nangong Yin watched as Chu Tian flipped through the book. Other than the strange Tianma cult secret techniques, there were also many pictures and information. It seemed like it was introducing a few sacred weapons of the Tianma cult. Among them was a simple and ancient sacred grail, blood chalice, the supreme sacred object of the Scarlet Blood Branch. It can collect the blood of all living beings and refine it into true blood or turn it into an endless source of energy. The Scarlet Blood Branch members have the chalice, and their spirit energy is unlimited. Their injuries are instantly healed and their cultivation increases, making them invincible. This thing is the blood chalice these demons are talking about? It should be. True blood was a very precious material. Only the difficulty of refining it was very high. The advantage of the blood chalice was that it could automatically collect the blood of all living beings and convert it to the Scarlet Blood Branch demonic cultivators. This was equal to having an endless source of precious materials. This item was a priceless treasure to them. This blood chalice did not directly increase Chu Tian's cultivation, but it was still a pretty good material gathering tool. Chu Tian's divine blood was enough to refine a strong divine blood Yin corpse, but the divine blood Yin corpse's blood energy was too weak and could not digest too much spiritual god's energy. If he could obtain this blood chalice and obtain an endless source of materials, it would be much easier to strengthen the Yin corpses. The headquarters is in the Scarlet Swamp and can only be entered with a Scarlet Blood token. Chu Tian said to the two of them, each branch leader should have a Scarlet Blood token. You guys can take a look. I found it. This token was the same as the one found in the Black Wind stronghold. The three of them each had a token. They had a map and a token, and they just happened to run into this matter. How could they miss it? The few of them searched the place carefully again. Chu Tian found a diary on the disciple's body. It mainly recorded the cultivation process and experiences. This demonic cultivator was born in a family in Tsang State City. His family had been cultivating demonic arts for generations, but no one knew that they were related to the Tianma cult. When he learned that the Scarlet Blood Branch had come to southern Xia, this youth immediately thought of going there. As long as the Tianma cult could rise again, southern Xia did not count for anything. It was a pity that this was a crooked path. The Tianma cult at its peak had already been destroyed, so what kind of storm could it raise now? We can't stay here for long, let's go. Chu Tian casually put it into the gourd. We'll go around and directly go to the Scarlet Swamp. Chapter 278. While Chu Tian was traveling, he flipped through the branch master's handbook and the demonic cultivator's diary, gaining some understanding of the scarlet blood. The Tianma cult was comparable to the Warring States. Although the Scarlet Blood Branch was a branch, it still had a very deep background. There were 600,000 Scarlet Blood disciples at their peak, with a branch master for every 20,000 people and a leader for every 300,000 people. This meant that there were 30 branch masters and 2 leaders, with a scarlet blood head venerate overseeing them. This kind of power was too terrifying. A normal branch master was stronger than the 8 marquises at their peak, and the leaders had reached the level of the 3 rulers. The scarlet blood head venerate's strength at its peak was definitely above the Southern Summer 3 rulers, even far surpassing them. It was not inferior to the hellfire demons that invaded Thunder State. Shocking. At least to Qin Bingyu and Nangongyin, it was too shocking. Of the many inheritances of the Tianma cult, the scarlet blood inheritance was just one of them. It might not be one of the top inheritances, but it already had the power to suppress Southern Xia. What kind of giant was the heavenly demon warring kingdom in the past? They really did not know how this kind of power was destroyed. When the Scarlet Blood headquarters was destroyed, most of the elites were killed. 10 branch masters, 1 leader, and the head venerate escaped. At that time, the situation was already lost, and it was impossible for them to make a comeback. The head venerate decided to hide and use a forbidden technique to fake his death. He would travel several hundred years in the future and wait for a chance to make a comeback. Of the 10 branch masters, at least 3 had died under Chu Tian's hands. The other 7's situation was unknown. Because the secret technique had a high risk, the lower one's strength and spirit energy, the higher the chance of death. The other branch masters had most likely died in their sleep. The Scarlet Blood leader had already awakened and was on his way to the headquarters. As for the head venerate, his strength was this shocking, he wouldn't be so unlucky as to die. Perhaps the Tianma cult had fallen. In the end, they had a glorious past. Chu Tian had a pass, so if he didn't make a trip, how could he be satisfied? Not to mention that if a fellow like the Scarlet Blood head venerate came out, it would be a large threat to Southern Xia. It wasn't that Chu Tian was patriotic, but the revival of the Tianma cult would definitely touch miracle commerce. This was something he didn't want to see, so he had to stop the demon from coming into being. After a few days and nights of traveling, the trio arrived at a place called Scarlet Swamp Town. The population of this small town was rather large, no less than 100,000 people. The buildings along the streets were very simple and crude. The ground was also extremely muddy. The townspeople, be it adults or children, were all like mud monkeys. There was no other way. Who let the small town in the shape of the swamp? There's mud all the way. Sitting in the hotel, Nangongyin immediately took off her high-waisted leather boots and poured out a stream of dirty water. Damn, the inside of the boots is filled with water. This old lady's feet are almost rotten. Chu Tian couldn't help but take another look. Nangongyin did not have Meng Qingwu's devilish long legs, but her pair of legs were still very slender, basically in line with the golden ratio. Snow white and slender, the shape of her legs was well proportioned and beautiful. Coupled with her perfectly round and perky buttocks, it was bound to have a hot and sexy style. The small town is at the edge of the Scarlet Swamp, and the Scarlet Swamp is the swamp of the Tsang State grasslands. It is also the largest swamp in southern Xia, so of course there is no flat road. Chu Tian said this before adding, "We'll be entering the Scarlet Swamp next, so let's have a good rest first. The road for the next few days won't be easy." The 18 divine blood Yin corpses were already half made of mud. Chu Tian washed them once and brought over several large barrels. He engraved the refining array and poured in the essence blood materials, placing them inside to directly refine them. The divine blood Yin corpses could not help much in the Scarlet Swamp. It was better to use the time they had and properly refine them. He had obtained the materials from the branch lords. Nangongyin put on her boots again and walked to the window. Opening the curtains, she said, "The Scarlet Swamp is filled with a fatal poison mist. How could there be people living in this kind of place?" Although the town is small, it is rich in products. The special products of the swamp can't be found anywhere else. If they can be sold for a good price, naturally it will attract people. "I've found something." Qin Bingyu walked into the room and coldly said, "Come and take a look." The two of them followed Qin Bingyu out of the hotel. They saw that on the walls of the Scarlet Swamp Town, there was a black symbol imprinted on it. This symbol looked very ordinary, and normal people would think it was just graffiti. But in the eyes of the three of them, the meaning of the symbol was not simple. Nan Gongyin hesitated and asked with a bit of uncertainty, "This is—" "That's right. It's the communication signal of the Tianma cult." Chu Tian had been reading the manual the entire time and had already memorized the signals, so he could give a definite answer. The Scarlet Blood Leader has already arrived in Scarlet Swamp Town and is currently in Scarlet Swamp Town. Nan Gongyin instantly felt a chill run down her spine. It can't be. How could that fellow come so quickly? Chu Tian did not even have time to say anything before the townsfolk on the street cried out in alarm. The swamp lizard beast carriages that were transporting the goods went out of control, crazily charging through the streets, creating a lot of mud and injuring several townsfolk. The streets were instantly thrown into chaos. The three of them simultaneously felt a powerful and fierce aura coming from the west side of the town. It was this aura's interference that frightened the beast carriages in the town, instantly causing chaos. A powerful demon beast is coming. As soon as he finished, a giant demon beast flew over at a low altitude. Under the shadow of its giant wings, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. Whether it was the humans or the beast carriages, they were all frightened and hid to the side. The swamp lizards all prostrated on the ground, shivering and not daring to move. This magical beast's appearance was extremely ferocious. It was about 8 meters long and had no feathers. Its entire body was smooth, and its brown skin was extremely rough. It gave off a tough feeling, and when its huge wings spread open, sharp bones could clearly be seen. At the end of its huge tail was a green arrowhead-shaped object. Wherever it passed, it would leave a faint green trail. Chu Tian said in a shocked voice, "Dual-winged poison dragon." The dual-winged poison dragon was not a true dragon, but it was a high-class level 2 poison attributed demon beast. The griffins that the Royal Knights of Southern Xia were equipped with were only low-class level 2 demon beasts. But they still cost over 30 million gold coins each, because the price of a flying demon beast was double that of a land demon beast. This demon beast's strength had already reached the level of a true soul realm expert. Demon beasts were blessed by the heavens, and normal true soul realm experts might not be able to fight against them. This was not something that could be measured by price. At least in a small place like Southern Xia, you could not buy one even if you had money. An arrogant, purple-armored, middle-aged man holding a slender spear, and his body was covered in a strong aura. He was currently standing on the back of the dual-winged poison dragon without any reins or anything, just like he was nailed to the back of the dual-winged poison dragon. Chun Bingyu said in a low voice, "This is the winged dragon, General Wang Tu." Chu Tian asked in a surprised voice, "You recognize him?" "There is only one general in Southern Xia that has a dual-winged poison dragon mount." Chan Bingyu knit her brows and hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "This person is the Vice General and Vanguard of the Imperial City's advance army, the Battle Dragon Army. Because he has fought against the Warhounds for a long time in the Warhounds Plains, he has a great reputation in the country." Wang Tu's eyes slightly narrowed, and he suddenly looked in a direction. There was a sharp whistle coming from that direction. A completely golden object that looked like a palanquin was quickly flying over. It was like a meteor as it scattered flames everywhere it went. Flowing flame palanquin. This was a special transportation tool that was forged using artifact forging techniques. It was engraved with a set of propulsion system, and when the user poured their spirit energy into the palanquin would be activated, giving it the ability to fly. This was clearly a secret treasure. The palanquin was made from a saint-grade metal, and just the material itself was priceless. There was no need to mention the source energy array on it, which was a lost technique of the ancient heaven race. The flowing flame palanquin is a treasure of the Nangong family. Chuan Bingyu tightly knit her brows and said, This person is a person from the Nangong family, and he is not a normal person. The famous winged dragon, General Wang Tuesday, seeing you today. You really are elegant. A feminine male voice came from the flowing flame palanquin. This one is Sua Shao. It's actually a minister of the Nangong family. Wang Tu's eyes revealed a trace of dread. I never thought that a trivial evil cult would actually attract the attention of the Nangong family. Sua Shao softly said, "Why didn't the famous flying dragon, General, come? The young commander is far away on the plains, threatening the Warhounds tribes. If he personally came, do you think you would still have a chance?" Wang Tu gave a few loud laughs. "But since we've coincidentally met, how about we cooperate?" "Why should I cooperate with you?" "I've just received information that a portion of the Scarlet Blood token is in the hands of the Warhounds Plains and has been obtained by the Warhounds tribe. In other words, there is a high chance that there will be Warhounds tribe experts in this operation. If you and I meet the Warhounds tribe experts alone, we won't have any chance of winning, so we can only cooperate." Warhounds tribe? In the southern summer mirror, the Warhounds tribe dares to come here? It's up to you whether you believe it or not. This Nangong family minister thought about it for a bit. If the Warhounds tribe really interfered, then this matter would become complicated. Moreover, according to the information he had received, the remnants of the Tianma cult would also participate. A normal branch leader was already hard to deal with, and there was even a leader-level character among them. This was not a small matter. "All right, I'll cooperate with you." The two of them reached an agreement of cooperation. Chu Tian's group of three tightly knit their brows. This situation suddenly became complicated. The Tianma cult's leader strength was outstanding, and he was currently in the small town. Now there were two experts that were not inferior to Qin Bingyu cooperating. Other than that, there were also mysterious Warhounds experts. Their strength was unknown, but they were not below Chen Bingyu's. This Scarlet Blood treasure hunt would not be easy. "Boss, what do you think?" "I knew that it wouldn't be this good. Since the treasure has appeared, it won't just be us who covets it." Chu Tian rubbed his chin, and a faint glow appeared in his dark eyes. "From the current situation, if we meet them, we won't have any advantage at all." Chu Tian, Nangongyin, and Chun Bingyu were in the middle. Chun Bingyu was the only high-level true soul realm cultivator. Chu Tian and Nangongyin were only in the fifth awakened soul layer. Even if their battle strength was extraordinary, it was impossible for them to participate in this kind of battle. It would be hard for them to compete with either side. Other than that, whether it was the Southern Xia experts or the Warhounds tribe experts, since they had come to search for the treasure, they must have studied the Scarlet Moon headquarters for a long time and made ample preparations. As for the Tianma cult's leader, there was no need to say. Not only did Chu Tian not have any advantage in strength, this matter had happened by accident, and he had not made any preparations at all. Rushing over to join in the fun was not a rational thing to do. "I have an idea." Chu Tian's heart slightly skipped a beat. "This idea sounds a bit crazy, but it will save us quite a bit of effort." Nangong Yen's eyes lit up. "Then let's hear it." Chu Tian simply explained the plan he had just thought of. "You're simply crazy." Nangong Yen thought she was very bold, but she was still scared out of her wits. This is pulling chestnuts out of the fire. We're done for if we fail. Chun Bingyu's calm face revealed a trace of shock. Only Chu Tian could think of this kind of bold and crazy plan. "No need to worry. The little fox can summon the hellfire demon one last time, and I'm not a vegetarian. As long as we're a bit careful. Even if the plan fails, we can still retreat." "Have you really thought about it?" "Don't waste time and immediately prepare. I need some materials, so quickly buy them for me, especially for spiritual energy. If we wait any longer, it will be too late." Chen Bingyu and Nangongyin looked at each other in blank dismay and finally gave a helpless sigh. Who told Chu Tian to be the boss? Chapter 279. At night, When Scarlet Swamp Town was shrouded in a hazy mist, the townspeople who returned late returned home with the harvest of a day's hard work. Bundles of tough reeds, lotus root-like herbs, or strange insects and herbs. These were the resources they relied on to make a living. A figure covered in blood rushed through the small town, running on the muddy road in a very sorry state. He rolled and crawled, his body covered in mud, as he finally arrived in front of an abandoned warehouse. The young man's appearance was very cold. He could be considered handsome, but because there were several fierce scars on his face, he looked a bit fierce. It was clear he was not a good person. The young man looked at the blue boulder to the side. When he saw the strange black mark on it, he revealed a look of joy as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "This is great!" A certain rhythm was beating against the old wooden door. Creak! The wooden door was pulled open by an invisible power. Suddenly, a gust of fishy wind blew out from inside. A hoarse and cold voice entered his ears. "Come in!" In the middle of the abandoned warehouse sat a skinny old woman. Her sparse hair was almost all gone, and her 10 fingers were scarlet and sharp. Her eyes were protruding and bloodshot. She looked like a monster that was neither human nor ghost. Her entire body was wrapped in a layer of blood-red mist, and a powerful and dangerous aura emanated from her body. Beside her was a black-clothed large man holding a blade. He had a leopard's head, tiger's eyes, and a messy beard. He had the appearance of a fierce man. There were also 2 black-clothed people standing there. They had fierce expressions and were covered in killing intent. It was obvious they had cultivated a demonic cultivation technique. Strange. The large man was stunned when he saw the young man. "Why is it only you?" The young man fell to the ground. "The 2 branch lords were killed on the road." The old woman knelt down. "What did you say? The branch lords have deep cultivations. How could they be killed?" The large man coldly said, "If they were killed, how did you survive?" "When we spent the night in the forest, the branch lords sent me to hunt some prey. When we were about to return, I suddenly heard a fight in the forest. Those people had deep cultivations, and I had no way of dealing with them. In the end, the 2 branch lords were killed, and I risked my life to take back a scarlet blood token." While he was speaking, the young man took out a token. "This really is the scarlet blood token." The large man's eyes flashed with greed and cruelty. The scarlet blood token was the ticket to enter the headquarters. The large man did not have a scarlet blood token, but the leader already had one, so this scarlet blood token would most likely be given to someone else. "You're such a shameless bastard." The burly man's face was filled with ferocity as he rebuked. "The branch leader is in danger, yet you are still alive. You are simply the scum of our sect." It was just a casual remark. Who didn't know the style of demonic cultivators? Only profit was above all else, and they were cruel and tyrannical. It was common for people of the same sect to kill each other. How could there be such a mess of restrictions? The ugly old woman slowly opened her eyes and stared at the young man with murky eyes. "What's your name?" "I am Lung Fong. I am—" Before he could finish his words, that withered hand directly grabbed his neck and forcibly lifted him up from the ground. The old woman's attack was so quick that no one present could see it clearly. The young man exclaimed, "Lord Hallmaster, you can escape death with such a weak cultivation base." The old woman's voice was as unpleasant as if sand had been rubbed into it. She absolutely did not believe that this person could escape alive after the 2 branch lords had been killed. He was either a spy in disguise, or he had been deliberately let go to lure out the other members of the Heavenly Devil cult. "Speak. How did you get here?" The blood in the young man's body began to boil, as if it could be ignited at any moment. The old woman's strength was deep, and her methods were very cruel. Under her aura, even a normal true soul realm cultivator would lose their mind, not to mention an illustrious soul realm cultivator. This little one is a descendant of Tsang State's Lung family. My ancestors have received the favor of the Tianma cult and have been passed down for several generations, waiting for the day the sacred cult reopens. If you don't believe me, you can investigate, the young man said with a face filled with pain. As for the branch leaders being killed, this little one was lucky to escape. If Sir does not believe me, this little one has nothing to say. Song states Lung family? He did have a bit of an impression. The old woman stared at the young man. Even under the strong pressure, his body temperature, heartbeat, expression, and even his pupils did not have any abnormal reactions. She couldn't help believing him a bit. Go take a look outside. The large man flew out of the warehouse like lightning. Search his body. The two of them searched the young man's body, only finding a treasure sword, a manual, and a diary. When the Tianma cult's disciples gave the things to the old woman inspected them one by one. The treasure sword was filled with a bloody aura and was a rare top-grade soul equipment. Moreover, its attribute was very close to the scarlet blood branches. Normal cultivators would not use a weapon with such a heavy blood aura because this kind of weapon could easily backfire on its master. It was very similar to the style of the Tianma cult's scarlet blood branch demonic cultivators. The manual was also something from the Tianma cult, and the diary was a detailed record of this cultivator named Lungfeng. It was a record of his experiences in the inheritance and cultivation process. The large man had already returned, reporting to the leader, "There is nothing strange." The old woman slowly withdrew her aura. "It seems like you really are a disciple of the sacred cult. To be able to escape from that kind of environment, you must have some skills." The young man quickly, humbly said, "This little one has admired the sacred cult's techniques since he was young, but it's a pity that he has only learned a few fragments. I hope that the leader can accept this little one and allow this little one to officially join the sacred cult. There's an extra token." The old woman did not care about the young man and kicked the token away. The scarlet blood token rolled in front of the young man, and a cold voice rang out. "Since it's like this one can bring one person to the headquarters to see the head venerate. As for this person, you can choose them yourselves." After saying this, the old woman's eyes flashed with a cruel light. When the large man heard this, his eyes filled with killing intent. The long blade was like a blood flood dragon that instantly pierced through the body of the person next to him, directly turning their chest to dust. When the long blade was pulled out, it brought a wave of blood as it fiercely slashed at his companion on the other side. There were not many normal disciples of the Tianma cult. The large man used his blade to kill one person, but it would not be easy to kill a second person. Blood barrier. That person's spirit energy surged out and condensed into a giant barrier. When the blood wave blade slashed onto the barrier, it instantly shattered the barrier. This person was forced back a step, and his face turned red as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. This was not blood spat out from being shaken, but rather a secret technique to force out blood essence. Large amounts of spirit energy had been mixed into it, making each drop of blood a fatal hidden weapon. This large mouthful of blood was spat out at the same time. At such a close distance, it was enough to create a powerful force that sent the large man flying. Blood-cursed sword. This person quickly formed several seals, and the blood beads stopped in the air. Finally, they condensed together, forming a treasure sword made of blood that was covered in runes. Quick! The blood sword turned into a stream of light that was like a poisonous snake as it quickly stabbed at the large man's chest. The burly man raised his head to the sky and let out a long and loud roar. Demonic energy started to swirl around his body, and his skin turned pitch black. A large number of magic symbols started to crawl all over his body like tattoos. The burly man's aura suddenly increased by several times. That person's expression fell. Heavenly demonic art! This demonic art could increase one's battle strength by a large amount, but it had a strong side effect. This side effect would not appear in a short period of time, but it would gradually consume one's potential. Over time, there would be an irreversible effect, so unless it was a life or death situation, they would not easily use it. The large man's demonic art increased his strength by several times, and he sent the blood-cursed sword flying with a single slash. The dark red saber radiance suddenly chopped down at the person's head with the force of breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Wait, I don't want the scarlet blood token anymore. The large man acted like he did not hear him at all. The blade glow swept out and tore apart his body, turning him into a pile of minced meat. Z-E-Z. The old woman gave a few strange laughs, seeing the cult kill each other in front of her. Not only was she not angry, she said, "Ruthless and decisive, you are a promising talent. Many thanks for the hall master's praise." The large man's body was covered in dense demonic chi, making him look like a terrifying demon god. When he heard the hall master's praise, he couldn't help revealing a look of wild joy. Then he turned to look at the young man and said with a fierce smile, "Many thanks for giving me the scarlet blood token and giving me this good fortune. Relax, I will make my move quickly so you won't feel any pain." This good fortune is very important. Who would have thought that at this time the weak young man would slowly stand up and pick up the treasure sword on the ground? His eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. "Forgive me, but I cannot give it away." "Ha ha ha! Give it away." The large man wildly laughed. "You should worry about your little life first." The cold young man softly said, "You think you can beat me?" The large man was a bit stunned, and the old woman revealed a strange look. This young man was only in the 5th awakened soul layer, but the large man was in the 6th awakened soul layer. Not to mention the fact that the large man's heavenly demonic art was very high, so his battle strength was very strong. Even if he fought against 2 demonic cultivators of the same level, he could easily win. This was not simple at all. Demonic cultivators were different from normal cultivators. The cultivation techniques of demonic cultivators were extremely cruel. So, compared to normal cultivators, demonic cultivators were much stronger. A trivial 5th awakened soul layer and an injured demonic cultivator actually dared to challenge a powerful 6th awakened soul layer demonic cultivator? "I've changed my mind." The large man coldly stepped forward. "I've decided to properly torture you and make you regret your stupidity." The young man did not say anything and slowly raised his treasure sword. With one hand holding the sword hilt, the scarlet red blade was slowly pulled out and a strong blood aura filled the area. "Die." The large man dragged out a scarlet red blade glow as he slashed at the young man. "Sword!" The young man gave a loud shout as his spirit energy wildly surged out, releasing a sword source spirit. When this source spirit was released, it suddenly released an incomparably strong aura. It was like a god had descended, filled with majesty and power. God level source spirit? This was a source spirit close to the god level. Whether it was the large man or the old woman, they were both shocked. With this kind of source spirit, they were destined to be super geniuses. They could easily sweep across people of the same level and could even easily jump levels to fight. Their future prospects were limitless. No one would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable fellow would actually possess a god-level origin soul. No wonder he was able to escape alive. The blood-red treasure sword was completely unsheathed. The young man was covered in a blood mist. He turned into a blood-red blade glow and instantly flew through the air. The moment the sword and blade collided, "Pa!" a clear breaking sound rang out. The treasure sword was cut in half. The young man fell to the ground and then collapsed as if he had collapsed. The large man on the other side fell to the ground and his head rolled to the door of the warehouse. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This was the power of a god-level source spirit? So strong. The young man pointed the sword at his body and turned to bow to the old woman, Leader, He did not even finish speaking. You were acting quite well just now. The old woman's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and her killing intent filled the air. You almost tricked me. But do you really think this one is so blind that I can't even tell if you are from Tiamat cult or not? Chapter 280. The young man faced the sky-filled killing intent, and he couldn't help taking several steps back. The two branch lords had been awake for around 2 months and had killed large amounts of innocent people to collect their blood essence to recover to the 9th awakened soul layer. This leader had also been in hiding for several hundred years, but she had only been awake for a few days. Her strength was above the branch lords, reaching the peak 9th awakened soul layer. The difference was so big that it could be seen. This person's current strength was not inferior to the southern summer 8 marquises. He was even a bit stronger. The Tiamat cult was truly terrifying. The young man was Chu Tian in disguise, but he was confident that there was no problem with his disguise. This was one of the demonic cultivators that had been killed in the forest. Chu Tian had read through the cultivation logs and finally changed his appearance. In order to make himself look more like a demonic cultivator, Chu Tian had changed the Netherworld sword to the blood-drinking sword. The blood-drinking sword was Central State's Chu Shi's weapon, and now it had become Chu Tian's spoils of war. The blood-drinking sword had the effect of sucking a person's blood essence and tainting their weapon. It was the same as the Scarlet Blood's demonic cultivation technique. Chu Tian believed that he would not be exposed, and the leader was just trying to trick him. Since it was like this, why not beat her at her own game and use a few tricks to make her trust him more? I don't understand leader's meaning. You think you can kill the 2 branch lords and disguise yourself as a Tiamat cult disciple to sneak in? The old woman's killing intent became stronger, and her 5 blood-red nails were covered in a layer of energy. You're using this sword to disguise yourself and make your cultivation technique look like the sacred cult's demonic cultivation technique? This kind of laughable trick. You think you can trick me? This little one is not an official member of the sacred cult, and the cultivation technique I practice is limited. So naturally, I cannot use the Scarlet Blood Branch's secret techniques. The young man anxiously said, But this little one does not dare trick the leader. I ask the leader to understand. How can I believe you? Chu Tian pretended to be determined and said through gritted teeth, As long as the leader is willing to train this little one after the sacred cult rises, I am willing to sign a master and servant contract with the leader and follow the leader for my entire life. The old woman was shocked. She was just tricking Chu Tian. She did not believe that this person was a spy. First of all, there was no problem with this person's identity. Secondly, his strength was not strong, so he could not threaten her at all. The most important thing was that this person had a strong source spirit. No matter where he went, he would be a highly valued super genius. What kind of power would use this kind of person as bait and let him fall into such a dangerous situation? This was completely unnecessary. Who would have thought that a simple scam would lead to a special reward? This guy had a lot of room for growth. Now that the Saint Church was about to rise, if she could nurture a person well and help him reach a high position, it would definitely be very beneficial to her. Since you have such loyalty, the old woman slowly withdrew her aura. Then I will give you this opportunity. Sign the spiritual contract. Yes. Chu Tian divided a portion of his spirit and sealed it into the contract. This contract was personally held by the old woman. From now on, the young man's life was firmly in the hands of the old woman. The old woman was very satisfied with this result. The rise of the Holy Church was a time of need. Recruiting a talent with great potential was a contribution to the Holy Church, and it could also establish their position in the Holy Church in the future. This seat is called Old Woman Shur-Xan. After the old woman Shur-Xan received the contract, her attitude became much more gentle. After all, the other side's life was in her hands, so there was no reason not to believe in the other side. The headquarters is about to open, and we will personally awaken the head venerate. We will definitely be rewarded by the head venerate. This is a good chance. I hope you can grasp it. Yes. Many thanks for the leader's promotion. Take these 2 bottles of pills. One of them can be used to defend against the miasma, and the other can be used to heal injuries. Old woman Shir-Xan threw 2 bottles of pills over. The Scarlet Blood Temple's barrier has already stabilized, so we need to prepare to leave in 2 days. You need to recover as soon as possible. Chu Tian held the jade bottles as he left the warehouse. His lips curled into a cold smile of ridicule. This old fellow must think that she had already eaten him, right? But she didn't know that everything was under her control. Chu Tian's plan was very simple. Since he was weaker than them, he would borrow their strength. The War Hound's experts were very strong. The Southern Summer experts were very strong. And the Tianma cult's leader, old woman Shir-Xan, was not weak either. When the strong fought, there would be injuries, and Chu Tian could take advantage of this. A small and cute little white fox came out of a hole in the corner. It shook off the dirt on its body and immediately jumped into Chu Tian's chest, spitting out a pill from its mouth. You want to bind me with a profound contract? What a joke! If a spiritual contract could bind Master Chu Tian. Chu Tian was still Meng Yingying's little slave. How could it be this old and ugly fellow's turn? Chu Tian swallowed the prepared materials and immediately began to refine and repair his spiritual energy. He was completely safe now. Chu Tian opened the pill the old woman gave him and smelled it, revealing a cold smile of ridicule. Sure enough, this pill was mixed with a slow poison. If Chu Tian took it, he would be poisoned. This poison had a long incubation period, but other than the person who made it, there was no cure. Every once in a while, there would be a sharp pain like being bitten by 10,000 ants. The cruel, demonic cultivators liked to use underhanded methods to control their subordinates. So, a spiritual contract was not enough. A contract could only control life and death. So they needed a way to make people obediently listen to their orders without killing them. Using medicine to control them was the best choice. Old thing, I'll let you be proud for a while. Chu Tian gave the pill to the little fox. Be more alert for the next few days. Don't let that old thief find you. The little fox threw a pill high into the air and swallowed it when it fell. It chewed on the poison pill like it was eating a jelly bean while making a gesture to Chu Tian that there was no problem. Do I need to repeat the plan? Gee, are you doubting this fox's intelligence? It was nothing more than creating clues along the way, letting the imperial city, the War Hound's tribe, and the old woman come into conflict, letting them kill each other. How hard was this kind of small matter? The little fox did not have any skills, but its ability to escape was first class, not to mention old woman Shir-Xan. Even the 3 rulers of the southern summer country could not catch the little fox. So giving this matter to the little fox was basically a foolproof plan. Chu Tian's injuries looked very serious, but most of them were just a disguise. He recovered very quickly, recovering to his original state in a single night. Let's go. Old woman Shir-Xan brought Chu Tian away from the Scarlet Swamp town, heading in the direction of the Scarlet Swamp. The Scarlet Swamp was a very large swamp. The swamp was several hundred meters deep, and there were swamp creatures living in the swamp. Therefore, once one fell into the swamp, they could forget about climbing out. The other fatal part of the Scarlet Swamp was the air. The main plant in the swamp was a thing called the scarlet algae. This thing was widely distributed in the Scarlet Swamp, and it wildly grew by absorbing the poisonous substances in the swamp. During the reproduction process, it would release a poisonous substance. This poisonous substance did not scatter and was hard to break down by the environment, so it formed a miasma over time. Now, the entire Scarlet Swamp was covered in this poisonous miasma. Non-awakened soul cultivators would be poisoned in less than an hour. They would become mad, easily angered, hallucinate, and finally die from madness. Even for awakened soul cultivators and above, If they did not have any protective measures, they would find it hard to stay in the depths of the swamp. This was because the deeper one went into the scarlet swamp, the thicker the poisonous mist was. As for normal people, they did not even dare approach the edge of the swamp. Chu Tian walked into the swamp. In his mind, this place should be a barren land. However, when he looked over, he was shocked to find that the scarlet swamp was different from what he imagined. The entire swamp was a bright red color. This was the color of the scarlet algae. It was a bright red that was very eye-catching. As far as the eye could see, it was like a bright red ocean. The swamp seemed to contain some kind of energy, so it moved and churned in a certain pattern. It was actually able to form a spectacular scene like the ebb and flow of tides. Old woman Sher Eksan walked in front. The poisonous water in the swamp is very corrosive. If you accidentally fall in, your entire body will be corroded, so be careful if you don't want to die. Chu Tian quickly, respectfully said, "Yes, yes." Old woman Sher Eksan's skinny and short body jumped up. Her toes stepped on some floating objects, and she instantly passed through several hundred meters of the swamp. Gulu gulu! Large amounts of bubbles appeared in the swamp. Large amounts of poison condensed into a column of air, shooting out from the swamp. Even if it was a piece of steel, it would be instantly corroded. Then, more than a dozen godly creatures that looked like toads emerged from the mud. Red algae and dark green mud flowed all over their bodies. Their bodies looked unstable, as if they were made of mud as well. These were swamp monsters. The scarlet swamp was a unique creature. They lived in the depths of the swamp and used the swamp to hunt for prey. They were poisonous and extremely dangerous. These monsters were not very strong, and as long as they avoided being poisoned, an awakened soul cultivator could easily deal with them, not to mention a peak expert like old woman Sher Eksan. Pa, 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 pa. Several dozen blood blades intertwined, and all the swamp monsters were cut to pieces. Old woman Sher Eksan did not even look at them as she continued to move deeper into the swamp. This old thief's cultivation base was truly strong. Perhaps Chun Bingyu wouldn't last more than 10 rounds against her. Not choosing to directly fight with these fellows was a very correct choice. Chu Tian followed behind old woman Sher Eksan. The scarlet swamp, other than being covered in scarlet algae, was also covered in a large amount of red reeds. These reeds were a kind of medicine and were the main source of income for the townspeople. Of course, there were poisonous lizards and pythons hiding in the reeds, so it could be said that this swamp was filled with danger. Who would have thought the Scarlet Blood headquarters would be established in this kind of place? As the two of them moved deeper, the miasma became thicker and thicker. The red mist covered their vision, and the poison quickly increased. Chu Tian had to use the pills he had prepared to resist the poison. Finally, they had to travel for an entire day before they reached the center of the Scarlet Swamp. Chapter 281. There were bottomless whirlpools everywhere, but because the surface was covered by the scarlet algae, it couldn't be seen from the outside. The inside of the swamp was swirling and moving, so if one fell into it, the strong suction force would pull them into the swamp, turning them into a part of the bottomless swamp. The demon beasts and creatures here were becoming stranger and stranger, becoming more and more dangerous. Even a true soul realm expert would be injured or even die if they weren't careful. Old woman Sher Eksan was fighting a swamp monster in front of them. Chu Tian maintained a certain distance from Sher Eksan the entire time. From the reeds on the side, a sneaky fox had popped out and gave a soft cry to Chu Tian. It gestured a few times with its claws, indicating that it had arranged everything. Chu Tian nodded and gave it a signal, telling the little fox to quickly hide. Old woman Sher Eksan destroyed the swamp monster and turned around to ask in a dissatisfied voice, "What are you waiting for?" "Sir Hall Master, there's a situation over there." "What?" Sher Eksan suddenly flew out, flying several hundred meters in the direction Chu Tian pointed out before landing in a swamp filled with mud. When she saw the thing in front of her, Shur-Exion's brows knit together. This is... An incomparably large, dark, purple tentacle had been cut off in the reeds. This tentacle was over 10 meters long and was completely purple in color. There were naturally formed runes on its surface and disgusting large suckers that were still opening and closing, like it was not completely dead yet. The cut was smooth and neat. Large amounts of purple-red liquid flowed into the swamp, letting out chi sounds of corrosion and releasing large amounts of poisonous gas. Chu Tian pretended to be surprised as he said, "This tentacle monster must be a very strong swamp monster. The person who killed it must be a peak expert." "I don't need you to say it. This one already knows. From the clean cut, the person who cut off the tentacle must be an expert in the 9th awakened soul layer or above." Old woman, Shur-Exian pondered for a moment before saying with a serious expression, "Someone moved faster than we imagined. We have to hurry to the Scarlet Blood Temple." The Scarlet Swamp was very large, and there was a small chance of them passing through the paths of others. This was naturally left here by the little fox to cooperate with Chu Tian. Go to the Scarlet Blood Temple? If you all go in, do I even have the time to take advantage of the situation? Yeah. Chu Tian didn't bat an eyelid as he deliberately said, that day, Scarlet Swamp Town saw 2 Southern Xia experts appear. Other than the experts from Southern Xia, there are also experts from the Warhounds Plains. There are quite a few people who want the Scarlet Blood treasures this time. These powerhouses from different forces, their common goal is the Scarlet Blood sex treasure, so they will definitely regard the Tianma cult as their #1 enemy. Especially the Scarlet Blood head venerate. His cultivation is high and his influence is strong. He is the existence they fear the most. Chu Tian said this with a serious expression. But after sleeping for several hundred years, the head venerate has just woken up, so his strength should be greatly reduced. If he were to face a sneak attack from many experts in the Scarlet Blood Temple, I'm afraid. Enough! Old woman Shur-Exian sneered, and a cold killing intent flashed in her eyes. These rats want to deal with the head venerate? Let's go. Follow them. Chu Tian pretended to be surprised as he said, Leader, are we not going into the temple? Old woman Shur-Exian had already made her decision. Her withered body was like a powerful bullet as it shot through the reeds, chasing in a direction. They would fight sooner or later. So why fight in the Scarlet Blood Temple? It was better to take advantage of the fact that the other side had not noticed and carefully launch a sneak attack. If they could get rid of 1 or 2, then they could join forces with the head venerate in the Scarlet Blood Temple, and the others would not be a problem. Just like what this fellow had said, the Scarlet Blood head venerate's cultivation was very strong, but after sleeping for several hundred years, he would be very weak for a period of time. The Scarlet Blood head venerate was very famous, so how could the people who came to steal the Tianma cult's treasures not fear him? If the Scarlet Blood head venerate escaped, they would be finished. If the Scarlet Blood head venerate recovered his strength to take revenge, even the 3 ruler realm experts could not save them. No one wanted to leave behind a large, hidden danger in the future. The Scarlet Blood head venerate would definitely be the first target to be attacked. With this many experts attacking the head venerate, the Scarlet Blood branch would not be able to make a comeback if anything happened to the head venerate. Old woman Shur-Exian chased after the other side without any hesitation. She found a few clues along the way, but as she chased deeper, she found more and more traces. This was because the little fox had already led Shur-Exian to the other side's true path. When they approached the center of the Scarlet Swamp, the poison mist became thinner. When Chu Tian looked into the distance, he found that there was a giant red barrier in the center of the Scarlet Swamp. The barrier was in the shape of a hemisphere, and it covered the center of the swamp. A large-scale barrier. Then what was sealed inside the barrier was the Scarlet Blood Temple. There was the sound of fighting in front of them, which attracted Chu Tian and Shur-Exian's attention. There was a giant monster in the center of the swamp that looked like a terrifying demon dragon. Its body was covered in scales and barbs. with sharp claws that were like blades. It had a large and terrifying body that was as large as a small mountain, and the green light that came out of its mouth had a strong killing intent. Wherever the green light went, everything would be disintegrated. Its might was very shocking. This was a super strong level 2 special grade demon beast, the dragon lizard beast. Its strength was not inferior to the southern summer 8 marquises. Only in the deepest part of the Scarlet Swamp could one find this kind of rare beast. 3 gray, colored people were fighting the dragon lizard beast. The dragon lizard beast appeared to be very manic as it spat out waves of green energy. Wherever this energy swept through, everything, no matter what it was instantly disintegrated into nothingness. The 3 tall, gray, robed people were not simple. Although the dragon lizard beast was very strong, they could still restrain it, not falling into a disadvantage. Actually, anyone with a bit of brain could see this. The 3 of them did not directly clash with the dragon lizard beast, mainly because they wanted to consume the dragon lizard beast's strength. The dragon lizard beast was incomparably strong, but it was still a stupid demon beast. It did not realize the strategy of the 3 of them and continued to wildly attack. Of the 3 gray, robed people, one was holding an axe and one was holding a mace. All of them were at least in the 9th awakened soul layer. The strongest one was holding a long sawtooth blade in each hand, being in the peak 9th awakened soul layer. Other than that, their strength and fighting style were different from most southern summer cultivators. The identities of these 3 people were almost obvious. Roar! The dragon lizard beast once again spat out a flame attack. That wild energy swept out in a fan shape as it was released. The 3 gray figures jumped back at the same time, but the flames were still rolling forward, charging at the reeds behind the 3 of them. Chu Tian was shocked. This flame was actually coming here. Could they have already been discovered by the other side? Humph! Old woman Sher Xian suddenly grabbed Chu Tian and jumped out. When the green light fell on the reeds were instantly broken into pieces, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Not even a speck of ash was left behind. Before the 2 of them landed on the ground, a gray figure charged forward, releasing a powerful source spirit. 2 cold sawtooth blades came out like the fangs of a viper, and 2 blade glows flew out. Although it wasn't beautiful, it was still very strong. Old woman Sher Xian threw away Chu Tian, and her robe moved without any wind. Her powerful source spirit was released, which was a blood-red python. It suddenly attacked from behind and bit the blade glows. Old woman Sher Xian seized this chance to send out a palm. The gray-robed person blocked it with his blade and was sent flying back. The gray robe was torn apart, and this person's true appearance was revealed. When he saw the other side's appearance, Chu Tian couldn't help being a bit stunned. This person was close to 2 meters tall. Although he had the outline of a human, his body was covered in thick fur. The most prominent part was his head, which was like a wolf's head. His 2 green eyes were like ghost flames in the dark, making people's hearts turn cold. It really was the Warhound's tribe. The spirit beasts living in the Warhound plains were mainly the dog and wolf races. The wolf race had a higher status, so most of the middle and upper class powers were made up of the wolf race. The spirit beast expert in front of them was a wolf race expert. This expert from the wolf clan, who wielded dual blades, was definitely not an ordinary person. Southern Xia did not have as many experts as the Warhound's tribe, but a peak 9th awakened soul layer expert was a peak existence even on the Warhound's plains. I am the Cracked Tooth tribe, great warrior Nualuo. The Warhound's expert asked in a very stiff voice, "Who are you?" The spirit beast language was different from the human language. The spirit beasts were not a unified race like the human race. Rather, they were a very large group. The wolf race was just one of the large groups. So the spirit beast culture was very contradictory, and there were many different languages. The spirit beast's intelligence was lower than humans, and they were not as flexible as humans. So the spirit beasts would not learn the languages of other races. This wolf race was not only strong, he was also very familiar with the human language, showing that he was an outstanding spirit beast. Old woman Sher-Eksayan did not answer this question. The blood-red python source, spirit, charged into the sky and turned into a blood mist that fell down like a waterfall. Roar! The Warhounds tribe expert, Nualuo, gave a loud warning. The two Warhounds experts that were fighting the dragon lizard tribe were immediately alerted. When they saw the blood mist falling down, their faces fell as they tried to run away. One of them was lucky enough to avoid the attack. The other person was not as lucky, and the blood mist covered him. The Warhound's fur was covered in a layer of red as the strong blood poison entered his body. The Warhound's expert was very strong. Although old woman Sher-Eksayan's blood poison entered his body, he was not immediately heavily injured. He used his spirit energy to block it, but at this time, the dragon lizard tribe suddenly attacked, and a green light fell onto his body. Ayo! The Warhound's expert gave a pitiful cry as his body was instantly torn to pieces. Old woman Sher-Eksayan revealed a cold smile. She never thought that she would kill one this quickly. Chu Tian also had an excited look on the side. Fight, fight, it would be best if both sides were heavily injured or all three sides were heavily injured. The more strength these people lost, the more advantage they would have against Chu Tian. Chapter 282. The dragon lizard beast's intelligence was not high, but it had a strong sense of territory. Anyone that dared to intrude into its territory, whether it was a human or beast, would be killed. It did not consider why humans would kill each other. 3 Warhounds experts had charged into the dragon lizard beast's territory and played around with the dragon lizard beast. Naturally, they had angered the violent dragon lizard beast, so they became its first target. Old woman Sher-Eksayan's blood poison technique was a very sinister cultivation technique. When it suddenly attacked the Warhound's expert, it would instantly ignite all the blood in the Warhound's expert's body. However, the Warhound's expert's strength was very high, so he used the Warhound's secret technique and his spirit energy to resist the blood poison outside of his body. Who would have thought that, at this moment, the dragon lizard beast would suddenly launch a sneak attack? Taking advantage of the fact that he couldn't move, it instantly tore apart his body. Nualuo was naturally filled with rage. This was one of his most important subordinates and his most beloved general. He actually died here for no apparent reason. He had not obtained anything from this adventure and had suffered such a heavy loss. What's wrong? Are you angry? Sher-Eksayan gave a cold laugh. This is the result of touching the Scarlet Moon's treasure. There were quite a few experts after the Scarlet Moon's treasure this time. With each one they killed, the threat of the head venerate would decrease. If the Scarlet Moon branch wanted to rise again, the head venerate's awakening was the most important guarantee. Otherwise, a single hall master like Sher-Eksayan couldn't even topple a small southern summer country. How could they talk about restoring the glory of the heavenly demon warring kingdom? Damn humans! Completely enraged, Nualuo released all of his strength. His originally tall and sturdy body swelled up once more. Even his robes were torn apart. His bulging muscles were like sand castles, filled with a shocking power. Old woman Sher-Eksayan revealed a serious expression. The spirit beast cultivation technique was very different from the human cultivation technique. This fellow named Nualuo, was he finally prepared to go all out? Nualuo was in the peak 9th awakened soul layer and was a first-rate expert of the Warhound's plains. Even if this person met the southern summer 8 marquises, as long as it wasn't the strongest 1 or 2, the others would not be a problem. As for the 3 rulers of the southern summer country, they could not participate in this battle, so this was a 90% success mission. Who knew that this person's cultivation was a bit stronger than Nualuo's? What Nualuo could not accept the most was that the Warhound's plains was completely unfamiliar with this person. They did not know his cultivation technique or fighting style. There was no information at all. This person's cultivation level was probably close to that of the three sovereigns. However, due to some unknown reason, his strength had been greatly reduced, and he was unable to recover in a short period of time. How could such an expert appear out of nowhere? The beast spirit's brain wasn't that bright. If they could use their muscles to solve a problem, they would never use their brains. After Nualuo transformed, his hands came together and spirit energy surged out, forming an ancient totem-like source spirit behind him. When Chu Tian saw this special source spirit from afar, he couldn't help being slightly stunned. Even he couldn't tell what attribute this source spirit was. The heroic spirits of our ancestors. Come out. The totem light flashed a few times and 4 or 5 strands of spirit energy came out from it. Each strand of spirit energy gathered in the air, finally condensing into a spirit beast warrior wearing a set of armor and holding a 3-pointed, 2-edged blade in his hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was a total of 5. Each wolf soldier that was summoned did not have a physical body, but energy was released from Nualuo's totem source spirit. Nualuo stood in the middle with his 2 hands holding the blade, while the 5 spirit form wolf soldiers surrounded him, slowly moving around. Not simple. This totem source spirit special ability was to summon spirit form warriors to help him fight. These 5 spirit form warriors were not as strong as the Warhound's tribe's peak expert, Nualuo, but they were all in the 7th awakened soul layer. This meant that Nualuo was carrying 5 true soul realm experts with him. If it was just adding 5 initial true soul realm experts, sure Xian would not care about it. The most terrifying thing was that these 5 wolf soldiers were undying. Spirit form creatures were hard to kill. Not to mention that these 5 wolf soldiers were summoned by his source spirit, so there was no meaning in killing them. As long as the source was not destroyed and Nualuo did not use up all his spirit energy, he could maintain these 5 Warhounds' spirit soldiers to fight for him. These 5 spirit soldiers were completely controlled by Nualuo's consciousness, so their teamwork was flawless. The Warhounds' experts really did have some skills. Roar! Nualuo roared and sent out a strong shockwave toward Shirshin. Shirshin didn't dodge, instead launching a palm strike. Nualuo dashed to Shirshin as if he teleported. The moment he swung his pair of blades, the 5 spirit weapons spread out in all directions like his 5 fingers, holding sharp blades and attacking Shirshin in the middle. Xian faced 6 attacks in an instant. The blood-red python quickly circled around her body, blocking the attacks of the 6 spirit soldiers. Old woman Xian's scarlet-red hands directly used her flesh to block Nualuo's blade glow. Nualuo's face fell. Old woman Xian's blood-red hands were quickly satisfied like a virus. Nualuo's blade glow was dyed red and her 2 skinny hands suddenly crushed it. The blade glow shattered like glass, and large amounts of blade chi wildly shot back. This was not just Nualuo's blade chi, there was also old woman Xian's blood poison, so it would be unimaginable if he was hit. Nualuo hurriedly pushed backwards. The 5 spirit weapons waved their long blades, and every blade chi that bounced back were all shattered when they got close to Nualuo. This exchange was still a draw, and Xian seemed to have the upper hand. Although she did not have her peak strength, her cultivation technique was still there. So against another peak 9th awakened soul layer expert, old woman Xian still had the advantage. Nualuo found that it was harder to deal with than he had imagined. The other Warhounds expert was still fighting the dragon lizard beast, so the current situation was a bit disadvantageous for the Warhounds. Xian coldly said, "A spirit beast only has this little skill?" Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar rang out. Nualuo and Xian, who were fighting, were startled, because a huge shadow flashed above their heads. It was a double-winged poison dragon, and beside it was a flying sedan that emitted a powerful aura. It's another human expert. The expressions of the two war hounds experts fell. This old human fellow's strength was already strong enough to make them feel tired, not to mention the wild dragon lizard beast nearby. Now that another group of experts had joined the fight, the situation was very disadvantageous for them. Ha, ha, ha! I never thought it would be this coincidental. Wang too stood on the winged poison dragon. We actually met the famous warhound's spirit soldier general and the famous Tianma cult old woman Shurexen. Our luck isn't bad. They finally understood why the other side was this strong. It was actually a remnant of the Tianma cult, and it had the position of a leader. Whether it was the southern summer country, the warhounds, or the Tianma cult, they were all common enemies. Of course, they were all three sides, so they were all enemies. Only in the Scarlet Moon Divine Temple, there was an even stronger head venerate sleeping. Once the head venerate came out and worked together with this leader, the warhounds and southern Xia would fall into a bitter battle. These people are a hindrance. How about we eliminate them here? Zuoyan softly said, We can peacefully search for treasures. What does Brother Wang think? I have this intention. Wang Tu and Zuoyan reached an agreement. The two of them immediately charged down and attacked both sides. Although their cultivations weren't as high as Shurexen and Nualuo's, one of them had the flame palanquin, while the other had the powerful two-winged flying dragon. Therefore, if they really fought, they wouldn't lose to them by too much. Old woman Shurexen knew that she could not leave for a while, so she quickly used a secret sound transmission to send a message to Chu Tian beside her. I'll stall them, you go and awaken the head venerate. All right. After Chu Tian readily agreed, he broke into a run without a second thought. What kind of joke was this? 2 strong demon beasts and 5 peak true soul realm experts. Could the current Chu Tian interfere in this battle? Not long after Chu Tian left, the wolf race warrior Nualuo spoke to his companion beside him. He saw his companion suddenly use a cultivation technique and turn into a demon wolf, quickly chasing in the direction that Chu Tian left. Damn! Old woman Shurexen wanted to make a move, but Nualuo blocked her with a blade. This was the dragon lizard beast attacking again, so old woman Shurexen did not have a chance to chase. Wang Tu said, it seems like there are 2 fish that escaped the net. There's no need to care about them. Zuoyan softly said. This Tianma cult remnant saw that the situation was unfavorable, so they sent a normal disciple to awaken the head venerate. This person's strength is weak, so if that warhound's fellow chases after him, he will die without a doubt. Whether it was the Southern Summer experts or the warhound's experts, they all had a tacit understanding. The Scarlet Moon head venerate could not be awakened. This Tianma cult remnant clearly did not have many people left, so they sent a weak disciple. The warhounds were good at tracking, and with a 9th awakened soul layer warhound's expert chasing after them, that trivial 5th awakened soul layer fellow had no chance of surviving. As for the warhounds that escaped, forget it. It didn't matter. This Nualuo was very famous, so as long as they could kill him here, it would not be a problem for them to escape. Today, let me experience the power of the Tianma cult and the warhounds experts. Zuoyan sat in the flowing flame palanquin and emitted powerful yuan power that pierced through the clouds. Finally, a few sharp whistles came from the sky as 4 or 5 incomparably large fire meteors fell down at an extremely fast speed. Meteor source spirit? Zuoyan's abilities were a bit similar to Nangong Yi's. Nangong Yi's volcano source spirit had a destructive might that surpassed people of the same level, but it consumed a lot of energy and was slow. Zuoyan's source spirit was very similar to Nangong Yan's. His source spirit was a meteor. It had an extreme destructive might, but it had a very weak defense. However, Zuoyan had the flowing flame palanquin. This treasure could not be broken by an awakened soul cultivator, so Zuyen was not afraid. Even if he faced experts like Nuo Luo or Shur-Xan, he still had the confidence to fight. Wang Tu also swooped down and attacked. The dual-winged poison dragon strength was close to the 9th awakened soul layer, and Wang Tu was also in the 9th awakened soul layer. The man and beast working together was flawless, and their strength was enough to fight against a peak 9th awakened soul layer expert. After all, the winged dragon general's nickname was not for nothing. Hum, hum, hum. The experts of the three sides began a fierce life and death battle. Chapter 283. A little snow-white fox landed on Chu Tian's shoulder. Its hands were crossed in front of its chest, proudly wagging its tail, looking like it wanted to take credit from Chu Tian. The three experts coincidentally meeting together was all because of the little fox. Relax. I'll remember this contribution. Chu Tian patted the little fox's head. Wait until we enter the Scarlet Blood Temple. I'll let you eat to your heart's content. The little fox revealed a grin and nodded in satisfaction. It had not wasted all this effort. Chu Tian seized every second that the three experts were fighting to enter the Scarlet Blood Temple first. As Chu Tian kept moving forward, he came closer and closer to the Scarlet Blood Temple's barrier. The Scarlet Blood Temple was surrounded by an incomparably large barrier. If one looked down from above, it would look like a toy inside a bubble. The surrounding mud had clear signs of being moved, and it looked very new. Chu Tian guessed that this incomparably large bubble, like Sister, had first sunk into the swamp and had recently floated up, bringing the Scarlet Blood Temple to the surface. This was also the reason why no one had found the temple in all these years. Chu Tian revealed a look of appreciation. This kind of design was hard to complete with human technology. This secret headquarters of the Tianma cult was most likely a ruin found during the Warring States period, but it was taken by the Tianma cult for their own use. Of course, Chu Tian was not an archaeologist. Who cared where it came from? He would go in and plunder it first. The entrance was in front of him. Chu Tian took out his token and charged forward with all his might. The little fox's hairs stood up as it cried out in alarm. Danger! Chu Tian was stunned. He did not even think about it as he suddenly jumped to the side. A beautiful axe glow flew out, brushing past Chu Tian and landing on the Scarlet Blood Temple's barrier. It was like a drop of water falling into a lake, creating a ripple, but it did not affect the Scarlet Blood Temple's barrier at all. There was a sneak attack. As Chu Tian turned around, he pulled out his source energy submachine gun. He didn't even look as he shot out a stream of light bullets. This Warhound's expert could not be compared to the Scarlet Blood Branch leaders from before. The Scarlet Blood Branch leaders were easily defeated mainly because they were heavily injured and they were poisoned by Chu Tian's poison, causing their cultivation bases to drop. It wasn't that easy now. The source energy spear shot out 7-8 energy bullets, and the Warhound's expert was a bit surprised. Facing this kind of attack that he had never seen before, he reflexively slowed down his speed. Pa pa pa! Several energy bullets hit the Warhound's experts at the same time. Each energy bullet released a high temperature the moment it hit the other side, but it was blocked by the other side's protective spirit energy. Although this method of attack was unique, it was not too strong. Humph, it's just SO. The Warhound's expert no longer had any worries as he raised his battle axe, preparing to split Chu Tian in half with a single strike. He did not notice that behind the countless bullets of light, there was a small dark red needle that directly pierced one of the Warhound's expert's eyes. Ayo! The Warhound's expert cried out as he retreated. Chu Tian was still hit by a wave of energy and was thrown high into the air like a sack. He slammed into the barrier behind him and fell to the ground. His starlight immortal body was dim, and he had suffered a certain degree of injury. Damn it! 9th awakened soul layer experts were truly strong. If he was a bit slower, Father would have already lost his life The warhound's expert covered his eye and retreated several steps. Large amounts of blood flowed out from his fingertips, and it seemed like he was going blind for sure. The warhound's expert angrily pulled out the red needle from his eye socket. He pinched it between his fingers, and the thin needle instantly broke apart. The little fox angrily shouted out, "Damn, this was one of this fox's treasures. But it was actually destroyed by this bastard." The little fox jumped in front of Chu Tian on the ground and angrily pulled on Chu Tian's clothes. "Get up for this fox and kill him." Chu Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared at the little fox. "Don't cause trouble. Can't you see that the one being beaten up is your master?" The warhound's expert only had one eye left. He angrily cursed in the spirit beast language several times, saying that this weak human only knew how to sneak attack. "This weak fellow blinded me in one eye. This is simply a great shame. I must cut him into 8 pieces to vent my anger. Wait." Chu Tian stood up and shouted. The warhound's expert really stopped because he was very surprised that this human was speaking in the spirit beast language. Chu Tian seriously said, "Before you kill me, can I say something else?" The warhound's expert's face sunk. "Human, are you prepared to say your last words?" "No, what I want to say is—" Chu Tian pointed a finger at the warhound's expert, making the other side even more confused. When he was wondering if this human was playing with him, he heard the human say word for word, "There is someone behind you." "Damn, you want to trick me with this kind of trick?" The warhound's expert felt like he had been tricked. "Die." The warhound's expert raised his axe and prepared to chop the other side to death. Suddenly, a cold chill came from behind him, and a terrifying fluctuation of spirit energy accompanied it. What? There really was someone. The warhound's expert turned pale with fright and turned around, but it was too late. Several snowflakes turned into ice crystals and hit the warhound's expert's chest like bullets. When that terrifying chill entered his body, it made him instantly feel like the blood in his veins had frozen. A black-clothed human girl, covered in ice energy, instantly charged in front of the warhound's expert. Just based on this aura, the warhound's expert could tell that this person was not weaker than him. "Roar!" The warhound's expert gave a loud roar, and the large amounts of ice crystals covering his body were shaken off. The giant axe gathered a strong energy as it chopped down at the other side. However, it was still too slow. Chun Bingyu's palm struck the warhound's expert's chest. The warhound's expert's internal organs were all frozen, and his ability to protect himself had fallen by a large amount. Now that he was hit by a wild palm, his internal organs were all shattered. With this kind of serious injury, it was almost impossible for him to survive. Chu Tian saw the warhound's expert fall to the ground and couldn't help shaking his head as he said with a sigh, "You see, this is the result of not believing in me. Human, do you think you've won? Wolf God, accept my sacrifice." The warhound's expert knew that he was going to die, so he immediately used all his strength to erupt. The warhound's expert's fur fell off, and his body began to expand at an abnormal speed. It even changed shape, finally turning into a giant wolf dripping with blood. This was clearly a very extreme transformation technique. The warhound's expert used all his vitality and spirit energy to turn himself into an incomparably strong blood wolf. This transformation was irreversible, and when it was completed, the warhound's expert had already lost consciousness. This was equal to a suicidal move. The blood wolf that was turned into was even stronger than the warhound's expert, reaching the peak 9th awakened soul layer. Chu Tian's expression slightly changed. "Be careful." The blood wolf did not have any thoughts. It only had hatred and killing intent. It did not differentiate friend from foe, attacking anyone it saw. Its battle strength was also very shocking. After it was summoned, it first charged at Chun Bingyu. Because Chun Bingyu was the strongest, she attracted the most attention, and Chun Bingyu was the one that killed the warhound's expert. Once this blood wolf sacrifice technique was used after the blood wolf was summoned, it would first attack the people that had injured the user. Too fast. Chun Bingyu felt her vision blur. The blood wolf spat out a hot red flame. Chun Bingyu condensed an ice wall to block the attack, but the high temperature caused by the flames instantly burned the ice wall until it cracked. Chun Bingyu was directly forced back a few steps. Before she could stand firm, the blood wolf pounced on her and bit her. When the blood wolf's attack was about to succeed, a little white fox appeared in front of it and stabbed at its remaining eye. The blood wolf was filled with rage as it sent out a claw, but the little white fox disappeared in a cloud of gray mist. When it appeared behind the blood wolf, it made a face at the blood wolf. The blood wolf did not have the ability to think and immediately turned around to bite. Chu Tian seized this chance to shout, "Quickly come in!" Saying this, he held the scarlet blood token and charged into the barrier with a flash of light. Chun Bingyu and Nan Gongyin in the distance saw this and immediately took out their tokens. They charged into the barrier, and with a flash of light, the two of them entered. "Fox, it's enough." The little fox passed by the right side of the blood wolf and bit a token from the blood wolf's body. It slammed into the barrier, and with a flash of light, it smoothly entered. The blood wolf angrily slammed into the barrier, but without the scarlet blood token, it had no way of entering. Nan Gongyin gave a laugh. "Truly an idiot! Come and bite me!" The blood wolf slammed into the barrier again and again before finally exploding, turning into a pile of flesh and blood. "I'm afraid those people will be here soon." Chu Tian was too lazy to look at the blood wolf. "We don't have time to waste here. Let's go in immediately." The 3 people and 1 fox entered the palace. The situation inside the palace made the 3 of them speechless. This was simply a library and a medicine store. The left side had rows of shelves filled with jade slips. The right side had rows of shelves filled with jade bottles. The jade slips had to have records of the Tianma cult's demonic cultivation technique. The things inside the bottles were definitely pills left behind by the Tianma cult. When they walked into the second floor of the palace, they found that the second floor was much smaller than the first floor. However, what made them excited was that the floor was filled with all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry. The weapon racks were filled with all kinds of divine weapons. When Chu Tian opened a treasure chest, he saw a large piece of crystal clear. It was a special crystal stone that was divided according to a standard unit. Nan Gongyin asked in a strange voice, "Why are there only small pieces of crystal stones in this chest?" "Idiot, these are source stones." "Do you understand source stones?" Chu Tian looked at Nan Gongyin. "This is the common currency of the continent." This was source stones. Nan Gongyin was wild with joy. She never thought that there would be so many source stones here. This really was a small amount of wealth. These were all precious resources that the Scarlet Blood headquarters had sent over when they were facing destruction. They were prepared to rebuild the church, so the scale was naturally very shocking. Nan Gongyin pointed at the door in front of them and said, "There's another floor here." The first floor contained large amounts of pills and cultivation techniques. The second floor contained weapons, money, and materials. Then, what would the third floor contain? No matter what, the first 2 floors were very large. This was simply a giant treasure that was worth tens of billions. This time they would truly earn a large profit. Chapter 284. The first floor was pills and cultivation techniques. The second floor was equipment, materials, and wealth. The third floor was the Scarlet Blood Temple's core area. The Scarlet Blood head Venerate was sleeping inside, so it was best if they didn't touch the third floor. Once the Scarlet Blood head Venerate was awakened, the 3 of them wouldn't have the chance to plunder anything. We'll go back to the first floor. Looking at the blue pill bottles and the small mountain of secret techniques and cultivation techniques, the 3 of them revealed looks of excitement. They were going to make a large profit this time. Nan Gongyin found a large bag and swept several bottles of pills into it. Idiot, these are all recovery and support type pills. It was hard for us to come in, so if we bring these kinds of pills out, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Chu Tian impolitely reprimanded Nangongyin. I told you to read more books, but you can't even be a thief at a critical moment. Nangongyin said in a depressed voice. Can boss scold me when we go back? Every second is worth its weight in gold. Chu Tian pointed at the pill shelves and said, Here, here, and here, they are all spirit-grade pills, with a small portion being sacred-grade pills. Without an exception, they are all used to increase one's cultivation base. Move faster and store as many as you can. But if you can't store them all, then just eat them. Eating one more is a profit. Then I won't be polite. Nangongyin gave 3 excited laughs. This old lady has never felt this good in her life. I want to properly enjoy myself today. The little fox did not need Chu Tian to say anything before it moved. This fellow jumped onto the shelves and swallowed the jade bottles into its stomach, sweeping over several hundred bottles of pills. How could they continue with this speed? How could Chu Tian lose to this damn fox? Chu Tian picked up the limitless gourd and began to fill it up. The limitless gourd began to fill up the gourd, and in just a few seconds, it had filled several rows of precious pills. Nangongyin and Chenbingyu were filled with envy. But it was a pity that things with spatial storage abilities were priceless treasures in southern Xia. It was said that the 3 rulers and the king only had 1 or 2, so they didn't even dare think about it. What should they do when the large bags they prepared were already filled? Eat. Chu Tian pointed at some pills and said, These are semi-sage pills refined from 10,000-year-old chalcedony. The main function of 10,000-year-old chalcedony is to improve one's foundation and strengthen one's physique. The energy it contains is not huge and is relatively mild. You can eat it without worry. Chu Tian picked up a bottle of medicinal pills and poured out 5 or 6 of them. They're like white jade pills, and each pill emitted an alluring aura. He didn't even look at it before stuffing it into his mouth. 5 or 6 white jade marrow pills melted as soon as they entered his mouth. A few clear streams of energy flowed into his abdomen and immediately flowed to every part of his body. It was as if the energy could seep into his bones, making him feel as if he was walking on air. Nangongyin and Chenbingyu hurriedly opened a few bottles and poured them all into their mouths. Chu Tian pointed out another type of pill. These are level 3 spirit pills. Nangongyin and I can't take them, but Sister Bing, you can take them. They're very helpful for breaking through to the next realm. A level 3 spirit pill. It was refined from level 3 elixirs. The alchemist himself must also possess the corresponding strength. This kind of pill was very rare in southern Xia. Only the heavenly demon warring kingdom could store large amounts of this kind of pill. Chenbingyu opened a few bottles and poured out dark golden pills. Each pill was covered in intricate pill patterns and contained a powerful energy that pulsed like a heart. Such a strong energy fluctuation. The spirit pills were refined from spiritual grade materials. The quality of the energy in a level 3 spirit pill could not compare to a level 2 sacred pill, but in terms of quantity, it surpassed a level 2 sacred pill. Chenbingyu took this many level 3 spirit pills at once, and she suddenly felt like her body was on fire. Under the fierce impact of the spirit qi, the layer of incomparably firm bottleneck had already begun to show traces of cracks. The higher one's cultivation base was, the harder it was to increase it. Now that there were signs of a breakthrough, how could she not be happy? Chenbingyu was already in the 9th awakened soul layer. If she could take another step forward, she would become a strong existence comparable to the southern summer 8 marquises. Nangongyin took quite a few pills at once. There were many half-step sacred grade and even sacred grade pills. I really can't take it anymore. I'm about to explode. I can't eat any more. Chu Tian had already eaten to his limit. Although the pills of this era were crude, with such a large amount in his stomach, it was still very impressive. Chu Tian felt that as long as he had a few more days, he would be able to reach the peak fifth awakened soul layer. As for the little fox, this fellow had taken a third of the pills. It was still wildly sweeping through them at a shocking speed. This fellow's appetite was very terrifying. It was like the space inside was endless. But this was also a good thing. The little fox had a large amount of pills in its body, and it couldn't digest them all. Once they arrived in Imperial City, they would have to extort it and make it obediently spit out a portion. Let's go! We're going to the second floor now. The three of them almost had their stomachs split open. Now that they were on the second floor, they could only stare at the large amount of materials. Chu Tian didn't have much space in his gourd, so he could only take a bit. There are actually starlight stones here. Chu Tian found several large pieces of starlight stones. Naturally, he had to take the good materials to cultivate the starlight immortal body, since it didn't take up too much space anyway. It's bloody and steel. Chu Tian opened a small treasure chest that contained several neatly arranged metal ingots. They were a strange, bright red color, and their surfaces were filled with naturally formed patterns that emitted a faint, baleful aura. Nan Gongyin immediately asked, "What is this blood in steel?" "Do you know about the little fox's needle?" "Of course I know. That needle can ignore protective spirit energy." Nan Gongyin thought of something and revealed a look of wild joy. Hey, don't tell me these are all." Chu Tian nodded. "The little fox's bloodine steel is actually made from level 2 bloodine steel, and these ingots are also level 2 bloodine steel. I never thought that there would be this many." Nan Gongyin was stunned. "Then wouldn't it be possible to refine over 1,000 needles that can ignore defenses?" Chu Tian opened several similar treasure chests and found that they were all level 2 blood in steel. He also revealed an excited look. "It's even more than enough to make a weapon." This kind of weapon that could ignore spirit energy defenses. Just thinking about it was very shocking. Of course, the blood in steel was not perfect. It could only ignore energy. The blood in steel itself was only a normal level 2 material. If the opponent was wearing a high-quality armor, even if it could pierce through protective spirit energy, it would not necessarily be able to tear through the armor. Chu Tian had a new idea. With this kind of large amount of bloodine steel, if it was made into special bullets, the effect would be very good. First, he needed to design a new type of gun that could fire bullets. Through spirit energy, the blood-in steel bullets could be shot out and the bullets could be engraved with armor-piercing effects. Then it would be a divine weapon that could kill awakened soul realm experts. Chu Tian poured out the blood-in steel and placed it all into the gourd space. Then he looked for other useful materials. It had to be said that the heavenly demon cult was very rich. The Scarlet Blood Branch was just a branch, and the Scarlet Blood Temple was a temporary refuge. So the things that were transferred here should only be a small portion of what they had. Even so, it was enough to create a large treasure trove in southern Xia. There were several dozen chests of source stones here. Chu Tian estimated that there were at least several million source stones, but the quality was not very good. Most of them were low-grade source stones. It was a pity that source stones took up too much space. Although this was the common currency of the continent, taking up space in the gourd for a bit of money was not worth it for Chu Tian. "Are you guys done?" When Nan Gongyin appeared in front of him, it really gave Chu Tian a fright. This fellow was wearing a gold-threaded vest, a blood-red armor on the outside, and a large red cloak on the outermost layer. His 10 snow-white fingers were full of rings, and his snow-white wrists were wrapped with 7 to 8 bracelets. He wore 4 to 5 necklaces around his neck, and a long spear, halberd, and sword were strapped to his back. He even wore 3 layers of boots. Chu Tian was speechless. "You're too exaggerated." "Nonsense." Nan Gongyan's body trembled as she spoke. "Do you know how much this equipment is worth?" Chu Tian looked at Qin Bingyu on the side. He never thought that the indifferent her would act like a nouveau riche at this moment. This really was a woman's nature. Take the good ones, Take the good ones, don't be greedy. Chu Tian awkwardly coughed a few times. We don't lack this bit of money. If people saw this, they would think that I can't support you guys. Who wants you to support us? Hurry up and take it. Chen Bingyu and Nan Gongyin were very exaggerated, but the equipment they took were all high-grade soul weapons. These things had a strong amplification effect on their strength. Chu Tian lit his mind's lamp and carefully scanned the equipment. His divine sense scanned all the materials and equipment. This cloak is not bad. Chu Tian walked to a corner and picked up a normal-looking cloak. This is a top-grade soul weapon. Chen Bingyu coldly said, I also took a few top-grade soul weapons. It's nothing special. Chen Bingyu had already opened her mind's eye, so she could use her divine sense to scan. So naturally she could find high-quality equipment. Who would have thought that Chu Tian would disdainfully say, even if they are both top-grade soul weapons, compared to them, yours is far inferior. Chen Bingyu raised her eyebrows as if she was not convinced. Chu Tian smiled at her and put on the cloak that covered their faces. His entire body suddenly disappeared. Chen Bingyu gave a snort. What kind of function is it? Isn't it just invisibility? Mind's eye. Chen Bingyu suddenly opened her mind's eye. This made Chen Bingyu surprised. Using her mind's eye, she could not find any trace of Chu Tian. At this time, a hand came from behind her and placed it on Chen Bingyu's shoulder. She saw Chu Tian's cheap smile gradually appear. How is it? Although this cloak does not increase your battle strength, it has the ability to block out divine sense. This is one of the few functions. This cloak could block the detection of divine senses. It was almost an excellent stealthy weapon. Of course, this cloak could block out Chen Bingyu's divine sense from the mind's eye. But for Chu Tian, who could already light his mind's lamp, even if someone wore a cloak, he would still be able to detect them. The mind's lamp realm's divine sense was much higher than the mind's eye. Chu Tian searched for a few more treasures. At this time, outside the Scarlet Blood Temple, there were several explosions. Those fellows were about to enter. We're entering the 3rd floor. Chapter 285. When they stood at the entrance to the 3rd floor of the Scarlet Blood Temple, they felt a strong pressure coming at them. Even before they entered, they could already smell the thick smell of blood. Behind this giant door was a sea of blood. As long as the door was pushed open, blood would wildly pour in. Chu Tian looked at the two girls. Prepare yourselves. I'm about to open. Chen Bingyu and Nan Gongyin nodded. They were all prepared. Chu Tian suddenly used his strength to push open the giant metal door. Suddenly, a scarlet light shrouded them, and the three of them simultaneously felt their bodies tremble. The back of the door was filled with blood-red evil spirits. That densely packed scene almost filled the entire hall. Nan Gongyin was shocked. This is bad. There's an ambush. Why were there so many monsters? When Nan Gongyin was about to attack with her hammer, a divine sense suddenly entered Nan Gongyin's mind. Nan Gongyin felt the scene in front of her blur as countless blood-red evil spirits disappeared from her sight. What happened just now? It was just an illusion, a small trick. Chu Tian did not care about it at all. Not to mention his mind's lamp divine sense. It was enough to see through most illusions. Just the innate talent of his main source spirit was enough for Chu Tian to not fear any illusion attacks. Of course, the mind's lamp could affect the surrounding people. So Chu Tian could help Chen Bingyu and Nan Gongyin break the illusion in time. The 3rd floor of the Blood Temple was not as big as the first 2 floors, and it did not have mountains of treasures. There were only a few fierce and silent statues with a stone platform in the center. There was a 30-centimeter tall scarlet object placed on top of it. The object was covered in scarlet vein patterns, and strands of blood-like vein patterns wrapped around it. An extremely powerful energy aura emanated from the object, giving off a strong sense of oppression. If their guesses weren't wrong, The thick smell of blood in the air and the feeling they had when they first entered were all caused by this object. It's exactly the same as the illustration. Nangongyun revealed a look of pleasant surprise. This is the scarlet blood sacred object, the blood chalice. The three of them were certain that the holy blood grail that Chu Tian was looking for was precisely this thing in front of them. This blood chalice was the most important sacred object of the scarlet blood branch. So it wasn't strange for it to have all kinds of mysterious abilities. Nangongyun excitedly said, "I bet that this is at least a soul-contracting artifact." Chu Tian rolled his eyes at him. "Can you stop talking nonsense?" Nangongyun was indignant. Was this nonsense? Soul-linking artifacts were rare. Chu Tian's soul-contracting weapons, including the Netherworld sword and the soul-controlling bell, were all taken from the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb. The origin of this tomb of 10,000 corpses could not be verified. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the sect that established the tomb of 10,000 corpses was probably stronger than the Tianma cult. That was why there were a large number of soul-connected artifacts in the 10,000 corpses ancient tomb. Even after tens of thousands of years of regular excavation, there were still some remnants. Fox-faced Corpse King. There was also the little fox. Weren't they all from the 10,000 corpses ancient tomb? That ancient sect had already disappeared for tens of thousands of years. The Tianma cult was a sect that had been destroyed for several hundred years. The Tianma cult did not have as many soul-contracting artifacts as the sects in the Yin Corpse Valley, but each branch would have at least one soul-contracting artifact as a sacred object. The might of this blood chalice was not inferior to the Netherworld sword by much. It might even be stronger. It was not that the blood chalice was of a higher quality than the Netherworld sword. The blood chalice had only been sealed for several hundred years, so its strength had not decreased that much. The Netherworld sword had been asleep for at least 10,000 years. The two were completely different concepts. Nangongyun charged over. "I'll bring it over." The blood chalice was the scarlet blood branch's most important treasure. Now that everything had been plundered, once they took the blood chalice, everyone could escape. "Wait." Chu Tian quickly stopped Nangongyun. Nangongyun knit her brows and asked, "What are you doing?" "The soul-contracting artifact is right in front of us. How could we not take it?" "Nangong, I have to criticize you again. If you don't use your brain for a long time, it will rust." Nangongyun was so angry that her teeth itched. When did this old lady not use her brain? "Can't you see? The blood chalice has already recognized a master. So even if we take it away, as long as the blood chalice doesn't cancel its master, we won't be able to control its power." Most soul-contracting artifacts had simple thoughts, so they would choose a master that suited them. Back in the 10,000 corpse ancient tomb, the Yin Wind swordsman Wan Wui had tried to steal the Thunder Spirit bead, but had been injured by the Thunder Spirit bead. Chu Tian had no way of using the Thunder Spirit bead, mainly because the artifact spirit was resisting. This was an advantage and a disadvantage. The advantage was that once a soul-contracting artifact recognized a master, unless the master found a way to separate it, the soul-contracting artifact would not choose another master until the master died. The disadvantage was that if one obtained a soul-contracting artifact with a strong mind, if one's attribute or cultivation technique was not suitable, it would automatically be rejected by the soul-contracting artifact. Then what should we do? Don't be anxious. Chu Tian opened his mind's eye and carefully observed the chalice. There's a large array in the main hall, and the chalice is the core of the array. If we take it away, the array will immediately activate. If the array is activated, it will form a power that will awaken the scarlet blood head venerate. Ah, Nangongyun revealed an awkward expression. What should we do? In other words, it's impossible for us to take the blood chalice? This was indeed a troublesome matter. A precious treasure was right in front of them. If they couldn't take it away, it would be a huge regret for this mission. Hong Long Long. The Scarlet Blood Temple's outer barrier began to violently shake. Chun Bingyu reminded them, "Someone is coming in. There's no other way and no time." Nangong Yin shouted at Chu Tian, "Our harvest is large enough. Let's retreat now. If they come in and see the situation inside, they will definitely go crazy. Isn't it just a broken chalice? It's fine if we can't take it." The first 2 floors of the Scarlet Blood Temple had been mostly emptied by the 3 people and 1 fox, especially the precious pills and materials. Now all that was left were useless cultivation techniques, cheap pills, and normal materials. These people that came to search for treasures were not ordinary people. If they saw this situation, they would definitely go crazy. Take the stealth talismans and leave first. Chu Tian took out several talismans and gave them to the 2 of them. "Wait outside, I'll take care of this." "Can you take care of it?" "Let's go." Nangong Yin and Chan Bingyu had to choose to believe in Chu Tian. The 2 of them activated the stealth talismans and left the Scarlet Blood Temple. These stealth talismans could not hide from divine sense, but in a situation where the other side did not know, using the stealth talismans was enough to safely leave. A violent explosion came from the first floor of the main hall. A wild strength was released and the pill bottles and jade slips fell to the ground. Chu Tian felt that there was not much time left. He took a deep breath and grabbed the blood chalice, raising it high up. A scarlet light suddenly illuminated the entire main hall. Large amounts of complex lines appeared on the floor and intertwined with each other, finally forming a large source energy array. The Scarlet Blood Temple began to tremble. The source energy array turned red, as if it was connected to a world of blood. Large amounts of red lightning flashed around it, and gradually, a blood-red stone coffin slowly rose up. An ancient and majestic pressure enveloped it, and a power that made one's hair stand on end filled the entire space. Chu Tian was sent flying and slammed into the wall. The blood chalice left his hand and automatically flew towards the sarcophagus. When it landed on the top of the sarcophagus, it suddenly tilted several dozen degrees, and a thick red liquid poured from the chalice onto the sarcophagus. This red liquid quickly spread across the sarcophagus and finally seeped into the cracks of the sarcophagus, where it was completely absorbed. But the blood chalice was restoring the head venerate's strength. At this time, the Scarlet Blood Temple violently shook again. This little one is a disciple of the Tianma cult, welcoming the return of the head venerate. Chu Tian quickly charged at the sarcophagus and shouted in a sorrowful voice, "I ask our head venerate to come out as soon as possible. All the branch lords have died in battle, and only the leader is left to protect the head venerate. Now he is surrounded by experts from all sides and is on the verge of death. My Scarlet Blood branch is about to be extinguished." "What did you say?" A voice came from the sarcophagus. This voice sounded very twisted, like it was male or female. It was sharp and strange, like a child's voice, but it also had a sinister feeling to it. "Sir Head Venerate, there are several thieves coveting the Scarlet Blood treasure in the outer hall." "Huh." The blood-red sarcophagus lid was suddenly opened. A red figure flew out. Chu Tian raised his head to take a look, and his eyes widened. This head venerate was only around 3 feet tall and had the appearance of a child. His skin was as red as blood, and his fingernails were as sharp as blades. He was a monstrous monster. A person with a strange appearance must have a special ability. This head venerate looked this strange. His methods must not be simple. The Scarlet Blood branch is one of the 10 great inheritances of the Tianma cult, but it has actually fallen to this point. This child, like Scarlet Blood head venerate, roared into the sky. That voice was even sharper than a sword, creating cracks in the floor. Chu Tian felt his heart skip a few beats. "Offending my Scarlet Blood die!" The Scarlet Blood head venerate grabbed the blood chalice floating in the air, and like it had no weight or resistance, he shot out into the outer hall. "So fast!" Chu Tian was secretly shocked. The scarlet blood head venerate was not inferior to a peak ninth awakened soul layer cultivator. This recovery speed was just too shocking. Of course, this was due to the blood chalice, but it was a good thing that Chu Tian had angered the scarlet blood head venerate, so he did not have time to recover his strength. Very good. Now it all depends on luck. Chu Tian raised the cloak he had just obtained to cover his body. He instantly turned into nothingness and disappeared on the spot. At this time, Wang Tu, Zuyen, the two warhounds experts, and the Scarlet Blood leader Shurexen, the five of them charged into the Scarlet Blood temple at the same time. Only the scene in front of them made them stunned. There were only a few of the thousands of pills. A large pile of empty bottles rolled on the ground. What was going on? Where was the Scarlet Blood treasure? The five experts were all stunned. A terrifying aura came from the inner hall. Actually, the warhounds Nua Luo, Wang Tu, and Zuyen could all feel it. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped them. There was no need to say it. The Scarlet Blood head venerate had awakened. The Scarlet Blood old monster has awakened. Damn, was the Scarlet Blood treasure a trap? Everyone's lungs were about to explode from anger. They had taken the risk to search for treasures. But not only did they not see any precious treasures, they even had to fight with an old monster like the Scarlet Blood head venerate. Shurexen gave a cruel laugh. The head venerate has appeared. You should prepare to die. Although she did not know what was going on, the most important thing was to kill these intruders. The Scarlet Blood old monster is the common enemy of the Southern Summer and the warhounds. Wang Tu said to the warhounds Nua Luo, we should put down our grudges and deal with this old monster together. All right, Nua Luo also had this intention. Chapter 286. When faced with the pressure of the head venerate's revival, the Southern Summer experts chose to form a temporary alliance with the warhounds experts. Kill this old thing first. Wang Tu, Zuyen, and Nua Luo, the three experts, attacked together. The Scarlet Blood leader Shurexen could not fight three people at once, so he was instantly sent flying and was heavily injured. However, the three of them did not have time to make a move before this demon was killed. Inside the main hall, a bloody wind suddenly blew. A red silhouette suddenly descended on top of everyone's head at an extremely fast speed. Blood-red energy condensed above everyone's head like a red cloud. Countless blood energy condensed into fine needles, suddenly raining down on the three of them. It's only this much. Zuyen controlled the flowing flame palanquin to meet it. When the strong energy needles fell on the flowing flame palanquin, they were all deflected and the flowing flame palanquin did not seem to be damaged at all. Wang Tu and Nua Luo saw this and quickly hid behind the flowing flame palanquin. After fighting for a long time, they had already used up half their spirit energy, so they had to control their consumption and save every bit of energy. Only like this could they deal with the Scarlet Blood head venerate. Countless red clouds condensed, and the energy density increased by several dozen times. Finally, it turned into the shape of a fist that slammed into the flowing flame palanquin. This ancient treasure was sent flying like a meteor. Most of the outer walls of the temple collapsed, revealing the faint red sky outside. Damn! Zuyen felt several cracks appear on the flowing flame palanquin. This treasure was given to him by the Nangong family, and Zuyen had never been damaged since he obtained it. He never thought that a single attack from the Scarlet Blood head venerate would be able to cause this much damage. The head venerate's 3-foot-tall body floated in the air and slowly floated out of the blood clouds. That blood-red energy continued to change behind him, finally turning into an incomparably large, dark, red skeleton. Nua Luo released 5 spirit weapons. The 5 spirit weapons formed from wolf soldiers held long blades that came out of Nua Luo's body, stabbing at the head venerate from different directions. The head venerate did not move at all. The spirit weapon blades stabbed into the skeleton, but they were blocked, unable to pierce through at all. Scarlet flames began to spread from the blades, and the 5 spirit weapons were ignited, instantly turning to ashes. Nua Luo's expression changed. This giant dark red skeleton should be the Scarlet Blood, Head Venerate's source spirit. He never thought it would be this strong. It could break the flowing flame palanquin with a single punch, and it could cover its entire body. It was comparable to a top-grade defensive cultivation technique. He had both offense and defense, and he had the Blood Saint cup in his hand, which allowed him to continuously recover his energy. His elemental energy was inexhaustible, and he was practically invincible. Moreover, the Scarlet Blood Head Venerate had just awakened, so as time passed he would become stronger and stronger, finally reaching the point where awakened soul cultivators could not defeat him. So the situation was very serious. Sir Xayan excitedly shouted, "Greetings, Head Venerate!" Sir Xayan, what's going on? When the Head Venerate's eyes swept over the Scarlet Blood Temple that had been ransacked, his eyes seemed like they were about to spit out flames. Who did this? Old woman Sir Xayan was taken aback. She didn't realize it until now. That's right. Who is it that ransacked the Scarlet Blood Temple? This divine temple had been submerged in a poisonous swamp several hundred meters deep for a long time, so it was impossible for anyone to enter the divine temple before it opened. They had entered at almost the same time. Could it be? The ones that entered the divine temple were only Lung Feng and the War Hound's experts. The Head Venerate had already been released, which meant that the War Hound's experts had failed and Lung Feng was definitely in the divine temple. Although they didn't know how all of this happened, the most suspicious person was actually the most unremarkable Lung Feng. Nua Luo sniffed the air. There are at least 3 people's scents. Damn, Wang Tu said through gritted teeth. Someone took advantage of us fighting and actually snuck in to ransack us. This is simply unforgivable. Sir Xayan shouted with a dark face. Lung Feng, this one knows you're here. Quickly scram out for me. There was not a single sound coming from inside or outside the main hall. The Scarlet Blood Head Venerate was a bit stunned. Could it be that the person who ransacked the Scarlet Blood Temple was the person who had just woken him up? If it was like this, then this person must still be in the temple. Mind's eye. The Scarlet Blood Head Venerate opened his mind's eye to investigate. In the end, what made the Scarlet Blood Head Venerate in disbelief was that this brat had disappeared into thin air. Shadow Cloak. It's the Shadow Cloak. He stole the Shadow Cloak. Everything that happened here was done by him. The Head Venerate was naturally filled with rage. The Scarlet Blood Temple had been ransacked, and they had lost at least several tens of billions of Southern Xia gold coins. Those high-grade soul weapons, top-grade soul weapons, sacred medicines, sacred pills, and top-grade materials, which one of them wasn't an expensive thing. This was the starting resource for Tianma cult's revival. Sir Xayan, the Head Venerate, slapped out, and Sir Xayan was sent flying into the wall. She was already heavily injured, and now she was even more injured. She did not dare resist the Head Venerate's attack. Look at what you've done! Old woman Sir Xayan spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and kneeled on the ground in a very sorry state. Sir Head Venerate, please spare me. I have a way to find him. After saying this, she took out a scroll. If you don't appear, I'll shatter your mind. The Scarlet Blood Temple was silent, and there was still no movement. Old woman Sir Xayan saw that things had reached this point and could only make up her mind. Spirit energy wildly surged out, and the spiritual contract scroll was instantly torn apart. There was no change at all. Old woman Sir Xayan was stunned once again. Just what was going on here? Through the contract scroll, she could feel that Lung Feng was hiding nearby and was even secretly watching them. He was just using the shadow cloak to hide himself. Wang Tu, Zuiyan, and Nua Luo saw this and were filled with grief and indignation. Wang Tu coldly said, "Since 7/8 of the Scarlet Blood Temple's treasures have been stolen, it's not worth risking our lives. Let's retreat." That's what I was thinking. Zuo Yan's heart ached for the flowing flame, palanquin. They had suffered a great loss in this treasure hunt. Now in the Scarlet Blood Temple, although there were still a large amount of cultivation techniques and materials, the high-quality ones had all been picked out. Although the remaining ones were very valuable, to people with their status, it was not worth it to fight with the Scarlet Blood Head Venerate for these things. Want to leave? You think you can leave. The Head Venerate was already filled with rage. He raised the blood chalice high up, and his spirit energy surged out like a wave. The outer wall of the temple collapsed, and the three of them were pushed outside. Old thief, since you won't rest until you die, then we'll fight you to the end. Wang too gave a roar, and the dual-winged poison dragon fell in with a scarlet blood token in its hand. It broke through the blood-red barrier, and its poison tail flew out like a hurricane. Scram! The Head Venerate's source, spirit, swept out with a palm and grabbed the dual-winged poison dragon's tail. The dual-winged poison dragon was shocked and spat out a poison flame from its mouth. The poison flame was useless against the Head Venerate as it was completely blocked by the source spirit. The Head Venerate gave an explosive roar. The dual-winged poison dragon was thrown to the ground heavily. The blood chalice burst forth with a beam of red energy, which was completely infused into the other arm of the skeleton. The energy condensed into a bright red spear, which ruthlessly stabbed at the dual-winged poison dragon. No! Wang too shouted with red eyes. The blood-red spear pierced through the dual-winged poison dragon's body and forcefully nailed it to the ground. The dual-winged poison dragon howled and struggled as the blood poison quickly spread through its body through the wound, causing its skin to turn red and soft bit by bit. Finally, it gradually melted into pus and blood. The Head Venerate released his strength once again. The spear in the skeleton's hand turned into a large bow and an arrow, instantly shooting at Zuyen, who was preparing to escape. The flowing flame palanquin was already cracked, and now with this heavy injury, it could no longer take it, and a large hole appeared in it. Zuyen had no choice but to jump out and escape from the flowing flame palanquin, avoiding being killed by the arrow. The Scarlet Blood Head Venerate's strength surpassed a normal peak 9th awakened soul layer expert. Now that he had the soul-contracting weapon, the blood chalice, it was not something an awakened soul realm expert could resist. Nua Luo did not have any good feelings towards the Southern Xia people, so how could he save them? He immediately put away his blades and charged out. The Head Venerate pointed in the air. A strong secret technique was used, and spirit energy exploded out, instantly catching up to Nua Luo. When Nua Luo was about to charge out of the temple, it shattered his protective spirit energy and entered his body. Nua Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not stop and used this energy to increase his speed, finally escaping the Scarlet Blood Temple. Wang too saw the dual-winged poison dragon's body turn into thick blood and gradually stop struggling, knowing that his mount could not be saved. He gritted his teeth as he took out a jade talisman and slammed it into the ground. With a large explosion sound, an incomparably thick layer of dirt rose up, blocking them. Let's go! Wang Tu and Zuoyin flew away. The Head Venerate's giant blade slashed down and the dirt barrier shattered. When he was prepared to chase after the two of them, his body suddenly swayed and he almost fell from the sky. Damn! He had consumed too much spirit energy. The Scarlet Blood Head Venerate had just woken up and could not use his weakened state, so he could not control himself and used too much spirit energy. Although he had the blood chalice in his hand and his strength would quickly recover, giving the other side a few seconds was enough for the two of them to escape. Wang Tu and Zua Yen ran away in a sorry state. Old woman Sher Exan had a dark expression as she felt very nervous. The Scarlet Blood had suffered heavy losses this time, and she had a large responsibility. But she could not imagine why that brat was a spy. But just where was he hiding? Why was there a spiritual contract? Are you looking for us? A familiar voice sounded in Old Woman Shur-Eksayen's ears, and her expression instantly changed. But what followed was a dense rain of light bullets that fell onto Old Woman Shur-Eksayen's body. Despicable! I'll kill you! Old Woman Shur-Eksayen was instantly injured by the source energy spears, and her protective spirit energy dimmed once again. When she raised her right hand to attack, a cold aura came from the left, and a palm slammed into the back of Old Woman Shur-Eksayen's head. Pum! Old Woman Shur-Eksayen's head exploded and turned into countless ice shards that fell to the ground. This illustrious Tianma cult's Hall master finally died here with hatred in her heart. Ah! The head venerate found traces of these people, but because his spirit energy was exhausted, he could not stop them in time. Old Woman Shur-Eksayen was killed in front of him, and he could only let out a sharp roar. Chu Tian walked out with Nan Gongyin by his side. Chun Bingyu came forward and took on a battle stance. The Tianma cult is famous throughout the world, but it was actually played by you juniors. The Scarlet Blood head venerate's face turned dark. But do you really think you can deal with this venerate with just you? Wishful thinking. Don't be too confident. If I didn't have a bit of confidence, how could I have let you out? Chu Tian gave the little fox a look, and the little fox suddenly sucked in a breath. The energy from the blood chalice was immediately drawn over and swallowed by the little fox. What? The head venerate's face fell. What kind of spirit beast is this? It can actually absorb the chalice's energy. Don't be so shocked yet. Little fox, it's up to you. The little fox spat out a soul puppet, and its dark eyes revealed a look of pain. This was the last time it would summon the Hellfire Demon. A green light soared into the sky. An incomparably large, burning giant appeared in front of the Scarlet Blood head venerate. Chapter 287. The Scarlet Blood head venerate was not a simple person. Since it was released, naturally he had to take care of it. This was Chu Tian's principle. Otherwise, if the Scarlet Blood head venerate developed his influence in Southern Summer, it would be a large hidden danger in the future. Not to mention the countless Southern Summer citizens that would be implicated, miracle commerce would not be affected in the end. If he didn't remove the roots, there would be endless troubles in the future. Move! Chu Tian ordered. The little fox jumped onto the Hellfire Demon's head. Under the little fox's orders, the Hellfire Demon charged at the Scarlet Blood head venerate with large steps. Chu Tian's confidence was not without reason. The Scarlet Blood head venerate was a bit stronger than the Hellfire Demon, but with the little fox on the side, not only could it weaken the Scarlet Blood head venerate's demonic art, it could also stop the Scarlet Blood head venerate from using the blood chalice to recover. The Scarlet Blood head venerate was very weak right now. This was the best time to eliminate it. Chun Bingyu did not need to make a move. Her task was to protect Chu Tian and Nan Gongyin. This was because, while they were fighting, it was hard to guarantee that the head venerate wouldn't suddenly attack Chu Tian. Chun Bingyu was naturally not the head venerate's match, but she still had the ability to block it once or twice. After all, Chun Bingyu cultivated the Starlight immortal body, and her own strength was very strong. Dong, dong, dong. The Hellfire Demon charged at the head venerate, and a giant flaming fist slammed forward. The head venerate's short body floated in the air, and the scarlet skull silhouette shrouded it. That skull also raised a fist and collided head-on with the Hellfire Demon's fist. A large sound rang out. The Hellfire Demon's green abyss flame and the Scarlet Skull's blood energy collided at the same time, creating a sizzling sound like water and fire mixing together. The head venerate's blood energy was very corrosive, so it had a large advantage against normal cultivators. However, the Hellfire Demon was an elemental life form. It did not have a body of flesh and blood. The head venerate's strength had a very limited effect on the Hellfire Demon, but the green abyss flame could evaporate the blood energy. So from this point, the Hellfire Demon's strength could restrain the Scarlet Blood head venerate. Both sides took a step back. The little fox urged the hellfire demon to attack again. The scarlet blood head venerate condensed a giant spear that stabbed at the hellfire demon. The hellfire demon was not afraid in the slightest. His right fist ignited with flames as he punched towards the skeleton. At this time, the little fox suddenly stood up and took a deep breath. When the blood skeleton spear was about to pierce the hellfire, it was suddenly torn apart by an external force. It wasn't just this condensed weapon. The scarlet blood head venerate felt his demonic cultivation technique weaken by at least 30%. Damn it! What was going on? This was an unheard of spirit beast, but its abilities were beyond imagination. It was the bane of devil cultivators. The little fox seemed like it could easily break through any demonic cultivation technique, and there was nothing fancy about it. It was a simple and barbaric method of breaking through, directly taking away the opponent's energy. The scarlet blood head venerate wanted to stop, but it was already too late. The hellfire demon gathered a powerful fist and slammed into the scarlet blood head venerate's body. A giant hole was created in the blood skeleton, and the wild energy fell onto the scarlet blood head venerate, making him feel like his flesh and bones were being crushed. He spat out a mouthful of demonic blood and was sent flying several dozen meters away. Nan Gong Yun loudly praised, "Little fox! Beautifully done! Beat this demon to death." The little fox proudly wagged its tail and quickly urged the hellfire demon to charge forward. It raised its thick right foot to stomp down on the scarlet blood head venerate. The scarlet blood head venerate used both hands to block it. That incomparably large pressure was like a mountain, making the scarlet blood head venerate feel powerless. This monster was too strong. If they continued to fight, the situation would not be good. The scarlet blood head venerate's power forced the hellfire demon back a few steps. The scarlet blood head venerate activated the blood chalice, trying to use it to recover his spirit energy. How could the little fox give him this chance? "Come over for this, fox." The little fox forcefully sucked in. The energy from the blood chalice was all stolen and sucked into the little fellow's mouth. It even licked its lips a few times, looking like it had an endless aftertaste. The scarlet blood head venerate was simply going crazy with anger. These weak and lowly people could force him to this point? If he was at his peak, these small characters would not have been placed in his eyes at all. Die. The scarlet blood head venerate waved his hand, and 4 or 5 blood arrows shot out. This time they did not attack the hellfire demon. Rather, they were all shot at Chu Tian. Facing this kind of attack, Chun Bingyu was already prepared. 3 crystal ice walls appeared in front of her at the same time. The blood arrows broke through one ice wall after another. Finally, when the blood arrows arrived in front of them, their strength had already been exhausted. Chun Bingyu shattered them with a single palm. The scarlet blood head venerate was facing the hellfire demon and the little fox that specialized in suppressing demonic arts. He did not have time to gather his strength at all. Chun Bingyu was different. She was prepared to defend at all times. One was attacking in a hurry, the other was waiting silently. It was very hard for a sneak attack to succeed in this situation. The scarlet blood head venerate's strength was becoming weaker and weaker. He could feel that the situation was bad. If he continued to fight, he would finally fail miserably. He no longer fought against the hellfire demon and charged out of the barrier. He actually wanted to run. One of the 10 great inheritances of the Tianma cult, the scarlet blood inheritances head venerate, was actually being forced to run away by a few small southern summer country people. If this was known by the Tianma cult sect master, he would definitely spit out blood from anger. But how could Chu Tian let the scarlet blood head venerate escape so easily? Wasn't this letting the tiger return to the mountain? The little fox's figure flashed and turned into a mass of gray mist, quickly appearing in front of the head venerate. Teleportation! The scarlet blood head venerate's expression changed. He had indeed underestimated this spirit beast's skills. Because the little fox had appeared too suddenly, the Scarlet Blood Head Venerate was not sure if the little fox had any other skills. So he quickly slowed down. The Hellfire Demon caught up and sent a fist at the Head Venerate's back. The Head Venerate was sent flying again. The little fox seized this chance to leap forward and grab the Head Venerate's blood chalice. When the little fox grabbed the blood chalice, large amounts of strange ancient runes covered the chalice. The Scarlet Blood Head Venerate instantly felt his connection to the chalice being severed. Die! The Head Venerate wanted to slap it to death. Pum! The little fox turned into a mass of gray mist and disappeared. What made the Head Venerate speechless was that what disappeared with the little fox was the blood chalice in his hands. The Scarlet Blood Branch's most important sacred object had been stolen by a little fox in the Head Venerate's hands in front of the Head Venerate. It was like a resounding slap to the Head Venerate's face. It made the Scarlet Blood Head Venerate completely lose his mind. Blood came out of his 7 orifices, and his blood-red hair danced in the air as blood flames came out of his pores. Chu Tian was stunned. He is burning his essence blood, preparing to fight to the death. Be careful! The Scarlet Blood Head Venerate did not hesitate to use a forbidden technique to burn his essence blood in exchange for an instant increase in strength. This cultivation technique had a large side effect. After the battle ended, his cultivation base would drop by a large amount. So, unless it was a life and death struggle, no one would use this move. He couldn't care about that right now. Even if his cultivation base dropped, he had to kill these people. It could be imagined just how much the Scarlet Blood Head Venerate hated Chu Tian's group. The little fox chose to dodge and controlled the hell flame to retreat while sending out large amounts of green abyss flames. It wanted to use a long-range attack to slow down the Head Venerate while absorbing the energy from the Head Venerate. Strange. How could this fellow's energy be this strong? The little fox sucked away wave after wave, making the little fox very busy. The Head Venerate roared and released his source spirit once again. A blood-red glow suddenly covered the area. The blood skeleton that was released this time was completely different from the previous ones. The blood skeleton was covered in a thick layer of blood, and it was holding an incomparably large battle axe in its hands. Its aura was several times stronger than before. Chu Tian revealed a look of shock. This aura clearly surpassed the awakened soul realm, reaching the 3rd large realm, the true spirit realm. This was not a battle of jumping realms, but rather a battle of jumping realms. If it was just jumping realms, there was a chance of victory, but if it was a battle of jumping realms, there was no chance of victory. The little fox continued to absorb several times. The blood skeleton's heavy armor weakened several times, and the battle axe in its hands became smaller by several times. The Scarlet Blood Head Venerate had already charged in front of it, and the large battle axe chopped down. The little fox quickly controlled the hell flame to dodge. Too fast! The axe still landed on Hellfire's shoulder, chopping off his left arm on the spot. The little fox used all its strength to absorb again. The blood skeleton's armor shattered, and the battle axe in its hand became dim. However, the Scarlet Blood Head Venerate had already raised his battle axe and slashed out. The half-moon-shaped red glow swept across the hell flame and cut it in half. The instant the hell flame fell, the little fox suddenly exploded. Almost in an instant, the hell flame exploded and all of its energy was released at once. There were green flames that soared into the sky and slammed into the Scarlet Blood Temple's barrier, causing the entire Scarlet Blood Temple to tremble. Chu Tian's group of 3 were sent flying by the shockwave. The little fox retreated from the center of the explosion in a sorry state. Its beautiful snow-white fur was slightly damaged. It had clearly underestimated the Head Venerate's strength, but the Head Venerate had also underestimated its abilities. The explosion of the hell flame this time was enough to heavily injure that fellow. Nan Gongyun quickly asked, "Is it dead?" Chun Bingyu opened her mind's eye, and a scarlet outline appeared in the flames. Her brows immediately knit together. It's not dead yet. Chun Bingyu opened her mind's eye, and a scarlet outline appeared in the flames. Her brows immediately knit together. It's not dead yet. Nan Gongyin was shocked. It's over. How could it be this strong? We're dead for sure this time. That's not certain. Chu Tian was not panicked at all. The scarlet blood had already reached his limit. The little fox took in a large breath, and its source spirit completely collapsed. Chun Bingyu shot out like an arrow, and her palms came together to send a palm out. Wherever the blue and white ice palm went, the ground was covered in a thick layer of ice. Pum! When this palm energy hit the scarlet blood head venerate, the ice spirit energy turned into a solid ice crystal. An incomparably large icicle pierced through the head venerate's chest and nailed him to the scarlet blood temple's pillar. Nan Gongyin patted her chest. You scared this old lady, so you're already spent. You should have died several hundred years ago. Chu Tian looked at her and said, Do you have any last words? Do you think you've won? The scarlet blood head venerate never thought that he would lose to a group of brats. His face was filled with hatred and unwillingness as he angrily roared, Even if this venerate dies, I'll drag you down with me. As soon as his voice fell, the entire temple began to tremble and actually began to sink. This is bad. Chu Tian felt a large attractive force under his feet, as if gravity had increased by several dozen times. The scarlet blood temple will sink back into the swamp. Quickly leave. The scarlet blood head venerate gave a sharp laugh. Leave? No one can leave. You'll be buried with me. Chapter 288. The head venerate activated the temple's self-destruct trap. The scarlet blood temple released a powerful source energy array fluctuation. This energy created a strong suction force that caused the center of the temple to cave in. Large cracks began to spread in all directions, and the buildings began to collapse. The ground also began to crack, and large amounts of swamp mud began to spray out from the ground. This was not a simple silence. This was complete destruction. The scarlet swamp was stirred up. The wild and powerful suction force first tore the scarlet blood temple apart before dragging the remains into the abyss, burying them several hundred meters or even 1,000 meters deep in the darkness. From now on, the scarlet blood temple would no longer exist in this world. The treasures hidden in the scarlet blood temple would forever be buried underground. Nan Gongyin shouted in disbelief. What kind of trap is this? Why can't I move? The pulling force coming from the shrine was much stronger than they had imagined. Everyone was like a piece of iron that had been firmly sucked in by a magnet. Every step they took became extremely difficult. Even Chun Bingyu found it difficult to move. Hong. An even worse situation occurred. The entire temple's barrier began to crack, and the giant barrier began to shrink. This created a strong pressure that seemed like it wanted to crush everything in the barrier into a meat patty. A double pressure appeared at the same time. It was already impossible for the three of them to escape the scarlet blood temple. Ha. Die, be buried with the scarlet blood. The scarlet blood head venerate wildly laughed. He allowed his body to fall into the center of the collapse and be swallowed by the endless swamp. Phut! Nan Gongyin loudly cursed. This old demon still wants to trick us before he dies. There was no use saying anything now. The scarlet blood temple was collapsing very quickly, and the three of them couldn't escape, so they would die without a doubt. The little fox could teleport away, but it couldn't bring anyone else. It was anxiously running around, but there was nothing it could do. Were they really going to die here? Nan Gongyin and Chun Bingyu felt a deep sense of helplessness. You guys charge, don't look back. In this dangerous moment, Chu Tian suddenly shouted, Leave immediately. You think this old lady doesn't want to leave? He really couldn't move. Most of the scarlet blood temple had collapsed, and the deep purple swamp swallowed everything. It was like a whirlpool in the sea, quickly spinning. The fragments of the temple floated above the whirlpool, like islands being swallowed by the endless whirlpool. There was no other way. Chu Tian slammed his palms together. A mysterious and vast power suddenly gushed out from his body. Chu Tian's entire aura suddenly changed. He was no longer lazy and carefree. Instead, he was like a high and mighty monarch, a god looking down on all living beings. One of his eyes turned silver and the other white, and the 7 pupils spun within them. In the end, they gathered together and overlapped with each other. It was like a 7-colored flower, full of strangeness and mystery. Chu Tian closed his silver left eye and only opened his white right eye. The white pupil gradually lit up. An indescribable force was released in all directions. All the collapsing was stopped, and all the pressure disappeared in an instant. Nan Gongyun and Qin Bingyu were both stunned. What kind of power was this? Let's go! Blood flowed out of Chu Tian's eyes as he gritted his teeth and jumped out. The 3 of them charged out of the barrier together. When Chu Tian fell to the ground, his eyes returned to normal, but his face was as white as paper. He fell to the ground and had already lost consciousness. Nan Gongyun quickly picked him up. "Hey, what happened to you?" "That power of his is very strong, but it also has a large restriction," Chan Bingyu said with a serious expression. He should have fainted from exhaustion. "Let's leave this place." "All right." Nan Gongyun carried Chu Tian on her back, and the 2 of them quickly left the swamp. The little fox followed behind. When they didn't go far, it suddenly found a giant beast lying on the ground. Its body was covered in wounds, and it had already been killed. It was the super demon beast of the Scarlet Swamp, the dragon lizard beast. The little fox stopped moving and spat out the soul puppet from its mouth. It held it in its hand and waved it at the dragon lizard beast's corpse a few times. Traces of purple things gathered around the corpse and were all absorbed into the little puppet. This puppet turned into a miniature dragon lizard beast. The little fox grinned and nodded in satisfaction. Then it swallowed the soul puppet back into its stomach, and its 4 limbs teleported a few times. It quickly caught up to the 3 of them and left the Scarlet Swamp. Nan Gongyun and Chun Bingyu did not know what method Chu Tian used to stop the collapse of the temple. Actually, the method Chu Tian used far surpassed their imaginations. Chu Tian released a kind of energy that caused the surrounding space to freeze, so the collapse could not continue and the 3 of them were able to escape. This kind of ability to control space, it was like a spiritual god's ability. Because of this, Chu Tian had consumed a large amount of energy. With his awakened soul realm cultivation, he could not handle this kind of powerful energy, so he fainted. The 2 girls first placed Chu Tian in Scarlet Swamp Town. Chu Tian fainted for 3 days and 3 nights before he finally slowly woke up. He let out a long sigh of relief. "I'm still alive. Boss has finally woken up. You were truly too powerful at that time." Nan Gongyun looked at Chu Tian with a face of worship. "You saved our lives. I really need to properly thank you." "Then how are you going to thank me?" Chu Tian weakly looked at her. "Could it be that you're going to repay me with your body?" Nan Gongyun patted her firm chest. "If you don't mind, I don't mind either. Since I'm married to someone, I won't let the goodies flow into an outsider's field." "Cuckoo." Chu Tian coughed a few times and waved his hand as he said, "I'm hungry. Go get something to eat." Chu Tian ate several level 2 cans of food, and his strength quickly recovered. Although his head was still hurting, it would be fine after 3-5 days of rest. Chu Tian did not think that after activating it for 1-2 seconds, he would actually faint. He was still too weak right now. Nan Gongyun and Chun Bingyu saw that Chu Tian was not willing to talk about it, so they did not take the initiative to ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets, and most powerful cultivators had their own trump cards. This kind of matter was not suitable for them to get to the bottom of. "We've already been delayed for an entire 7-8 days because of the Tianma cult." Nangongyan said in a slightly worried voice. Do you think the Southern Summer King will punish us for this? The royal proclamation wants us to immediately head to Imperial City and did not set a time for us to reach Imperial City. I'm not worried at all. So what are you worried about? After Chu Tian ate and drank his fill, he was once again filled with energy. He hooked his finger at the little fox beside him. Immediately take out the chalice for me. The little fox unwillingly spat out the blood chalice. This was a genuine soul-contracting weapon. Now that the scarlet blood head venerate was dead, the spiritual imprint on the blood chalice had disappeared. But what made it hard for Chu Tian was that when Chu Tian touched the blood chalice, there was a surge of energy that came from it. Chu Tian's entire hand was dyed red, like he had just taken it out of a pool of blood. This kind of burning feeling was like strong acid had been poured on it. Chu Tian knit his brows. As expected, there's no way to use it. Nangongyan and Chen Bingyu gave it a try, but the result was the same. Their attributes and cultivation techniques were completely different from the blood chalice, so naturally they could not control this soul-contracting weapon. If this thing is useless, then wouldn't we have taken a large risk for nothing? You can't say it's useless. Chu Tian put on a pair of gloves and took the blood chalice to the next room. There were 18 barrels in the room, and the yin corpses had already been refined in them for several days. Chu Tian directly poured the red liquid from the blood chalice into the barrels, consuming around half of the wind. The yin corpses were instantly covered in blood veins as a kind of energy quickly grew in their bodies. The blood chalice could condense true blood. Chu Tian also had the divine blood material in his hands. This combination was enough to refine a group of powerful divine blood yin corpses. Although he couldn't use the blood chalice to fight, it was still very suitable to be used as a tool to refine corpses. The three of them stayed in Scarlet Swamp Town for another 5 days. Chu Tian kept adding true blood to the corpse-refining barrels, and the strength of this group of divine blood yin corpses increased. Each of them had the strength of a peak 6th awakened soul layer cultivator. Not bad. This speed was very satisfying. Chu Tian was prepared to go to Imperial City and refine another batch of diluted divine blood. At that time, he would turn these 18 divine blood yin corpses into true soul realm yin corpses. True soul realm experts. That was a very strong bodyguard. With 18 true soul realm yin corpses by his side, the number of people in Imperial City that could deal with Chu Tian could be counted on one hand. Chu Tian continued his journey north. He traveled day and night without stopping, finally arriving at the core of the Imperial region. It was also the most prosperous city in southern Xia, Imperial City. The young miss had been in Imperial City for a month and a half. He didn't know what the situation was like in Imperial City. When Chu Tian walked into the magnificent Imperial City, the streets of Imperial City were filled with electric lighthouses. There were several Miracle Source Energy hotels along the streets, and there was a 10-meter tall advertisement on the tall buildings in front of them. The picture was of a young girl holding a can of food. There was also a graffiti made with paint, as well as all kinds of advertising slogans. Wah, is this Yingying? Nangongyan looked at the incomparably large advertisement. This isn't Yingying's style at all. She actually hung her own picture this high. There were many loudspeakers on the streets of Imperial City, and there were people carrying magnetic sound machines on their backs. This was not much different from Central State City. Chu Tian couldn't help being secretly speechless. The young miss was truly efficient. This was just the result that he had seen, but it already made Chu Tian very satisfied. When the three of them passed through the streets, the people around them suddenly cried out in surprise. Everyone, quickly look! That's the Wang family. The Imperial City citizens all cried out in surprise. There was a row of luxurious beast carriages in front of them, passing through the wide road. Each beast carriage was filled with treasure chests, looking like they were very rich. A citizen asked in a puzzled voice, "Where are they going?" Of course, it's miracle commerce. Today is Miracle Commerce's Vice Chairman Meng Qingwu's birthday. Is that true? It's actually Madame Meng Qingwu's birthday. Everyone seemed to be very familiar with Meng Qingwu. In just a short month, Meng Qingwu had already made a name for herself in Imperial City. But what made Chu Tian curious was that even he didn't know Meng Qingwu's birthday. So how did these grandsons know? Let's go take a look. Chapter 289. Miracle Commerce's Imperial City headquarters was the residence of the great scholar Gu Qianqiu. This was a place that the Southern Summer King specially rewarded after the great scholar made a large contribution to Southern Xia. It was only inferior to the Three Rulers' Palace and the Royal Palace, but it was not any smaller than the Central State headquarters. Gu Qianqiu was not used to living in such a large residence. So in order to settle down the Meng Qingwu sisters as soon as possible, he emptied out the entire residence and used it as Miracle Commerce's Imperial City headquarters. It was also because of this that most of the Imperial City people knew that the great scholar had a close relationship with Miracle Commerce. So, even if Miracle Commerce came to Imperial City and made a series of bold moves, offending the interests of many people, there was very little resistance. Today was Meng Qingwu's birthday. Miracle Commerce's vice chairman was not simple, opening up a world in the complicated Imperial City in less than 2 months. Although it was because of the great scholar's relationship, it was inseparable from her own ability. If it was a normal manager, they wouldn't even be able to reach a quarter of the current situation. Now, Miracle Commerce's products were all over Imperial City, so its influence was not weak. Meng Qingwu had become the goddess of the Imperial City people, a country-destroying young woman. Not only could she control a shocking amount of wealth, she also had outstanding abilities. The saying that one should take Meng Qingwu as a wife was now the most popular saying in Imperial City. This was just the beginning. Miracle Commerce's potential was so big that the company would not stop. Sooner or later, it would become the most outstanding company in Southern Xia. Therefore, Meng Qingwu's birthday was not simple. This gave countless people a chance and reason to approach Meng Qingwu, so they all came to give gifts. Meng Qingwu had just arrived, so she had to pay attention to these local snakes. When Meng Qingwu gained a firm foothold, these people would not have a chance to curry favor with her even if they wanted to. The young miss is doing quite well. When Chu Tian came to Miracle Commerce, he was first satisfied with the headquarters. This building is even more luxurious than Central State. It's almost like a palace. This was a 9-way palace building. The area it occupied was around 50% larger than the Central State headquarters, and the amount of space inside was several times greater. Even if 10,000 people were to live in it, it would be more than enough, and it would not feel crowded. This was enough to satisfy the development needs of a large chamber of commerce. Nan Gongyin said with slight disdain, "Sister Qingwu is not only smart, she is also very hardworking and does everything herself. Unlike some people, you can't even see a shadow of them all day. Are you mocking me, your boss? If that's the case, then it's a misunderstanding." Chu Tian said shamelessly, "Are you deliberately slacking off? Aren't I purposely leaving something for you to do to strengthen your position in the Chamber of Commerce? You have to understand boss's good intentions. He would rather be gossiped about behind his back to clear a stage for you guys." Nan Gongyin rolled her eyes. "Too lazy to talk to this guy. What are we standing here for? After traveling for more than half a month, we can finally have a good meal. Let's go." Halt! Just as the three of them stepped forward, a guard stopped them. "Do you have an invitation?" "What? You're asking me for an invitation?" Chu Tian walked forward and patted his face. "Please open your eyes and look clearly. This handsome face in front of you is the pass. Move aside." The guards' faces turned dark, and they were about to explode in anger. Where did this fellow come from? He was simply asking for a beating. The outer guards of Miracle Commerce were all recruited by the Imperial City, mainly arranged by the great scholar and the calm martial ruler, so it was normal that they had never seen Chu Tian before. Nan Gong Yin quickly walked forward and took out a token from her waist. "Do you recognize this?" "Ah, this is—" The expressions of the guards changed. This was the token of a high-level member of Miracle Commerce. The second young Miss Meng Inying had one, which meant that this person's position was around the same as Meng Inying. The guards quickly moved to the side and respectfully invited the three of them in. Chu Tian was filled with depression. "Damn it, this is my own territory." But seeing that these guards were all tall and strong, it seemed like Miracle Commerce had quite a bit of power in Imperial City. Miracle Commerce's main courtyard was already filled with people, and the company's employees were busy entertaining them. At this time, the banquet had already begun. The Source Energy chefs had cooked thousands of dishes and brought them out for everyone. "Quickly look." Nan Gongyin looked over and called out in pleasant surprise, "Isn't that Ying and big sister Qinggu?" The three of them looked into the distance and saw the Meng Qinggu sisters in the center of the hall. The two of them were very solemn as they received the guests. After not seeing the two sisters for over a month, they looked a bit thinner, but their complexions were very good. It seemed like their cultivations had made large progress. Heavenly Cloud Commerce. 1 10,000-year-old purple crystal. Zhao family head, 1 secret face halting pill. Countless gifts flew into the hall like snowflakes, piling up into a small mountain. Chu Tian's eyes went wide. They could earn this much from a single birthday? It made him want to throw a party. The three of them did not have time to go over. Suddenly a loud voice came out. Wang family's young master Wang Yuan. 10 boxes of deep-sea pearls, 100 bolts of 1,000-year golden silk, 1 dragon-tamed beast carriage. To celebrate young Miss Meng Qingwu's birthday. The entire crowd was in an uproar. This was truly a large sum. It was just a normal birthday. Was there a need to give such a large gift? Meng Qingwu slightly knit her brows as if she was not very happy, but she quickly returned to normal. With a polite smile, she said, "Thank you, young master Wang Yuan." Ha ha ha. Wang Yuan was a young man with an elegant appearance. He looked even younger than Meng Qinggu, at most 17 to 18 years old. From his entourage and bearing, he clearly came from a large family. Coming to your palace today is not only to celebrate the chairman's birthday, but also to announce an important matter. Adding this matter today, it can be considered double happiness. The Wang family was very influential in Imperial City. This family was a large family in the kingdom, second only to the 3 large families in Imperial City. Although Meng Qinggu did not like this family, they were still very powerful, so she did not dare to rashly make a move. She was a smart person. The Wang family's way of doing things was tyrannical. At this time, she first used diplomacy before resorting to force. What she was going to propose next would definitely be very difficult. Young Master Wang, if you have something to say, why don't we talk about it after the banquet is over? No. This matter must be made known to everyone. Wang Yuan shook his head, not giving Meng Qinggu any leeway. My family has already agreed to let me marry young Miss Meng Inying. As soon as he said that, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Meng Qinggu and her sister were even more dumbfounded. Congratulations, young Master Wang. Congratulations, young Master Wang. Everyone stood up to congratulate him. Wang Yuan said with a smile, "Such a good thing. And on such a good day, I think we should also fix the wedding. What does Chairman Meng think?" Wang Yuan was here to propose marriage. Meng Inying was so angry that she almost jumped off the roof. "What nonsense are you saying? Your family agrees, do I agree? How can you be this unreasonable? Inying, believe me, from the first time I saw you, I already fell in love with you. The marriage of a man and woman should be arranged by the elders. I think Chairman Meng would not reject this good thing, right? Relax, I can guarantee that once Inying enters my Wang family, she will be my Wang Yuan's official wife." Wang Yuan confidently looked at Meng Qinggu. If our two families form an alliance, we will definitely be successful in the future. Even the three large families will have to be wary of us. Young Master Wang really knows how to joke. Meng Qingwu's face sunk, and she was already very dissatisfied. I don't dare be careless with my little sister's marriage. If Ying really likes it, then it's fine. But you are forcing her into a marriage. Humph? Could it be that this young master is not good enough for Ying? Then, I'm curious, could it be that you want Ying to marry into the royal family? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Who do you think you are? I'd rather marry a beggar than marry you. Meng Ying fiercely scolded him and then anxiously added, I already have someone I like. If I tell you his name, you'll be scared to death. You can't even compare to a single strand of his hair. Meng Qinggu couldn't help looking at her little sister with a strange look before bluntly saying, Please forgive Qinggu for not agreeing to this request. Shame and anger. This Wang Yuan's face was turned into a pig's liver color after being rejected in front of everyone. This young master has come with such sincerity to propose. But you dare treat me like this? Do you know the power of my Wang family? Offending the Wang family, you can forget about staying in Imperial City. Meng Qinggu did not give an inch. I ask young Master Wang to take back your gift. Miracle commerce does not need to look at other people's faces. Meng Qinggu, I advise you not to be too ruthless. You will have to go through my Wang family's door sooner or later. Now marry my little sister over. Everyone will be a family from now on. We can talk things over. Meng Qingwu's face changed. What did you say? I might as well tell you honestly, and also remind everyone here who has thoughts of coveting Chairman Meng. Wang Yuan arrogantly declared in a loud voice, as if he was declaring his sovereignty. Meng Qinggu is the woman my big brother likes. She can only belong to my big brother in this life. So you guys should give up on this idea. If anyone dares cross the line, then think carefully about what kind of consequences they will face. There were quite a few young men here who were admirers of Meng Qinggu, but when they heard Wang Yuan's words, their attitudes all changed. If that person likes her, then this Meng Qinggu would really be. A pity. Who the fuck do you think you are? A figure quickly charged forward, and a fist landed on Wang Yuan's face. Half of Wang Yuan's handsome face was deformed, and he was sent flying into the opposite wall. Not good. The Wang family's young master has been hit. This is going to be a big disaster. The guests were all panicked, and they all took the initiative to leave to avoid trouble. The Meng Qinggu sisters were stunned, but when they saw the person who did it, Meng Ying's eyes popped out like they were about to spit out flames. You still know how to come. Chu Tian smiled at her. We'll catch up later. After saying this, Chu Tian directly walked over. Wang Yuan covered his face in fear, spitting out blood as he said in a frightened voice, You dare hit me? Shua. Chu Tian pulled out the netherworld sword. What does hitting you count for? If I don't let you taste something powerful today, you won't know what I, Chu Tian, am capable of. When he saw the ice-cold blade and the undisguised killing intent coming from Chu Tian, Wang Yuan was filled with fear. He really would make a move against this person. Meng Qinggu quickly stopped him. Chu Tian, enough! Chu Tian? This person was Chu Tian? Although Chu Tian had never come to Imperial City before, his name had already spread throughout Imperial City. This was a fellow that even dared to capture the Western Marquis Southern State Army. He was the most arrogant youth in Southern Xia's history. However, because Chu Tian was too arrogant, many people in Imperial City were dissatisfied. The Wang family's young master was one of the people that didn't like Chu Tian. I even dared to hit the Western Marquis. Chu Tian laughed as he looked at this brat. Do you think you are more precious than the Western Marquis? Chu Tian. Meng Qinggu had already run to Chu Tian's side. Today is my birthday. Give me some face. Chu Tian saw that Meng Qinggu's gaze was strange. He knew that Meng Qinggu had a cautious personality, but Meng Qinggu also understood Chu Tian's personality. If this person wasn't special, just based on his attempt to steal her little sister, Meng Qinggu would not have let him off. All right, Chu Tian put away his sword. I won't cut him, but a beating is unavoidable. Nangong, I'll leave him to you. No problem. Nangong Yin cracked his knuckles and walked in front of Wang Yuan with a fiendish smile. He dragged Wang Yuan out of the hall. Save me. A pitiful scream made everyone's blood run cold. Meng Qingwu's eyes flashed, and she gave a helpless sigh. Chu Tian really was the incarnation of trouble, causing this kind of trouble as soon as he came to Imperial City. He didn't even ask the other side's background before making such a heavy move. This matter would not end here. Chapter 290. The young Miss' birthday celebration had been completely destroyed, so naturally it could not continue. After Meng Qinggu sent off the guests, she secretly met with Chu Tian. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of rebuke. Why did you make such a big commotion as soon as you came? The young Miss can't not appreciate people's good intentions. Isn't this all for you? Chu Tian's attitude was very firm as he said, There's a grandson that dares to bully you sisters. No matter who it is, I can't stand it. Even if it is the Southern Summer King's son, I will still beat him. Meng Qingwu's heart felt warm. Chu Tian's personality was like this. He was very loyal to the people around him, so he couldn't be blamed. Chu Tian saw the young Miss' serious expression and asked, What? Could it be that this surnamed Wang's background is deeper than the 3 great clans? That was impossible. Southern Xia's 3 great clans were already at the top of the hierarchy. Although Chu Tian's information network was not very fast, it was impossible for Chu Tian not to have heard of an existence comparable to the 3 great clans. The Wang family naturally cannot compare to the 3 great clans, but the Wang family's position is very special. Meng Qinggu paused and first asked Chu Tian a question. Have you heard of the Great Summer Royal Family? Great Summer Royal Family? What was that? Meng Qinggu knew that he had never heard of it when she saw this. The Great Summer Royal Family refers to the royal family of the Great Summer Country. When the Warhounds Kingdom's Fang King attacked the Great Summer Country's imperial city, he massacred the Great Summer Country's royal family. The Great Summer Country's direct descendants and several main branches all died, so the Dongfang family became the new royal family. Chu Tian was puzzled. What does this have to do with the Wang family? Of course it's related. Meng Qinggu said in a somewhat serious voice. The Great Summer Country's royal family could not have been massacred in the past. For example, after the Dongfang family led the 3 great clans to chase away the Warhounds, these descendants of the Great Summer Country moved back to Imperial City. These collateral branches did not have the qualifications to inherit the throne, and the strength of the old royal family was far from what it used to be. The first generation Southern Summer King accepted them. In order to commemorate the previous royal family and to prevent them from causing chaos, the Southern Summer King ordered them to abandon their nature and change their surname to Wang. Do you understand now? This was the origin of the Wang family. He was actually a descendant of the old royal family. But so what if he was the descendant of the old royal family? This world did not pay much attention to orthodoxy, not to mention that they were not orthodoxy. For a family to become a royal family, they first had to have overwhelming power. In this aspect, the Nangong clan and Shangguan clan were barely qualified to compete with the Dongfang clan. The Wang clan was far from being qualified. This was also the reason why the Southern Summer King could tolerate them. Meng Qinggu explained, starting from the first Southern Summer King, the Wang family has had 2 marquises appear. As a result, the Wang clan's power rapidly rose, and in this generation, the 3rd marquis will soon be born. What do you mean by immediately? This person has not been officially conferred a marquis, but with his military merits, it is only a matter of time. This person is the Wang family's eldest young master, Wang Tianlong. He has just turned 30 years old and is already in the 9th awakened soul layer, but his battle strength is already comparable to the 8 marquises. Thinking about it like this, he was indeed strong. Wang Tianlong should not be weaker than Chu Xinghe. 10 years ago, the Nangong family's blazing flame army was destroyed, and this person led the battle dragon army to reinforce the front lines. After 10 years of tempering, the battle dragon army has become one of the top armies in the southern summer country. Their military merits are illustrious, and their fame is widespread. So, everyone thinks that Wang Tianlong will be conferred a marquis. It is only a matter of time. What did you say? The battle dragon army. Chu Tian seemed like he thought of something. It couldn't be this coincidental, right? He quickly asked, what relationship does the winged dragon General Wang Tu have with him? You know Wang Tu? Meng Qinggu was a little surprised, thinking that Chu Tian did not know. Wang Tu is the battle dragon army's vice general and the eldest young master's uncle. All right, this was the so-called enemies wouldn't meet unless they met. This enmity was not unjust at all. Even if Chu Tian did not beat Wang Yuan this time, Miracle Commerce and the Wang family would not be able to get along. Wang Tu's mount was indirectly killed by Chu Tian, and the matter of Chu Tian robbing the Scarlet Blood Temple could not be kept a secret forever. How could Wang Tu take this loss? Forget it, forget it. So what if the Wang family was strong? So what if the Wang family's young master became the youngest marquis in history? I, Chu Tian, have made countless enemies. One more doesn't matter. One less doesn't matter. If they want revenge, then let them line up first. Chu Tian said this, and his tone suddenly changed. Speaking of this future youngest marquis in southern Xia seems to be interested in the young miss. Could it be that the young miss doesn't care about this at all? Meng Qinggu fiercely glared at him. If you say this again, I'll be angry. Fuck, I was just casually asking. We can talk about it. Why would I be angry? Chu Tian quickly changed the topic. Where did that little girl Ying go? She is normally very clingy, but when I came to Imperial City this time, she didn't even say a few words to me before leaving. This doesn't match her personality. You're still talking about it. It's all your fault. Fuck. What does this have to do with me? I didn't offend her at all. Did you forget what you promised Ying in Central State City? What did I say? Damn it, you actually really forgot about it? You clearly said that you would come as soon as you received the royal proclamation. Do you know how happy Ying was when the king sent out the royal proclamation? She sent people to inquire about you every day and personally went out to greet you. But in the end, you didn't even arrive after half a month. Meng Qinggu stared at him. Do you think Ying will be angry? Chu Tian patted his forehead. Damn, he really forgot. I met a sudden situation on the way. This was something that couldn't be helped. Meng Qinggu had a serious expression. You didn't even give her an explanation when you saw her. What would Ying think? She is a sensitive and pure person. She would think that you didn't put her in your heart at all. It would be strange if she wasn't sad. All right, I was wrong. I'll go and apologize to Ying now, all right? Chu Tian turned to leave. I'll go now, young miss, bye-bye. Meng Qinggu saw Chu Tian quickly leave, and her autumn water-like eyes slightly flashed a few times. She couldn't help revealing a complex smile. What kind of person was this fellow? He was normally overbearing and had a strong ego, not willing to eat any losses. But he was willing to put down his status to apologize to a little girl. He really was a contradictory person. Chu Tian prepared a large pile of gifts as he came to Meng Ying's room. Ying, are you there? Little Ying, say something. I know you're inside. If you don't say anything, I'll come in. A soft snort came from the room. Since she didn't refuse, that meant she agreed. Chu Tian pushed open the door. Meng Ying was sitting in front of the desk, holding a book. She was completely focused on reading, not even turning her head. I'm studying, don't disturb me. This girl was really angry. Chu Tian giggled as he walked in front of Meng Ying. What book are you reading? You should know that I'm very knowledgeable, so I can teach you a bit. Who needs your guidance? Meng Ying twisted her little face. I can learn by myself. Aya, this girl was quite stubborn. Chu Tian pretended not to hear her. Are you angry? You already know the answer. Me, Nangong, and Big Sister Bing had a fortuitous encounter on the road, so we were delayed. Chu Tian could only apologize to the angry little girl. To make up for my mistake, I've brought you a gift. Just treat it as an apology. When Meng Ying heard this, her face softened a bit. But because of her face, she still snorted and said, Don't think that you can coax me with some random things. I'm not a child. I've prepared several top-grade soul weapons for you, several dozen bottles of pills, and... Chu Tian said a large pile of things. Meng Ying was stunned. Where did all these treasures come from? Chu Tian suddenly thought of something, and said with a sigh, You might not know, but in order to prepare these gifts for you, I had to fight a demon for a day and a night. In the end, I was seriously injured and was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, almost dying. Ah, Meng Ying turned her head in a panic. Really? Don't lie to me. You don't trust me that much? Chu Tian made a pained expression, as if his injuries hadn't healed and were about to flare up again. Fine, you can ask Nangong. I was really unconscious for 3 days. I thought I wouldn't wake up for the rest of my life. I believe you, I believe you. Where are you injured? Meng Ying quickly came over and touched Chu Tian's body. Are you all right? Why are you so stupid? The company has money and power. Why did you take the risk? This girl was too stupid. Just a few words of coaxing, and she was able to divert her attention. Chu Tian pretended to be exhausted. Isn't this all for you sisters? Although miracle commerce has money, we can't convert it into cash in a short period of time. So I took a risk and got a large amount of pills and equipment to help you raise your strength. You know we have many enemies and Imperial City is not safe. Saying this, he then pretended to be distressed. Who would have thought that after narrowly escaping death and helping you beat up the bad guys who came to bully you, a certain young lady would be angry because I didn't come to Royal City on time? It really makes me sad. Meng Ying's face flushed red, and she instantly felt guilty. Her 2 watery eyes became misty. It's my fault, don't be sad, okay? I'll apologize to you, okay? Forget it. If a beauty makes a mistake, I can forgive you once. Chu Tian patted Meng Ying's shoulder. Just this once. Meng Ying nodded and said, Then don't take risks for us in the future. If something happens, how will I live in the future? Saying this, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Chu Tian said this and suddenly asked, Today in the hall, you said you already have someone you like. Fuck, who is it? Tell me loud and clear. Meng Ying's face turned as red as an apple. Do I need you to care? Nonsense. Chu Tian revealed a fierce appearance. Daring to steal my little Ying, I'll have my brothers chop him to death. Meng Ying wished she could find a hole to jump into. This bastard was clearly pretending to be confused. While Meng Ying was at a loss, someone suddenly ran to the door and shouted, Chairman, there is a royal proclamation, inviting the chairman to the palace to see the king. Damn! Interrupting me at this critical moment. Chu Tian impatiently waved his hand. I know, I'll go now. Will it be dangerous to see the king? Meng Ying was very worried. She had been in Imperial City for half a month and had never seen the Southern Summer King. But she knew the Southern Summer King's character. He was a very strong and overbearing person. Not only did you miss your return, you even injured the Wang family's young master. With the great scholar and the calm martial ruler here, what is there to be afraid of? Chu Tian said in a high-spirited voice. Isn't it just the Southern Summer King? I'll go see him for a bit and you can continue reading. If there is anything you don't understand, remember to ask. Chu Tian left Meng Ying's room and couldn't help laughing. This silly girl was truly silly to the point of being cute. She would believe anything he said. If he wanted to coax this girl, Wouldn't it be as easy as reaching out his hand? Chu Tian was in a very good mood. He immediately changed his clothes and sat in a luxurious beast carriage, swaggering into the palace. Chapter 291. Southern Summer Royal Palace's Main Hall. Several dozen top-level characters were gathered here. On the high 9-level jade throne, there was the highest-ranked king of Southern Xia sitting there. There were 3 luxurious thrones under the 9 steps that were placed on the 7th step. These were the thrones of Southern Xia's 3 sovereigns. On the left was the refined ruler, on the right was the Burning Sun Army, and in the middle was the calm martial ruler. The 3 sovereigns had all arrived at this moment. Scholar Chu Tian has arrived. A deep voice came into the main hall. The attention of these large characters was instantly attracted. Everyone looked over to see a white-clothed youth walking fearlessly into the grand hall with his head held high. He was much younger than most people imagined. His eyes were bright and full of expression, like the cold stars in the night sky. His expression natural, his limbs extremely casual, and he didn't lose his composure in the slightest. This was the famous central state Chu Tian. Everyone began to discuss in whispers. The calm martial ruler gave a faint nod, and the refined ruler narrowed his eyes. There was no change on the surface, but there was a hidden torrent in the depths of his eyes. The Burning Sun ruler had the biggest reaction. He had an angry expression as he stared at Chu Tian, who was walking in. Of the 3 sovereigns, the Burning Sun ruler was the one with the least subtlety. Chu Tian really could not understand this fellow. How did he sit on the monarch's throne so firmly? Under the 1 king and 3 sovereigns were naturally the other important ministers of Southern Xia. The leader was the great tutor Gu Qianqiu, and the others were the leaders of the various large families. In short, when Chu Tian walked in, there were at least several hostile gazes directed at him. It seemed like Chu Tian had quite a few hidden threats in Southern Xia. Bold Chu Tian! A dignified voice came from the highest point of the hall. It was so loud that it made people dizzy, just like a heavenly voice coming from the clouds. Following this, an earth-shattering pressure came from Chu Tian's body. This was the might of a king. How could a king not have a deterrent? Not to mention the Southern Summer King's strength. Even if he only had a normal cultivation base, he could still hold the throne for several decades and cultivate the might of a king. But what did a king count for? Not to mention a mere king. Even the emperors of the super empires of the continent back then treated Chu Tian as a distinguished guest and treated him with great courtesy. That was 30,000 years in the future. Frankly speaking, the current kings were not even qualified to carry their shoes. Chu Tian was not affected by the king's might at all, but at this moment he had to give the Southern Summer King some face. After all, there was no benefit in offending the Southern Summer King, and it would only make everyone unhappy. Therefore, he gave a very exaggerated bow. This one deserves 10,000 deaths. I ask the king to punish me. You caused a ruckus in the central province. This king saw that there were people speaking up for you. Furthermore, you did make contributions in the Thunder Province and the Azure Province. So this king will not bicker with you. The Southern Summer King glared at Chu Tian with a face filled with rage. But you received this king's royal proclamation and deliberately delayed entering Imperial City, treating the royal proclamation as a joke. After arriving at King City, you didn't come to see me immediately. You're treating me like a child. You heavily injured the young master of the Wang family. You're treating the laws of the capital like child's play. Tell me, do you deserve to die? Ku. Gu Qianqiu gave a few coughs before standing up. My king, there must be many misunderstandings in this matter. Let's listen to Chu Tian's explanation first. Explain my ass. The Burning Sun ruler's temper was very violent. Even if the king doesn't find trouble with him, this ruler wants to ask you. You incited the family's descendants to fight against the family and heavily injured a senior elder of the family. How will you explain this to this ruler? This old man. Chu Tian looked at the Burning Sun ruler That matter has nothing to do with Nangong Yin. It was all done by me. Nangong Ji has the ambition of a wolf, wanting to gain something for nothing and taking away the entire miracle commerce. This is truly an idiot's dream. Nonsense. The Burning Sun ruler stood up from his throne, and a hot aura filled the hall. Nangongji clearly gave generous conditions. How could he gain something for nothing? Generous conditions? Ha ha ha. Chu Tian did not pretend to be humble. He stuck out his chest and raised his head, looking straight at the Burning Sun ruler. In my eyes, miracle commerce is worth more than the Nangong family. I want to ask the Burning Sun ruler, if you give the Nangong family to me now, I'll make you a small branch chairman of miracle commerce in 10 years. Are you willing to do that? Impudent. The Burning Sun ruler clenched his fists, and flames soared into the sky. Like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, he charged at Chu Tian. Everyone look. Chu Tian innocently waved his hand and quickly said, in this kind of situation, whether it's the high and mighty Burning Sun ruler or someone as small and insignificant as me, they would all have the same reaction. The Burning Sun ruler was about to go crazy with rage. You really think I don't dare make a move against you? This is the royal palace. The calm martial ruler coldly said, does the Burning Sun ruler not understand the rules? The Burning Sun ruler gritted his teeth. No matter what, the Nangong family's people will be managed by my Nangong family. Let Nangong Yin come back herself. What if I'm not willing? You, the refined ruler suddenly said. The family's internal matters are not something my king can interfere with. Aren't you being too overbearing? Of course, I don't care about your family's matters. Nangong Yin is a member of commerce and has a contract with the company. When Chu Tian said this, his voice suddenly changed. How about this? You can let her go if you want, but the Nangong family will first pay the penalty fee. It won't be much, but it will be several 100 billion gold coins. Several 100 billion gold coins penalty fee? The Burning Sun ruler almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Southern Summer King knit his brows. All right, we're not here today to talk about these trivial matters. Your Nangong family's matters can be resolved in private. This is the royal court. The Burning Sun ruler could only sit down with clenched teeth. This brat, Gu Qinqiu, broke out in a cold sweat. Chu Tian really did not care about his life, deliberately angering the Burning Sun ruler. The Burning Sun ruler's old face was completely red, but he knew that with the calm martial ruler and the great scholar protecting him, being angry was useless, so he could only suppress it for now. The Southern Summer King coldly said, What do you want to say? Chu Tian continued to explain, There is no way to explain the delay. The royal proclamation only asked for us to reach Imperial City as soon as possible, but it did not specify a specific time. On the way to Imperial City, I encountered a bit of trouble, so I was delayed. A minister stood up. What a glib tongue. If everyone was like you, wouldn't Southern Xia's laws be useless? That's right. Do you dare clearly explain what happened on the road and let everyone see if this is a reason to defy orders? If it isn't, then you are looking down on my king. A general in purple armor stood up. Also, the matter of you beating up Wang Yuan. My Wang family still hasn't settled the score with you. Chu Tian looked at the other side and was filled with joy. I won't mention the matter of beating that bastard Wang Yuan for now. As for the matter of me being delayed, no one can testify for me. But General Wang too can. What did you say? This purple armored general was not someone else. It was actually Wang Tu from the Scarlet Blood Temple. This little one has to start from Central State. Chu Tian cleared his throat and said, After this little one received the royal proclamation, I did not stop, quickly heading to the imperial region. Who would have thought that when I passed the Tsang state border and was about to enter the imperial region, I would suddenly learn of a tragic murder case. Several villages on the Tsang state border were massacred, and tens of thousands of innocent civilians died. This little one is a commoner, but I am willing to stand against injustice. With such a tragic murder case, how could I turn a blind eye to it? This little one led my followers to investigate and finally found the true culprits. They were a group of demonic cultivators. When I found them and killed them, I thought this matter was over and prepared to continue on my way to Imperial City. Who would have thought that I would find a shocking secret in their belongings? These people were the remnants of the Tianma cult from the past. They were preparing to go to a secret headquarters left behind by the Tianma cult to revive one of the Tianma cult's head venerables. With these words, the Southern Summer King and the three rulers' expressions changed. Wang Tu's face turned dark as if he had already thought of something. Chu Tian described everything that happened after he risked his life to hide beside the Heavenly Demon Church's churchmaster, how he finally entered the Divine Temple, and what happened after that. He described it vividly, full of twists and turns, and full of suspense. Of course, for the sake of the story, he purposely made many changes. General Wang Tu, I want to ask you. Chu Tian coldly stared at Wang Tu and said, "You clearly knew that the Scarlet Blood Temple had appeared and that the evil Scarlet Blood head venerables could be revived. So why didn't you report this matter to His Majesty?" I'll answer it for you." Chu Tian's words were sharp. "You did not place the king in your eyes at all. For your own selfish gain, you abandoned righteousness and responsibility. The Tianma cult massacred the villages and villages, only caring about searching for treasures in the Scarlet Blood Temple. In order to enrich your own pockets, you did not hesitate to bring the kingdom into a disaster and even personally push the kingdom into the abyss of destruction. Such a sinister heart cannot be tolerated by the heavens and earth. Also, you actually allied with the Warhounds tribe? Could it be that you even forgot how the great Summer Royal clan was destroyed? Betraying your ancestors is the same as betrayal. If there is someone that must be killed in the royal court, you should be in front of me." Wang Tu almost spat out blood. What a heart attack! What nonsense! Heart attack? Not saving the citizens is heartless to the world. Hiding it from my king is disloyal to the kingdom. Allying with the Warhounds tribe is unfilial to your ancestors. Causing a disaster and escaping is unjust. Chu Tian pointed at Wang Tu's nose and scolded him in front of countless people. "You heartless, unfilial, and unjust person. I am simply ashamed to stand with you in the royal court. This bastard, this damn bastard. This fellow took a large amount of the Scarlet Blood Temple's treasures and even caused the death of his most important mount." Now, Wang Tu did not even have time to attack and was bitten back by Chu Tian. Chu Tian gave a cold laugh. "With a coward like you, you still want to fight with me?" In terms of eloquence, the only person in the royal court that could compete with him was Gu Qianqiu, who had traveled around the various countries in the past. But Gu Qianqiu was standing on Chu Tian's side. So, Chu Tian's mouth was like a barrage of cannons that made them dizzy, but they could not find any words to refute him. "There's also you, Burning Sun ruler." Chu Tian angrily pointed his spear at the Burning Sun ruler. "You really are muddle-headed, not even managing your own minister properly and almost causing a disaster. If it wasn't for this little one's luck being good and killing that Scarlet Blood head venerate, once he recovered his strength, even you three rulers would not be a match for him. At that time there was the Warhounds Plains and the Tianma cult's revival. You are the sinner that destroyed Southern Xia." When the Southern Summer King heard this, his face turned incomparably pale. "Burning Sun ruler, Wang Tu, how do you explain this?" The Burning Sun ruler was stunned. This ruler does not know. I have to go back and ask Zuyen." The Southern Summer King gave a snort, already feeling very dissatisfied. The veins on Wang Tu's forehead popped out as he angrily refuted. "My king, this subordinate is wronged. This subordinate has a selfish heart and naturally deserves to die. But the Scarlet Blood head venerate was personally released by this fellow." The Southern Summer King looked at Chu Tian. "How do you explain releasing the head venerate?" "I released the Scarlet Blood head venerate to eliminate future troubles." Chu Tian said in a righteous voice. How could there be any other way? Wang Tu was prepared to fight to the death with Chu Tian, who knows if the scarlet blood head venerate is dead or not. You're so weak. How could you kill the head venerate? Everyone's hearts turned cold. The three rulers knit their brows. That's right. This was only a one-sided story from beginning to end. Chu Tian said he killed the scarlet blood head venerate, but was the scarlet blood head venerate dead or not? If the scarlet blood head venerate escaped, it would be a large problem for southern Xia. Guangdang, a bright red chalice, was thrown onto the ground. This is the scarlet blood sacred object, the blood chalice. Chu Tian loudly said, This is the scarlet blood head venerate's most important soul contracting weapon, and has followed the scarlet blood head venerate for several decades. Now, this item no longer has an owner. The scarlet blood head venerate's spirit has already been eliminated, so he is dead without a doubt. Everyone was in an uproar. Chu Tian had actually killed a Tianma cult head venerate. If this was spread from the royal court, it would be a large piece of news that would shake the entire southern summer country. Your Majesty! Gu Qianqiu seized this chance to stand out. This old man believes that not only is Chu Tian not guilty, he has even saved the country. In an instant, the royal court was filled with Gu Qianqiu's disciples shouting out, Chu Tian has saved the country! Chu Tian has saved the country. Gu Qianqiu's voice changed. On the contrary, Wang Tu's selfishness has harmed the country, even working with the war hounds in the Scarlet Blood Temple. This kind of action has gone against the bottom line, so I believe he must be heavily punished. If your Majesty does not give out rewards and punishments, how can we face the world? Heavily punish Wang Tu! Heavily punish! That group of people shouted out again. Chu Tian also complained. The Wang family's young master, Wang Yuan, tried to forcefully take Meng Yingying, forcing her to marry in front of countless people. He even spoke rudely to Miracle Commerce's vice-chairman, Meng Qingguo. In my opinion, the Wang family is arrogant because of their achievements, simply lawless. They are the ones who are looking down on the kingdom's laws. This little one is guilty and is willing to be punished. But if I am the only one to be punished, my king will not be fair. The Southern Summer King felt like his head was about to explode when he saw this. Wang Tu was also caught off guard by this series of attacks. Damn, I am the victim. I didn't get a single thing from the Scarlet Blood Temple, and even my mount was killed. Who can I find to complain to? Now I am being insulted by this thief. This is not good. The Southern Summer King wanted to give Chu Tian a show of strength and destroy Chu Tian's prestige. But it had developed like this. He couldn't just reward Chu Tian, right? This person had offended his superiors several times. So if he was rewarded, it would damage the king's dignity. Calm martial ruler, what do you think about this matter? This ruler thinks that Chu Tian has merits and demerits, but his merits are greater than his demerits. The calm martial ruler said this and paused for a bit. Everything in the Scarlet Blood Temple will belong to him. Just treat it as a reward. Good. The Southern Summer King was very satisfied with this method. Chu Tian almost spat out blood from anger. Damn, calm martial ruler, whose side are you on? Those things are mine. Do you want me to hand them over? It's fine if you don't make me a marquis, but you should at least give me a few billion. Wang Tu's selfishness has harmed the country. He'll be fined 10 years of salary and will be sent back to reflect on his mistakes. We'll stop here for today. Court is dismissed. After the Southern Summer King said this, he did not give anyone any time to object as he waved his sleeve and left. Chapter 292. Everyone sent the Southern Summer King off in a loud voice. 10 years of salary? This was considered a punishment. The Wang family had been around for several hundred years, and they still relied on a bit of salary to survive. They could really go hang themselves. Chu Tian was clearly not satisfied with this result, but Chu Tian could not say anything. It was just a trivial Wang Tu. Chu Tian did not place him in his eyes at all. Wang Tu looked at Chu Tian with eyes filled with hatred. You better be careful when you walk in the future. Wah, you're threatening me. Chu Tian's eyes popped out as he shouted in an exaggerated manner in the royal palace. What should I do? The respected winged dragon general of the war, Hounds, wants to deal with a small merchant like me. What are you afraid of? An old voice came from behind him. Without a dragon, what kind of winged dragon general is he? At most he's a clown jumping around on the ground. A white-haired old man walked over. It was none other than Gu Qianqiu. Wang Tu's eyes turned cold. The Wang family has no grudges with the great scholar. That was before, but now there is. Gu Qianqiu's beard trembled as he looked at Wang Tu. You should be careful when you walk in the future. It's best if you don't bump into this old man on the street. I'm old and my eyes aren't good. If I cripple you as a thief, I won't be able to explain myself to the Southern Summer King. Wait and see. Wang Tu angrily walked away. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. A single Chu Tian's mouth was powerful enough. If Gu Qianqiu was added in, he would be so angry that he would spit out his lungs. The great scholar seems much younger after not seeing you for a long time. Don't call me great scholar. This old man cannot accept it. Gu Qianqiu was very respectful in front of Chu Tian like an apprentice, perhaps even in front of the Southern Summer King. Gu Qianqiu would not be this respectful. Let me introduce you. These are all colleagues, but they are all scholars, so they all have the title of scholar. Chu Tian's eyes swept over the 7-8 scholars beside Chu Tian. Each one of them was old and should be very knowledgeable. Since they could come to court, it meant their backgrounds were not simple. This is the Academy's executive elder, Zhao Pu. The Imperial Academy was the highest school in the southern summer country. For this person to be able to manage the academy, he was not a normal person. His ability should not be inferior to Central State's Yun Tianhe. In the main hall, this old scholar had helped Chu Tian quite a bit. Chu Tian immediately cupped his hands. Greetings, Elder Zhao. Hey, you can't. Zhao Pu hurriedly took a step back and cupped his hands towards Chu Tian. His expression was one of extreme fear as he said, You and I are both scholars. We are of the same rank. Furthermore, Sir Chu Tian's talent is world-shaking. How can this old man accept it? These old fogies are too boring. Chu Tian asked Gu Qianqiu, What are you doing? Gu Qianqiu smiled and said, These old friends of mine are all top talents in southern Xia. Although this is the first time they have met Chairman, they admire your talent, so they hope to officially join Miracle Commerce. The old man, led by Zhao Pu, nodded. That's right. This was a good thing. How could Chu Tian reject it? Miracle Commerce is divided into the Chu sect and the Yun sect. The Chu sect is my personal strength and retainer group, and the Yun sect is Miracle Commerce's research organization. Chu Tian said to them, You will enter the Chu sect as envoys and work in the Yun sect as researchers. What does everyone think? Good. Of course we're willing. Working under Miracle Commerce is our old man's fortune. These old men were hard to chew bones, normally. Once they went crazy, they would bite whoever they wanted. The nobles did not dare provoke them. But now that they were gathered together by Chu Tian, they were truly a strong force. If anyone dared to provoke Chu Tian in the future, they would have to be prepared to fight with these scholars. Gu Qianqiu was very happy with this result. The chairman has already been appointed as a scholar, but the ceremony has not been carried out yet. I know you don't like these complicated things, so I'll simplify it as much as possible. You should go to the Learning Palace first. Otherwise, people will gossip about you in the future. All right. Chu Tian followed the scholars to the Imperial City's Learning Palace. The great scholar personally gave Chu Tian the scholar's robe, and Chu Tian was now a true scholar. This kind of identity was common on the continent. Even if he left southern Xia in the future or went to a foreign race's territory, this identity would still be useful. I'll invite everyone to Miracle Commerce for a drink. Good, good. The old men happily left the royal palace. When everyone arrived in front of the Miracle Commerce gates, they were stunned. They saw that the Miracle Commerce was surrounded by a group of red armored soldiers. Chu Tian's brows jumped up. What is going on here? Something has happened, Gu Qianqiu said with a calm expression. This is the Nangong family's army. Several thousand Nangong family soldiers surrounded Miracle Commerce, and several senior Nangong family elders were loudly shouting, Nangong Yin, I'll give you 1 minute. Come out yourself and return to the family to accept your punishment. Otherwise we will attack. Ha! 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 The several thousand Nangong family soldiers shouted out in unison. The Nangong family was the most important general family in southern Xia. Of the elite soldiers fighting the war hounds on the front lines, most of them came from the Nangong family, so their aura was naturally very terrifying. Miracle Commerce clearly did not dare touch them, so they tightly closed the gates. No matter how the Nangong family shouted, they did not respond at all. Damn! Chu Tian flew into a rage. Today they dare to bully me, Chu Tian. If I don't teach them a lesson, wouldn't they send troops to attack tomorrow? Gu Qianqiu led the group of old men forward. What are you doing? This is Imperial City. You're surrounded by troops. Do you have any laws? When the Nangong family saw Chu Tian, Gu Qianqiu, and the large group of old scholars, their hearts filled with fear. Gu Qianqiu's group of old fellows was a famous group of mad dogs in Imperial City. These old dogs would bite whoever they wanted. They did not have any power in their hands, but they could stir up the world. Normal people would not provoke them for no reason. Not to mention the fact that Chu Tian was a battle maniac among mad dogs. 2 months ago in Central State, he even dared to humiliate the Western Marquis. It would not be strange for him to do something like this today. With Chu Tian's alliance and leadership, this was like adding wings to a tiger. You, what are you doing? A senior elder from the Nangong family came forward. Our Nangong family wants to bring back our descendant. What can you do about it? Everyone listen. Is there still justice in this world? Gu Qianqiu raised his hand and countless people surrounded him. Nangong Yin is the only person in southern Xia with a god-level source spirit. But because of the jealousy of some people in the family, she was exiled to a small ancient city 10 years ago when she was only 9 years old. This caused her cultivation to slow down in these 10 years. A super genius that could have become a pillar of southern Xia was almost killed because of this. Everyone was shocked. God-level source spirit? Is this true or false? How come I never heard of this? Gu Qianqiu continued to say, Nangong Yin was very lucky because she met Miracle Commerce's chairman Chu Tian. She obtained Chu Tian's special training. In just a short 5 months, her cultivation jumped from the body refinement realm to the 5th awakened soul layer. Everyone couldn't help being shocked. This speed was too fast. Because of Nangong Yin's fast growth, it has caused some people in the Nangong family to worry. So now they want to bring her back. Do you think that once Nangong Yin is brought back, will she still have a path of survival? Gu Qianqiu angrily roared out, this is not just a southern Xia genius. It is also a peak pillar of southern Xia that has the potential to be comparable to the 3 rulers. Do you think we can hand her over? We can't. We can't. Everyone began to shout out. The Nangong family members were filled with rage. Don't speak nonsense and mislead people. Zhao Pu also helped out. Nangong family fellows, listen up. If you want to take her, you'll have to do it over the corpses of us old fellows. Otherwise you can forget about taking a single step through this door. Isn't it just the Nangong family? This old man will fight with you. That's right. Even if I die, I'll splash my blood on you. These old scholars seemed like they had been injected with chicken blood. When the Nangong family saw this, their faces turned pale. Frankly speaking, They did not dare move against Gu Qianqiu's group of mad old dogs. "What are you saying so much nonsense for?" Chu Tian charged over and punched an officer. "Beat them!" Gu Qianqiu roared out, "Beat them!" "Fuck! You really dare to beat them?" "Damn, beat them!" The Nangong family elders and the old scholars began to fight. However, Gu Qianqiu's battle strength was shocking. In just a moment, he had knocked over half of the Nangong family elders. The normal soldiers of the Nangong family were all flustered, but they did not dare act rashly, because without orders, they did not dare fight back. "Retreat, retreat! Go back and ask the Burning Sun ruler!" The Nangong family quickly retreated in a sorry state, leaving behind stunned onlookers. This was the famous central state, Chu Tian. He truly lived up to his name. He was so fierce that it made people's hair stand on end. One of the three great families of the kingdom, the Nangong family, was actually chased away by someone on the streets. This had never happened in Imperial City in the past few decades, or even hundreds of years. This news quickly spread to the Burning Sun ruler's palace. What? The Burning Sun ruler smashed his beloved jade cup, and the elders all kneeled down in fear. They knew the Burning Sun ruler's fiery personality, and Chu Tian's actions today were too vile. It would have a negative impact on the Nangong family's reputation. If it was the Burning Sun ruler's style, he would have personally gone to give them a tooth for a tooth. That Brett actually recruited all of those mad dogs. After the Burning Sun ruler became angry, he quickly calmed down. He suppressed his anger and returned to his seat. This matter had become troublesome. Although those old mad dogs do not have any power, they cannot be easily moved against, especially that old thing Gu Qianqiu. A senior elder said, "Ruler, could it be that if you personally make a move, you still can't solve it?" This ruler is not afraid of Gu Qianqiu. At worst, I will just be scolded by him. Other than this bit of skill, those old mad dogs do not have anything to fear. The Burning Sun ruler said this, and his brows slightly knit together. But once this ruler makes a move, the calm martial ruler will not sit still. The calm martial ruler was also on Chu Tian's side. The group of elders of the Nangong family immediately became silent. Regarding the calm martial ruler and Chu Tian's deal, everything was a top secret, other than Gu Qianqiu and the Southern Summer King. There were not many people in southern Xia that knew about it. The Burning Sun ruler was not clear about it. He only knew that Chu Tian's relationship was not as simple as it looked. In the past, the calm martial ruler had protected Chu Tian and did not hesitate to fall out with the refined ruler. An elder carefully asked, "Ruler, since Chu Tian is hard to deal with, why not ally with others? For example, the refined ruler." "Shut up." The Burning Sun ruler stared at this elder. "This ruler is upright. Why would I ally with that old poisonous snake? Although we all have enmity with Chu Tian, he is him and I am me. The boundaries are clear. You are not allowed to mention this matter again." "Yes, yes." The Nangong family elders all had looks of disappointment. Of the three rulers, the calm martial ruler had the Dongfang family behind him, so he was the strongest. It was hard for the Burning Sun ruler and the refined ruler to fight him alone, so they could only win if they worked together. The Burning Sun ruler was not willing to work with the refined ruler, so what could they do? This Nangong Yin could only be caught slowly.